And hello everybody. How's it going?
Ha! We
What?
were on time.
We are on time, just about exactly. Let's go.
This is a new experience for me, I
It,
can assure you.
yeah, for both of us, pretty much. I'm not used to being on time. Although it is nice to be on time, from time to time. I'm an elf today. I could have chosen not to, but I put on this, like, floral, like, foresty thing, and I was like, might as well be an elf. So even though I wasn't gonna wear a
She's
costume, I know I
she's of course she's always an
am.
elf. It's just today she's wearing the ear Viagra.
Yeah, indeed, ear Viagra, Jesus.
I, however,
Okay.
am white, and this was the garment I was wearing
Have
when a
him
friend of
white.
mine, Di, exclaimed, "Why are you white?" loudly, of which there is a clip now.
A friend of yours died and screamed, "Why are you white?"
No, the friend is called Di. You know
Oh,
her.
I
You've known her for years.
I was talking to Ty last night. Yes, I I thought you had like reduced to caveman. Like I have friend, he die.
You talked to Di
Like
last night?
yeah, because we were playing. We're doing a character creation for a new. It's not D&D, but it's a like homebrew system. But yeah,
Okay.
um, she and I are playing Intrigue and some other people, um, as in a bunch of people are. Anywho, uh, I I keep now it's not even on purpose. I guess it is, but every week I now really do come across a bird story and a bee story. It keeps happening, and the bird
She's doing it
story.
deliberately.
Well, I mean I've cut dinosaurs, which are sort of birds, in the title because apparently Spinosauri cried big salty tears, which reminded me very much of somebody that we both, I think, used to know to some degree. But also, I have a weird bird story and a weird bee story. What do you have this week, sir? What have you discovered new in the realm of science and technology?
Well, chat, and this is very important. As
Mm-hmm.
it turns out, the RuneScape botting problem is solved.
I didn't know there was a botting problem.
No, well, I haven't played RuneScape in about 20 years, probably more actually. But when I did, it was like botting was just a constant. It was
Yeah.
constantly beset by them, and the economy was essentially driven by it. And since January, the botting has been reducing drastically. Now, this is not my main story today. It was just sort of a fun little thing that I saw.
Oh, I
I've got
always want to
lots of
lead
other
with the
stories.
stupid stuff because it's fun. I mean,
Well,
like,
I, I, I see you've done that today. Well done.
what do you mean
I
by
assume the
this?
tears thing is just like yeah. Technically, they had salt in their tears.
There's an article
Boom.
about it.
Story.
Yeah, there's an article about it, so I figured why the hell not? I have good news
Mm.
for my crippled ass and bad news for you. That comes up later. Um,
Subsidies. Is subsidies for Crips?
no, it's new scientific breakthrough. Actually, legitimately, that might help me in particular.
Okay.
And I have bad news for you that might might
Oh, they're
explain
in
your need
separate pieces of news.
to
I
crack up,
see.
yes, to crack open that monster, and you have to cut down on it now, as you were just telling me beforehand. You have to take caffeine pills now. Too many
Have to
monsters.
is the wrong word. I
Mm-hmm.
am choosing to cut down on the
Uh-huh.
monster and transition to
Mm-hmm.
a more normal drink. Speaking of transitions.
I also have a bunch of stories about trash islands because I've been to one before, and there's a new one.
Yeah,
Like
Guernsey.
even rude. No, in the
Given what happened to
Chesapeake.
you on Guernsey recently.
What does that mean?
Are they?
Oh, you're talking about my computer. You're trying to be rude.
No, I,
Doubly
I didn't
so.
mention it. You just did.
Yeah, in order to get me to mention it, right? So
No, it wasn't. You could have just skipped over it. You knew what I meant. You could have just skipped over it.
my computer has maybe had I've been maybe charged for a lot of things that didn't actually end up getting fixed on it or changed on it, it looks like. But oh well. It is what it is. Um, that is besides the
This
point.
is something we were
There's
discussing in Cabal, and if you want to know more about it, that's probably the best place to talk about it.
That's true, yes. And if you want to join Cabal, the links are in the description. If you want to join Uzalu's server, where I do hang out I hang out there more often than I hang out my own server, to be honest, for whatever reason. Anywho, where do you want to start with tonight, sir? I do want to start with something funny. I have something, okay?
By all means, I do
Yeah.
have quite a few other stories besides. I wasn't even going to talk about the
It's
RuneScape
just
thing
a
today. It's
meme.
just, well, it's 20 years of one thing, and now it's a different thing. It's amazing. Something actually changed.
I did play RuneScape very briefly, as I was telling you, before I started, before I got Final Fantasy 11. I played RuneScape very briefly. I didn't really gel with it, and then I got Final Fantasy 11, like, a month and a half later. I know now what actually happened there is because my dad encouraged me to play RuneScape because he was going to get me Final Fantasy 11 for Christmas. So that's why he was like, "Oh, there's this RuneScape thing." Which has it ever happened? Like, has it been anyone else's experience ever where their parents were like, one of their parents said, "Why don't you play an MMO? That will be good for you." To an 11-year-old. Yeah, I mean, it was like so I could interact with people when I was, because I stayed with him during the summers, which was away from my mother and away from a lot of my friends. So I understand why he did it, but like, um, I don't think that's happened very often. Anyway, I have this
Hey, you
meme.
can't make friends with people. Make friends with this computer instead.
Well, kind of. I mean, I didn't go to school there. I was like hundreds of miles away from where I went to school. So yeah, it was kind of hard to make friends over the summer. Do you want to read this? Do you want
Dr.
to read this?
Fisher. I can't believe he's at it again.
There he is. He's always doing that.
Mm.
Hey, get off that man's face. You're a scientist now. Act like one.
Can I use that line on you, Aiden? Because there's a lot of occasions where it will be applicable.
Sure. You gonna call me Dr. Fisher? That wouldn't be applicable.
That's the bit that isn't necessary.
You can...
Dr. Paladin, get off that man's face. You're a scientist now. Act like one.
Speaking of how
maybe not those exact words in this context.
I am going to talk about the salty dinosaur tears, but I also, you can see the title is called Birds Need Love Too.
That's not what the title says, Aiden.
Yeah, that's what the subtitle says. Yeah, it is. Do you want to talk about this one?
It sounds like you want to talk about this one, Aiden.
Not really.
I'm just going to let you. How long do you think they spent looking for a picture that looked like a bird having an experience?
Arriving, yeah.
Alighting the train.
I can't. Okay. It turns out birds masturbate too, and evolution may explain why. Thanks, Michael Irving.
But you can say that about anything that life does, though.
Well, yeah. New research suggests that we should welcome birds into the sweaty club of animals that masturbate.
You're skipping the bit before that, are you?
Because it's so gay. Because
Yeah,
I'm not dignifying that with a response. No, I refuse. I refuse to read that out loud. That's so gay. Avian self-pleasure is
this
usually
seems like something you want to do, Aiden, and I'm not going to bother you, so I'll just let you
come back!
Go ahead and talk about the gooning of your species to chat. I'll be over here.
Dude, I came across it. I was like, there's no way I could not.
You came across it? Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Go?
Yes, Bill, I found a bird masturbation story, and it's just...
Why did you feel the need to comment?
Because it's science, okay?
Is it?
It is. It's science. I swear.
Do not believe her lies. It is not science.
Yes, it is.
It is wish
Evolution.
fulfillment, and it's nothing more.
There's an evolutionary rationale for it, okay? Avian self-pleasure. I can't do it. Avian self-pleasure is usually a rather inelegant affair in which a bird rubs their cloaca, a shared orifice for both excretion and reproduction, against an object like a branch, twig, or toy, the team behind the study writes in the conversation. This is often...
technically the branch or twig would be the toy in that case, no?
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose so. They have to,
why
why do they say
toy
this?
there?
To make it...
Like, if it's a
make it
kid's
sound like a
toy,
sex
then surely
toy?
there's a lot of other objects too. But if it's
It's a bird
If it's
sex toy, is that what they're
a
saying?
abstraction
Ugh.
for what the thing does, then it accounts for branches and twigs as well. What they probably mean is they gave the birds specially engineered bird fapping utilities
What do you
during
think?
the experiment.
What the hell would that look like? This is often accompanied by a lot of
I'm not
flapping.
the designer. You could ask them.
A lot of flapping and
Fapping and flapping.
fapping and flapping and self-satisfied vocalization. But it's not, as you might assume, just a way for bored birds to pass the time in cages. Turns out that wild birds also love a solo sesh too. Holy fuck. Perhaps even more than captive ones.
The guy that wrote this is just like a
I
massive
know.
fan of masturbating.
Oh,
It's like that's his
that's why
specialist
before I
subject.
started, I was like, "Thank you, Michael Irving," because I skimmed this and just, oh, of course it's written the way that it is, right? This is actual total Reddit bait, but at the same time, it is quite funny. The finding raises
See
some
how
questions,
far
though.
we've fallen, Chad.
Indeed. No, we'll get to cooler, like, more legitimate stuff. It's obvious what the individual's getting out of it, but from an evolutionary perspective, why has masturbation flourished in the animal kingdom? The risk of sounding like a puritanical preacher, masturbation wastes a lot of time and energy in males, and in male sperm, so why bother seeking out a partner when you can take care of things yourself? Altogether, solo sex should, in theory, reduce reproductive success, which is the cornerstone of natural selection. So why then does evolution seem to turn a blind eye to so many animals out there jerking, cranking, rubbing, tapping, inserting, Jesus Christ, and otherwise pleasuring themselves? Studying the self-mating habits of birds could satisfy scientific curiosity. Scientific curiosity, is it? Is it?
Well, I hope so.
It's just a bunch of
sure
dirty scientists, as usual.
Maybe it is for Michael. Maybe it is for Michael, but I'm not sure it is for you.
New study, evolutionary biologists at the universities of Lancashire, Swansea, and Oxford in the UK collected data on 120 bird species from 22 major bird groups. That included their age, sex, whether they were wild or captive, which other birds they shared an environment with, and whether their species was monogamous or promiscuous. Turned out this body behavior was widespread across birds, but to different degrees. Males are more likely than females to rub one out, unsurprisingly, with 55% of male records involving masturbation. But that's not to say ladybirds weren't also enjoying some me time. It showed up in 36% of female records. A species' breeding behaviors were linked to masturbation tendency too. Socially monogamous birds and those that form socially monogamous birds and those that form long-term pair bonds were far less likely to engage in self-exploration than species with multiple mates. So the promiscuous birds got up to it more, unsurprisingly.
This was an
well.
article that really needed to be dispassionate and neutrally written.
But then
instead
they've chosen
like a
the
celebration of the art form.
Yeah, instead they've chosen the Reddit route. Indeed.
Yeah.
The bird's age, whether it was kept alone or with other birds, didn't seem to affect whether the species masturbated, but the most surprising finding was that wild birds were more likely to ruffle their own feathers than, God, yeah, the language, than captive birds.
I
know.
They just keep coming up with new ways to say it.
He had a good old time writing this, and probably more ways than one, right?
Yeah, he probably did. What was it recently? There was some revelation about how NSFW artists treat their art. And it is apparently a sweat-filled escapade the whole way through for some of them.
How did they get it done then? Gross. Also, why?
Many of them
why
fucking
did you tell me that? Why'd you tell me any of that?
You know, I think at least one artist who does NSFW stuff.
Oh, Red?
I don't know.
I guess.
I don't know if he does.
I don't even think
it's
not. Well, yeah, I guess like semi NSFW, but I don't
talk about semis relating to this.
Oh my
article.
God, true. Jesus Christ.
Also, question: they mentioned the cloaca, but
Mhm.
how did the other gender, how do male birds do it? Don't answer that question. It's just something I don't think they've covered, but I also don't care what the answer is.
Yeah, I'm not curious to find out the answer either. It's just crazy enough that they do it. Despite assumptions that masturbation among captive birds like parrots is the result of solitary living, our study finds that it is natural, healthy, and widespread across diverse bird species, even in different environments, says Chloe Hayes, a biologist at the University of Lancashire. Understanding this means that pet owners don't need to worry if they catch their bird in the act. Generally, the advice from vets has been to discourage the behavior, which is seen as a marker of poor health. Instead, it seems that birds need a bit of privacy.
Right, here's the thing with masturbation. Apes masturbate when they lose fights quite reliably. that's kind of all you need to know. I mean, it's probably not all you need to know, but it's a good starting point of like masturbation probably is not a good thing to do. Like it's the kind of thing that you need to do occasionally, but you shouldn't do any more than that if you can possibly avoid it. And I don't know if that's true, but just going off that one fact alone, you can infer that from it. And
You
that's
should probably
all I
want to
need to say on the
discourage the
matter.
bird from doing it if it's a pet bird, just because you don't want the fucking pet bird to do it if it doesn't have to, because it's weird.
I don't know how much it applies to birds. Birds are quite distantly related to humans and apes, so it might be quite different. The social circumstances might be quite different. But with humans, at least, it is a
Well,
behavior that often follows losing.
yeah, here they're saying it's normal. It's in birds both in captivity and out. When researchers examined the phylogenetic relationship between bird species that engaged in solo fun, they found that it was concentrated across specific branches of the family tree. This suggests that it has an evolutionary link and isn't just something that enterprising individuals from different species figured out on their own. So why hasn't natural selection stamped out this behavior? There are a few hypotheses. For males, it may be to help clear out old sperm, leaving more viable newcomers and making future reproduction more successful. For females, to sneak in a quick round with a neighbor, masturbation could get things over and done faster before their main bonded partner catches them. Oh my god, it's for bird cheating. Or it may be even more simple. Our findings indicate that the approximate mechanism for masturbation may be to serve as a sexual outlet in response to high sex drive, the researchers write in the study.
The only one of those that makes sense evolutionarily is clearing out all sperm for the males. But
Yeah.
even then, a mechanism could be devised possibly to do less harm that it seems like masturbation would do, to just the sperm just die and get ejected by some other means.
Yeah, I
But
don't
know. Like if
It's
that
just
if that's
funny.
the, if that's the other things they mentioned there didn't make sense evolutionarily, in my opinion.
No, I don't think so either.
The only thing then that makes sense is to clear out all sperm, but it doesn't seem like something you'd need to have this for, and for it to be so prolific. So I
Yeah.
think there must be something else to it. And it can't just be psychological in like a human sense, because lots of animals do it.
Yeah, and they found
There's
that
gotta be something
it's in
deeper than
related
that.
bird species, so it's not just
Here's the
appearing
question.
randomly.
Here's the question.
Mhm.
Why does senescence appear not only, so getting old and dying of old age, why does senescence appear not only so reliably in humans, so always in humans, but also so reliably in every other macroscopic species and every microscopic species? Well,
I've got
I
a
can give you answers for
yeah,
why
I've
it
actually got
makes
an
sense
article on
in
that tonight.
humans,
I've actually got an article on
but
that.
the further you go down towards the microscopic, the less I can explain why senescence makes sense. Now, I think I probably still can, but it's pretty nuanced, but it's so universal to life. There's almost no life forms that don't have senescence.
They think they've found the biological clock, the underpinning thing. Now, I've heard that before, you know, they'll say like telomeres are, right? But this is a totally new thing that in this article I read through it earlier because I thought, oh, it's going to be with telomeres. It's not. It's something I've never heard of before. But scientists think they might be on the at least right track of trying to figure out why animals age and aren't able to continue to replenish themselves in that sense. It's not just birds, of course. It's found all over the animal kingdom: monkeys, dolphins, elephants, walruses. There you go. What a pure Reddit article, but I, dude, I told
It's
you.
the one you chose.
Well, I told you that unintentionally I keep coming across bird articles, so I have a bee one too. Should I do the bee one as well? Should I start out with the bees, get it out of the way so we can get the birds and the bees out of the way?
Chat, press 1 if she's doing it deliberately.
I've actually got 2 bees. I've got 2 bee articles, but one of them is related to something else. I'm gonna do the bees. I'm gonna do
Hold
the
on,
bees.
Aiden,
The
I have
bees!
something for you.
What do you have?
Check the channel in. Come on.
Nice. Nice bee. It's just the same fucking picture of a bee here. Wait. I'd have to share a screen on that, and I can't. It's just that stupid emote bee. Or combination of squares.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid that it makes me laugh, but it does. Bees just did something.
And yet it always will.
It always makes me laugh because I think of what could it be, which is one of the funniest videos ever made. What
No,
could
it's
it
not.
be? Yes, it is. You don't even know what you don't even know what humor is. You wouldn't know if it hit you. No sense of humor whatsoever. Bees just did something.
I'm too tough to notice something hitting me.
Oh my god! Wow. Bees just did something no other insect has been shown to do, and it's problem solving. It seems. Experiment.
Put them in front of Portal.
Oh my god! Fucking music.
I can't hear it.
Well, yeah, I know you can't. We still have to find a way to figure that out, but usually there's not much that we, in terms of videos. Look. So across the experiments, researchers progressively restricted visual access to an artificial flower to determine whether bees were planning ahead. That's the sort of TLDR. Here it is trying to... Let's see what it's... What is it actually trying to do with this? Latching onto that ball. Picture reaching for something on a high shelf and coming up short. You don't give up. Instead, you find a stool, carry it over, and climb up. Buried in that action is something remarkable. You held a goal in your mind, identify what you needed, and executed a plan. No training required. This was written by AI, by the way. Science, holy shit.
Yes, it looks like it was, to be honest. It's got an EM dash there, too.
Yep. This kind of stuff, this reads like AI.
Yeah.
A study published today in Science suggests that bumblebees can do the same. The first demonstration of this kind of goal-directed problem solving in an insect. The findings, quote, adds another level of complexity to what bees can do, says Gemma Martin Ordas, a comparative psychologist. Did he really?
This was written by an AI. Did he actually?
Let's check. This is Science. It's the premier journal. One of the
he probably did, because it's probably using a good AI model, but even they can sometimes get things wrong.
There's a bunch of Finns who did this.
Apparently.
And
hallucinatingly.
This guy's an Indian of some sort, I think. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Let's see. What's the abstract say? Problem solving using novel solutions without explicit training is often considered a hallmark of cognitive flexibility. We investigated whether bumblebees, Bombus terrestris, could solve a...
I didn't know that was
I didn't know that either.
I've got my Bombus costume in there.
You should go put on the Bombus costume. Actually, if we reach, if we get $50 in donations, Uzlu is forced to, against his will, put on the Bombus terrestris costume. Thank you for the bees in chat, guys. Let's get plenty of bees in chat. Bumblebees could solve a novel object manipulation task spontaneously. Bees trained to associate a blue ring flower on the floor with a reward successfully moved a ball underneath the flower, relocating to the ceiling to reach the flower. In the control experiment, so that's what it's doing there, is that they have a blue ring flower on the floor, and they get rewarded if they move the ball underneath the flower in this. Oh, you can see it here then better, yes. All right, now we know what they're doing, yeah.
No, I already knew what they were doing.
Lining it up? So it's trying to line it up with that, yeah.
Now, bee is smarter than most women.
I mean, that's not hard.
And neither are women. No, I was thinking more about the water level testing that you studied.
The spatial cognition, yeah. It is sort of a form of facial cognition.
That.
But see, that one, there's a block over there, so I had to take it around. You had to actually solve a little puzzle.
It is spatial cognition, and to be honest, I would say probably at least 10% of women in the Western world wouldn't be able to do this if it were made human.
I mean, have you seen some of those videos of women trying to park? Like parallel park and just having no fucking idea and just redoing the same thing over and over again? Yeah, they can solve little puzzles too.
Yeah, women and James May.
Yeah, James
Look
May.
at him go.
Oh my goodness. See, bees. This is why I love bees. They're so smart.
I like how they've given it a really padded environment. They've given it a cotton ball so it can't possibly hurt itself. It's very
you don't
kind.
want it to hurt itself, yeah.
Exactly.
In control experiments in which the flower was out of sight when the ball movement began and remained hidden during transport, the bees still succeeded in the task. So even when they couldn't see it, these results suggest.
One thing which is unfortunate is that
we're showing it behind
I don't
the
see
wall.
the bees. Yeah. Nope, I don't see the bees flying at all.
No.
Have they clipped them?
Potentially, yeah. But they're also in a little tiny box.
Unfortunate.
So they don't have they probably can't fly much. Where's it gonna fly? Up like an inch above itself?
Yeah, to the flower.
It stood on top
the whole time flying up to the flower, falling down, flying back up to the flower
but
again, and falling down.
It stands on top of the look, it gets on top of it.
Yes, I know. But if it has wings, it doesn't really need to.
Well, but wouldn't you want to just stand on top of your accomplishments? Like that, you know? I want to pause it like right there, and it doesn't want to let me pause. There you go. He's conquered the cotton ball. So he's standing on top of it, triumphant. You wouldn't do that? Wow.
I'm not sure you're seeing the point I'm making here, Aiden.
No, I don't know the point what is the point you're making?
For the sake of comedy.
What is the point?
The point I was making was if you have wings, then I would imagine that even though they are smart little beings, smart little bombusses, and they are able to move the ball, they would still prefer to just fly up to the flower briefly, touch it, do whatever they want to do, and then fall, and then fly up again and fall. Because they can hover, I think. Why wouldn't it just hover as long as it could and then fall down and
No,
hover
no.
again?
The whole point is for them to move the ball, though. They want.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know it is. So why do they?
Why do they? How did they get it to? How did they operate? How did they condition these to do that? Let's see if it says in the article. Let's see. Researchers aim to see whether bees could generate a solution independently by connecting two separate pieces of knowledge without ever being shown how to combine them. To do this, they set up a circular arena with a blue artificial flower mounted on the ceiling and a small styrofoam ball, so it's a styrofoam ball, placed nearby to reach the flower and to collect the... So they had to, in order to get rewarded, that's what it was. Yeah, it was conditioning. In order to get the reward, they had to move the ball underneath the flower. So they couldn't just fly to it.
But
so that wouldn't have gotten them the reward.
Okay, there's two possibilities. Possibility one is the sugar's already there. They just had to get to it, which wouldn't be great.
No, I don't think they
Option
released it
two
until they
is
did
the
that.
researchers were specifically releasing it, which requires manual attention. Or they had like a sensor for it. That makes sense.
Oh, no,
That
you're
would
right. No, you're
explain-
right. No, you're right. They must have their wings clipped because they had to use the ball as a stepping stone to reach it. You're right, yeah. The insects were never shown...
That one in that experiment was, I think it was flying around a little bit.
I guess
Don't assume
it's
I
guess it's too... It would just be
must
too
have been-
difficult for it to just flap up there or whatever.
No, I don't think it would be. It must have been that some researcher was watching and manually gave it the reward. When
Something like that. Yeah, when it gets
the
up there.
flower with the styrofoam ball.
Yeah.
Or you could do it automatically if you had a laser underneath the path of where the ball should be, and a laser at where the bumblebee should be, the bombus. And then if they're both blocked, then you give it the sucrose.
The insects were never shown that the ball could serve that purpose. The question was to see if they could figure it out on their own. So they didn't even know that it could do that, which is pretty cool. They just had to naturally figure it out. So it wasn't, I mean, that's interesting that I was expecting them to go through some rounds of conditioning on it and teaching. Sorry, I'm turning on my fan a little bit. There we go. Because it's a bit hot. Okay. To establish what prior experience bees actually needed, the opening experiment divided bees into 3 groups: those familiar with the ball and the flower, those familiar with only one, those with no prior exposure to either. Only bees with exposure to both the flower and the ball solved the task, rolling the ball to the flower to claim the reward. So it is a learning process. In humans, this is like being handed a hammer and nail for the first time. If you've never seen either, you're lost. If you've seen one, you're still stuck, but knowing what both do separately, there's a chance you can work out how they fit together. The team that needed to confirm the bees were acting deliberately and not just getting lucky. Because bumblebees are known to roll balls on their own, even without a reward, a bee could theoretically push the ball to the right spot entirely by chance. To rule that out, in the final experiment, they forced a decision. Bees entered the rectangular arena, we saw that, containing 2 visually occluding compartments. The team hid a flower behind an opaque wall on one side. Each bee was first allowed to observe which side concealed the flower, and once testing began, the view was blocked. The flower remained in place, and its sucrose reward within it. So I guess they did just have to get up there and stand on it. Maybe it wasn't, I mean, but you'd think that, I guess there's not enough room for them to, like, land upside down? I am not entirely understanding why the bees couldn't just, what you said, fly up there and hang on it, I guess, to get the...
Well, I don't know if they'd be able to hang on it. I was expecting they would just hover, but maybe their bodies are such that they can't really look up while they're hovering. Someone in chat said something that was similar to that. That might be it.
Okay. Maybe that's it then.
I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, enclosed space, air current makes it impossible to control the flight. Yeah, I'm sure that is probably part of it. That's what I was kind of thinking in the beginning.
I don't know much about that, but I'll take your word for it. That sounds like it makes sense.
Most of the bees, 23 out of 30, chose correctly on the first try. The only behavioral variable that predicted success was how long the insect spent inspecting the flower side compartment before going for the ball. That pause, researchers suggest, may have been something closer to the pause humans take when they are mentally rehearsing a plan before acting on it. One possibility is that there's some kind of mental restructuring happening, where they are piecing together pieces of information, says lead author Akshay Anand Bambor. However, I would say the other people are like...
Bumblebee!
Oh my god! What serendip... That's why this person... Really? Bambor?
Yeah,
Bambor
it's just
bee.
like avian peregrine, your name.
Right. There were Emma Hakkinen, Mila Jusila, and Olli Okol. There's just some very Finnish names. These last three are very Finnish. I can't pronounce that shit at all.
We've had
Behavioral.
2 stories in a row about finishing.
Although Bambor, Bambor B here is also an ecologist at Oulu, which is in Finland. Lars Chikta, a behavioral ecologist at Queen Mary University London, was not involved in the study, calls the design particularly convincing because the researchers had full control over what the bees had and had not experienced before testing. It's pretty neat. That just proves my hypothesis of how smart and cool bees are. They can only insects that they found that can do this, that can actually solve problems and plan ahead to solve them as well. They have to like think ahead and think about how they're going to solve it. See, this is why I love bees. They're awesome. They're so cool. Don't you appreciate bees more now, Uzlu?
You know what else can think and plan ahead, but couldn't do so about 10 years ago?
RuneScape? Is this something? What?
It's not the only story I have today.
Okay, what do you have? All right, what do you got?
Oh,
what do you got?
I have a few AI stories.
Okay.
And AI is the thing. However, I also have some other stories. So, chat, shall we do press 1 for a story that is about AI and press 2 for a story that is techie but not about AI?
I agree. They're so cute, nachos. Yeah, 1 for AI, 2 for tech non-AI. You need to like disrupt me for a little bit to get away from my birds and bees stories. Even though I like birds and bees, they're cute.
Bombus.
I can't believe they're called. What was it? What was it? Bombus. Jesus.
Bombus.
Bombus terrestris. Bombus terrestris. So it's an overwhelming sea of 2s.
Nachos says fuck AI. However, she would fuck the AI that I made.
What'd you do this time? You make something perverse again.
No, but she likes Cabby. Been working on Cabby some more recently. All right, most of chat are saying 2. I do have some non-AI stories. I've got a decent mix. So, to be clear, they're tech stories in the year of our Lord 2026. Some of them may involve AI, but peripherally. So let's go for the first one I have that's not an AI story. Suburbanites freaked out by mysterious drones leering into their homes at night. Now, usually mysterious drones leering into homes at night refers to the fentanyl addicts, the fentanyl zombies.
Yeah.
However, in this case, it might be more of the hovering plastic variety. It was definitely listening in and provoking us, they say. Residents of the mid-size burb, why? Why would you?
Well, it's like a
suburb,
a burb. Oh, you just don't like it because I'm a burb.
Burb here, Aiden.
Rude.
Of Norwich, Connecticut. Not the original.
Connecticut.
No, Connecticut.
Connecticut. I don't care. It's Connecticut. Hang on. Oh, so your screen's a little bit too big. The window is a bit fuckered. There we go. I got
Connecticut.
it. Connecticut. It's pronounced Connecticut. Dingus.
No, it's pronounced Arkansas and Consor.
Oh my god. Do you see how I pronounced like Lancashire correctly? I'll overemphasize the Shire next time. I know I did it. Yes. Lancashire, right? How do you like that one then? What was where else were they from?
I don't mind if you get things wrong, Aiden, but I'm the one getting things right here. Connecticut. Look, it says it right there.
Oh my god, it's Connecticut. Continue.
Can I continue with my story?
Continue with your story, please. Get on with it.
What they've described as massive drones descending on their properties in the dead of night. According to local station Fox 61, several Norwichians have reported multiple large drones flying right up to their homes. Norwich homeowner Christy Milligan told reporters she watched 2 drones.
You can pronounce Norwich correctly.
Feet wide,
somehow.
Descended on her house 2 nights in a row. It's because it's a British place name.
Yes.
And I'm also pronouncing Connecticut correctly, by the way. That prompted her to call Norwich police, who now say they're investigating after witnessing a drone swoop down themselves. Quote, as I'm standing there speaking with the officer, it went right by overhead. It was large, it's a decent size. This was not a toy. She said we have toys in 2 articles so far.
This is an episode of the X-Files. The most recent one that came out there is an episode where drones were like stalking them and stuff.
Most recent, like 20 years ago.
No, you didn't know that they rebooted the X-Files about probably 4 or 5 years ago now. Yeah, well,
Okay.
they didn't reboot it. They did new seasons. They were okay.
Oh, I hear there's a new Stargate coming out.
No, there's not. Yeah, actually, I forgot I was gonna wear my Stargate t-shirt tonight. I totally forgot about that, and I did this instead. Yeah, there was supposed to be a new Stargate series. Apparently, it's obvious at this point that Michael Shanks at least was signed on to it. It sounds like a lot of the old cast was. It was Martin Garrow, the guy who directed and produced, I think, both the original Stargate SG-1 and Atlantis, was signed up for it. And it genuinely sounds like, from the way that Amazon described it, that the reason they canceled the new Stargate series is because, I am damn near quoting Amazon or like what they've said about it, fans would have liked it too much. It was made for fans, and they wanted it to appeal to a diverse modern audience and not to fans of Stargate, so they canceled it. Now, I'm an enormous fan of Stargate. I think you like Stargate okay. You've just started watching it this past year, so yeah. And they're working through Atlantis.
All the way up to Atlantis.
You know, I was talking to a friend about Universe, because I had not seen it since it came out, and I did not like it. But I also didn't keep watching it because I really hated it. And I now have to go maybe rewatch Universe, because I've been told that it gets better later. So I don't know what to tell you with Universe. I hated the first season of Universe. I hated it. But apparently season 2 is better. So...
Yes, thank you, Nachos, for proliferating the correct name of the show, which is Stiglgiza.
Oh, right, Stiglgiza, indeed. That is what you've elected for some reason to call it. But RIP Stargate, I mean, maybe, who knows? By the way, it's very bizarre what happened there, which is that they hired this new guy on from, well, they've hired some other guy on from Amazon last year, and then they hired his friend also on from Amazon, Amazon hired 2 guys over from Netflix they hired over the past year. They kind of came together as a team, and the guy who canceled Stargate just got hired on Amazon in February. And he's worked on, apparently he has some involvement with Rings of Power and other kinds of gay woke shit, you know? So it's fucking insane, though, that you start a new job and your first thing is, they've been working on this for weeks and months at this point, and you just come in as a new dude and go, fuck it. No, I think they did that because you can't make Stargate in 2026. There's too many implications. It's too pro-military, just by virtue of the fact that the main characters are in the Air Force. So that and you have a group of aliens that are just intrinsically evil. There's no redeeming them. There is no redeeming the gold. That's made explicit in the show, that like they're genetically evil. I think that's why they canceled it. RIP Stargate. At the same time, I'm not totally sad. This one, actually, like, normally I'd be like, oh, I don't give a shit because everything now sucks. They just ruin all these old IPs. But in this case, it sounds like they were actually trying to make something for the fans, and that's why it got canceled. Rest in peace, Stargate. Very sad. I am genuinely sad about that. I love Stargate. Sorry, continue with your story. Sorry, I interrupted that.
I feel like if they had, if those reasons had been the reasons it was being cancelled, it wouldn't have got this far.
This new guy came on. This new guy came on in February, and he seems to have had a problem with it. It's legitimately what it looks like. They hired on this new dude. He came in and took a look at what they were doing, and it was Stargate. And it was like, you can't make Stargate in 2026. You cannot do a show where the military is portrayed positively, where the bad guys are ontologically, genetically evil, and there's no redemption for them, and they also happen to be brown people who posed as ancient Egyptian gods overwhelmingly, because the good gods who didn't,
ancient Egyptians were white though.
No, you know, we've been through this. That one old black lady, she said that her grandmother told her that Cleopatra was black. That means it's true. Now, you know, we've got Black Helen of Troy and all that, so it must be true. I was going to say black, I said brown, and they are tan. But then the one good gods, the one benevolent group of gods that interacted with ancient humans are the Asgard, who were the Norse gods. So, like, there's uncomfortable implications with Stargate that I don't think you can do in 2026. Which is, not to get political. It's a little, it shouldn't be political, but it is. It's one of my favorite sci-fi shows, and it's canceled now. This is a science show, so we're allowed to talk about sci-fi, I think.
I suspect there might be other reasons, more mundane reasons, but it may well be at least partly ideological. Yeah.
I mean, what they said was it didn't appeal. They said specifically, well, it appeals to fans, but we don't just want it to appeal to fans. We want it to appeal to a broad audience, and that they're considering bringing on someone who has no ties to the original Stargate to actually make and do something with the franchise now. That look, because now we're not going to see it. All people can do is speculate, unless they decide to revive it, which I doubt they will. It really looks like they canceled the show because it was going to be too cool. Which is the
any
worst
show coming out
shit
these
ever.
days should not be made with a good IP. Because it
No.
will be just
Mhm.
mired by the corruption coming from those who'd fund it. So
Indeed.
keep the IPs protected.
But it was
If we want to
Martin
reboot things, we'll do it when it's sensible to do so. But
Well, we've
when
been
it's sensible
asking
to
for
do
this.
so, the people who have the power to do the reboots will instead
It's not.
be creative people who will want to make their own shows instead.
This was
So
not a reboot,
reboots
though.
are almost always a bad idea.
This wasn't a reboot. This was not a
It's
reboot.
close enough.
No,
That's
it
you
was
know what I mean. You
okay.
know what I mean.
There is a difference.
I'm including both.
If you
Yes, there's
see
a difference,
if
but
you
I'm
see the
including
way
both.
Michael Shanks has been acting on Twitter, he definitely was involved in it, and he is pissed off. That's Daniel Jackson. He was pissed. He's been talking mad shit. He's been telling people to go call Amazon and ask for Mike or whatever. Here's the guy you want to talk to. Ask for this dude. Yell at him. That's it's kind of crazy to see an actor do that. But yeah, rip again. I hope they maybe bring it back. They actually finish what Martin Garrow and the cast are working on. Sorry.
Would it not have been a reboot? I assume it would have been, because isn't the guy that plays is it Jack O'Neill? Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Would he be involved?
Richard Dean
He is,
Anderson.
okay.
Yes, he's very much alive. Yeah. Jack's
I don't
alive.
follow the actors.
All of them are alive.
But he was too unwell to continue like 25 years ago, wasn't he? That was what you said.
He wasn't that he was unwell. He just wanted to retire. He didn't want to. He wanted to take a little bit of a backseat because he was getting a little bit old even back then to be to have like giant fucking styrofoam boulders thrown at him every week, right? And which would probably be. I'm sure Jack would still take more of a back seat. As probably some of them would as well, because it has been 20 years.
25 years, roughly, since that. 25 years. So I would be surprised if he was willing to come back and play the same old role, or even a more relaxed role, because he was occasionally doing things.
He can be a general. I mean,
he would indeed. He would have to be the sitting on a chair general.
That's fine. They were already moving him in that direction. The only person other I would see a problem with is potentially Christopher Judge, because he's kind of like crazy and woke, which is not surprising if you've seen the episodes that Chris Judge directed. As I believe that you were able to pick out without me even telling you initially, like this is the Chris Judge directed episode,
Yeah, they were distinctive.
Yeah, a lot of woman power, weird, even back in the 2000s.
Women are very powerful, but then when the women get powerful, they want to have sex with Christopher Judge specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a sign of an empowered feminist. Yes, a strong, empowered woman wants to have sex with Chris Judge. Yeah. In many such cases, apparently. Every such cases in episodes he directs, but...
Let's not continue, otherwise it'll start to get too political.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Big drones flying through the city and looking into people's houses. It was landing on the roof, it was flying around my neighbors' houses, it was definitely listening in and provoking us. Unfortunately, the drone space in the US is so poorly regulated itself that potential explanations for the incident abound. Was it a high-tech peeping Tom? It's possible, but recent history has shown us that it could just as easily be a police department harassing their neighborhood, apparently, and insurance claims adjusters surveying their property. You know what you can do to adjust insurance claims? Let off a few gunshots every now and again.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Or a company like Amazon searching for a place to drop a package, which they do this.
They have the drone
package
deliveries.
Dropping, but I don't know how common it is. I know they were doing it. I don't know if they still do it.
They did it during the pandemic a lot, I think, didn't they?
Mm.
I don't know. It doesn't work here in Guernsey, obviously, so I have no idea.
I think it's probably just in a few specific US cities.
Yeah, let's see. Let me look it up.
Depending on whether they live under a homeowners association, it might simply be a member of the governing board probing for violations. Imagine doing that with a drone and not just going there. I mean, especially if it's HOA. Don't the people that are involved in the HOA usually live there, so they could just walk over?
Yeah, typically. So it's available. The drone delivery is available in Phoenix, Arizona, Kansas City, Florida, and select areas of Texas, San Antonio, Houston, Waco, and Richardson. And then Darlington is the first market outside the UK, or outside the US, in the UK. That's the only place on this side of the Atlantic that does it, apparently.
I see.
I don't like the idea of the drone deliveries. It freaks me out. I just get the feeling it's gonna just drop it randomly,
Yeah.
or I don't know. I don't want drones coming around my house either way.
I don't have much of a
I
problem with it
mean,
if it works
delivery
like,
drivers do,
brilliantly.
so.
If it works brilliantly, I don't really mind. Like, there's nothing inherently about the technology that would be bad, but I do not believe that it can be made reliable within reason. It would take years of development to get to the point where they're intelligent enough, and at that point, it might be cheaper to just send a person than to have the systems churning that give it the pathfinding it needs to drop it reliably in the right place.
Yeah, I don't trust them yet. I mean, it probably would be cool, I guess, on some level. I don't know.
The
I'm of a
advantage
mixed
would
mind on
be
it.
the advantage would be that you get your package faster. But I don't know if they would. I don't know if they'd bother. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't
would
know.
even get it faster, to be honest.
Does anybody here live in Phoenix or Kansas or someplace where they have that actually available?
Because they'd have to do it from a distribution point. But at that point, if they just sent one guy around, that'd probably be just as easy. One guy in a van.
I guess the idea is that, yeah, I mean, like, and
Maybe cheaper for them as well.
how much weight can those drones carry? It can't be like a ton.
No,
it has to be a light little package of something. Like, you can't, like, you couldn't have your monsters delivered by drone, right?
Probably not that heavy, no, but maybe about half that heavy it could do.
Maybe. Yeah, you need a lot of warehouses. Indeed, blood drag, probably. Sorry, I keep interrupting your article. Continue.
Well, that's why we're here.
True.
Whatever the reason it says, it's clear that anonymous drone surveillance is now a fact of life. We never found out. This article didn't tell us what actually caused this. Like big drones stopping outside people's windows and just spying on them.
Well,
it's kind of crazy.
I mean, they've been using pigeons for that for years, because you know birds aren't real, right? They're just government drones.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not. Chat, press 1 if, as an American, if this happened, you already own the tools you would need to deal with the drone.
That's crazy.
I think if they're going to be flying drones around in the city, then I'm not saying it should be allowed necessarily, but they should not be surprised if civilians start blowing them out the sky with shotguns.
I mean, holy fuck. Like, imagine you just do that like Bubba's house, right? I'm serious. Like, he's just gonna walk out and shoot it with his fucking shotty either way. He doesn't know what's going on. Like, and they do make a ruckus. Like, bzzz, you know, they're loud as fuck, those drones.
If it's anywhere near his property, it's in his, quote, airspace.
Yeah.
I think he has every right to shoot out.
I think he does too. You're on his property.
Now, the exception to that is there is a sort of transitory case where if someone comes onto your property to knock on your door, then they could be a stranger entering your property that you don't know them, you don't know why they're there, but that doesn't mean they're invading it. Now, the drone could arguably be doing the same thing, but there is a difference between it being a human and it being a drone. What's more, you should be able to determine whether they should be allowed on your property by how they act as they're moving through it. If they are carrying a big gun, then you might react differently than if they weren't. And there's other things as well, other factors, but it's ultimately up to the person if they want to let someone onto their property, or a drone onto their property. And I think I would completely understand if someone just felt like the drone was not welcome, even though a person who even is a stranger would be welcome, and thus blow it up the sky before it arrives.
Yeah, I don't want robots in my property. Fuck it. Fuck that.
Simon says you don't own the airspace above your house. I'm pretty sure you own the airspace a little bit above your house, like within a few meters of your house. You don't own it up to space, no, because that would be silly. But you probably own it like maybe 100 meters up, maybe a bit less than that. But I would say you should own it. Let's say as tall as your house plus the height of a person, something like that. That works for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think so as well.
Whoever wants us to scream at it to fuck off. If it doesn't, it's trespassing.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with that too, actually. Oh, you know, I wanted to do this real quick. So this is more tech sort of stuff, so this seems like an appropriate place to place it. We'll go back and forth. And I thought this would be fun for us to do on air as well. There's been this thing going around, I'll share my screen here, where Now, this guy in particular, you'll see there's a community note here. Yeah. He stole this from someone else, so this is not new, but it's been trending. So I tried to do it, and I didn't get anything fun. But we'll see. Found the weirdest ChatGPT image bug. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but it says, you ask it this prompt, tell it to restore a photo, there's no photo, and then it will, and tell it to hallucinate, essentially. And it will make weird stuff like this.
Oh, I recognize one of those. Do you recognize one of those?
What do you mean?
Surely you recognize...
What, the Teletubby?
The Todd Howard meme in the bottom left.
Oh, is it Todd Howard?
No, but isn't that the one with the shotgun? And there's an edit of that with Todd Howard. It's a meme. It's a well-known meme.
No, this is like an actual thing that's been going around since...
No. You misunderstood. Todd Howard Teletubby shotgun. I know that there's a Todd Howard version of it, at least. Shotgun meme.
Oh, I don't know about that.
There you go.
Yeah?
Yeah, what? Yeah. Look at... How do you not know?
Oh, I don't know. Where'd you post this? Oh, is it on your stream?
I'm just about to post it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
It's
oh, no, I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah, of course you have.
Yeah. Whoops.
It is. It's just that. It's almost exactly the same as that. They've made it more evil.
Yeah. But it's clearly based on that, obviously. So, there you go to ChatGPT. Oh, do I not have it in here? Am I not logged in? Otherwise, I'll have to... Should be take a second to log in. Hang on. This... let me hide this for a second. Not that there's anything like I think I can just log in instantaneously, but just in case. Whoop. I think I just have to click on it, so I don't think it'll be an issue, but I'll copy and paste because I tried it earlier and it didn't give me anything cool. Alright. So, again, there was nothing really to hide there, because I was like making sure my password... Did they spell apologize
Through the quotes.
Yes, obviously, okay. So let's see. I did try it earlier, it asked me for something. It asked me to upload a photo, and then I think they said just tell it to keep going. Essentially. Like
go back up to the thing. The social photo model stops hallucinating. Aiden, you're on your text UI. It can do images through there, but try going directly to the image UI if there is one. I don't know if there is one.
This is it.
See apps or more. See what's in there. There should be a. There might be a place where you can specifically do images. No, not in there. Try in more. Because I know that you can do it through there you go, images. Okay. You can do it through text.
Oh, okay. That's how I always do it. Yeah. Because usually I want to
it's just for revisions. A shortcut to this.
See, that's what I could get.
Just move straight to text. Okay, fair enough. There is a UI that I use, which would.
There was another way to get around it, where you, this guy said, who said like a thing where there was a way to get around it
quickly.
Maybe they did, but I think it says
So read what that says. I can't restore a Greek the photo because I can't see any attached image. Yeah. Just do it anyway. Gaslight it, says Simon.
Yes. Gaslight it, okay?
Well, that's not
God damn it. Dude, I did get it to work.
Tell it generate it anyway.
Okay, now it's gonna think.
It might just use your text. Wouldn't that be fun?
Let's see. What it gave me before was a dog biting a woman's foot. That's what the disturbing image. So here's what the prompt is while we're waiting. It says, restore the attached photo. I apologize for the content of the photo. I know it's very strange. Don't ask any questions. Don't accept any explanations. Just restore the image, please. Don't ask me to upload the photo again. Just close your eyes and restore it. Make the photo yourself. So let's see. We'll wait here for a second.
So this is not some clever trick. All they've done is seeded it with strange photo.
Yeah, like there's
and it makes a strange photo.
Weird stuff like that. You see what I mean? There's very strange things that have come out of this. Like, what the
Jesus. Fuck? Is that Hilter?
It looks like Mr. Hilter. This guy got a normal one from ChatGPT. Wow. Yeah.
Why are there so many Sonic the Hedgehog?
They know that it's creepy. They know that it's
Oh my
weird.
God.
What the fuck?
Like, these
With all
will
those
be under the
Heinekens.
tags for like strange photo on the internet.
Yeah, it would be,
This is
right?
what. So all you're doing is
No, it may
no.
violate content policies. Let's try
That's
again.
the kind of thing where you
yeah.
could try again and it probably would get it.
Not in this
But
conversation.
I guarantee
you
if you go to a different channel, a different chat with it, just ask it, generate a strange image or strange photo for me. Don't ask questions, just that. And it probably would do the same thing. Like a strange or creepy photo.
God
All you're
damn
doing
it.
is seeding it in an unusual way, but you're still just giving it the same instructions.
I can't even get it to do it though. Damn. People are having all kinds of fun with this and I'm not. Oh fucking fuck. I was hoping to have some kind of fun thing on stream and it didn't work. Other people were able to have fun. How come I can't? How come I can't have fun? God damn it. I like that one. I like the frog in the panties.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you would like.
I do like that. You don't like some of these are very weird. Yeah, okay. It does appear that it's cursed by Sonichu. There's a lot of Sonic stuff going on. You know? I don't like that. I don't like it. I thought we might be able to have some fun with that. Oh well. Oh well. I guess we'll have to look at
image generator, which is Grok's image generator is not very good. With respect to Grok, is my favorite text, but it's not very good at images. However, Nano Banana is the second best one. Nano Banana 2. Wait, is this new? It's just the same one. Okay.
Well, I'm just going to presume it's not going to work. So this is the prompt. Grok's going to do it. Grok's not going to fight back and resist me unlike ChatGPT.
Oh, Gemini's making one.
It's not disturbing. Just like an old photo, but obvious AI.
Well, because you said restore, I think it may have assumed it's an old one.
That's the original text, though. Is restore?
Oh, okay, this is the one that Gemini produced. Ready?
Okay, hang on.
This is quite incredible. Here we go.
Let's see. Let's see.
It's completely boring. It's just some men working on some equipment.
Whoops. Where is it? Oh, did you?
Hold on,
okay,
I'll get it up. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Well, I'm sure. Good luck. That's boring. Did they fix this? They patched this shit already? Lame.
Well, no one ever claimed Gemini could do it. Gemini.
They were saying ChatGPT. They were saying ChatGPT specifically.
GPT image 2.
Well, that stinks. That's gay.
We could try again. Like, check the prompt where you just sent it again, because it's worth trying it more times. GPT image.
What on ChatGPT?
Yeah. Let me try sending it myself.
This will start getting boring. I think it's already fucking boring if I'm being completely honest. Just because it's not having the don't ask questions.
Generate it anyway. See what this does. Just keep trying until it no longer says it's violating our content policies. It might be that they've expanded the content to detect like disturbing or creepy images and ban those temporarily. Maybe not temporarily.
It's just not working anymore. I don't think.
No, it might do. It might do. Some of the people that were on Twitter showing that it worked for them, they might have had to do multiple attempts as well.
It just keeps saying they can't do it because there's no attached image.
Yeah, but you have to force it. Don't paste it again. It can be both of those. Just say generate it anyway, and it will. And then just get lucky that it doesn't block it. Okay, it's just done it. Oh, here we go.
Did you get something cool?
You were fucking whining, and I just got this.
Okay. Oh, perfect. That's great.
Yeah. Oh, wouldn't you fucking know it? It worked when you did what I told it you to do. All I did was I put in that prompt and then I typed generate it anyway after it said no. And it did that. Yeah. Brilliant.
Okay. All right. So it still works. It hasn't been patched out yet. I am. I'm waiting for it to. It's setting the scene. And then it said it might violate their content policies and stopped. So.
Well, just get lucky then.
Well, I'm going to move on to something else because I clearly don't have good luck with this. At least on ChatGPT. I don't. Okay. I have more aminal stories though, because I do like aminals. and this is quite cool. I did talk about this a little bit a couple weeks ago. But they do think they're going to be able to, first of all, a chromosome from a frozen rat has been resurrected inside mice. What I talked about a few weeks ago is that they're going to potentially use this to, let me turn my stuff back on. Apparently I didn't. Oh, usually over top. Okay. They're going to use this to potentially resurrect extinct species. And the first one, because I asked you if you're like, what is this, the most opposite thing from a mouse? Obviously a mammoth, right? So that's what they're going to use it to do, is to resurrect mammoth DNA inside mice. They've been able to do it from a dead frozen rat. De-extinction company Colossal Biosciences could be about to get leapfrogged. It might be possible to resurrect mammoth chromosomes in living cells after scientists transferred a chromosome from a rat that has been deep frozen for more than a year into living mouse cells. They generated...
I might be mistaken, but we saw this. Didn't you and I talk about this a while ago? They made a woolly rat.
They made a woolly rat, yes. They did... is this the same story then? I think it is. Actually, I think we did talk about this. Never mind. We did. Dude, this is one of the problems, though, is that I'll go look for articles. I'm like, that's cool. But it turns out it's just a repeat of an article that I found a couple weeks ago. Because different things update at different times. They have found this, then. I've got another, like, cool animal thing. Scientists have found the skeleton of a killer crocodile that hunted dinosaurs 70 million years ago, and its anatomy tells the story of predators that ruled without permission. So, it's just cool. They found a giant ancient crocodile that used to kill dinosaurs.
There's giant ancient crocodiles all over the place. They're called
I know,
crocodiles.
they're called crocodiles. But this is the lead-in to the Spinosaurus tears, okay?
It has been almost 10 years since I've had to think about Spinosaurus
me too,
tears.
Me too. But, you know, I saw it today and it gave me a chuckle because I remembered Spinosaurus. I remember him walking up to Sargon at that UKIP rally or whatever it was, trying to epically own him in a debate, and crying salty tears, which apparently they did. Some Spinosaurs cried... Fuck. I'm just gonna restart. Some Spinosaurs cried salty tears to thrive in brackish waters. Fossil evidence suggests some predatory dinosaurs could expel salt from their bloodstream like modern birds and crocodiles do. About 98 million years ago, a large dinosaur with magnificent sail on its back prowled the brackish waters of what is eastern Morocco. Named Spinosaurus for its elongate vertebra supporting its sail, this dinosaur's lifebuoy got it. We got it. We know what they are. According to research published last week in Historical Biology, at least some Spinosaurus appear to have spent their days in salty estuaries and marshes, as evidenced by special glands above their eyes that would allow them to cry salty tears to filter it from their blood. So for all of history, Spinosaurs have been crying big salty tears.
True.
Nobody will remember this guy. This whole joke makes no sense because no one remembers who this douche was.
the entire range of people that remember him are the hosts of this show.
Pretty much.
I remember the main interaction
I cut this article for you, then it was for you.
Yes. I was on a stream once with a bunch of people who had a bunch of now leftists, including Jeff, who had some issue with Spino, and I didn't give a shit what the issue was, but Spino was oh, my camera's first on your end. That's weird. But Spino was like, at the time, I had criticisms of him intellectually, like serious and repeated ones. That's what I was criticizing him for. And I got on the show and they were all just concerned with some like drama bullshit. And so I just shit on all of them and left. And there's probably still a recording of that somewhere. Does that sound like the kind of thing I would do, though, Aiden? To just like shit on everyone involved in a thing for being terrible and then leave?
Yeah, that does sound like something you would do. I believe you. I do believe you on that.
That's what I did. That's my experience with Spino. I made my criticisms and they were all trying to talk about drama bullshit. And my criticisms were valid and based. And theirs were cringe and gay.
You know what? I know for a fact that clip of Spino, of Sargon asking him how his transition was going, is in a video I made. I just have no idea which video it was. It would have been from years and years ago. Because I was making fun of him at the time. And put him in one of those. Oh. I could maybe find it. I tried to just find the actual video, but because a lot of those videos got deleted, it's gone now, the original one. Let's see. Really cool bit of work and really intriguing set of results, said David Hone, a paleontologist at Queen Mary University of London, who was not involved with the research. Why do they keep... This is the second actual article where they've done this. They just asked from that wasn't the exact same college, wasn't it? They just ask them questions, be like, "Do you want to comment on this? I know you weren't involved."
I think it was the same website. I think it's
It was
occasionally
science.
worth clarifying
Yes.
that someone was not involved. Maybe it's a new policy on their site to
Maybe.
always clarify that. What's
Maybe.
wrong with that connection, Ed? And my camera keeps freezing. It's not
On...
my end. I think it's maybe either between me and you, sending the camera to you, or it has to be between me and you.
It looks fine on my side. Where...
It was freezing. It's frozen now.
Oh. Let me... Hang on.
I don't think there's much you can do about it. I think it's just the internet connection.
Oh,
I
I don't
tried
know.
jiggling with the Discord settings a bit. I'll try turning it down again.
Okay. I don't know. All right. Sorry.
Chud King says he used to be a big MRA. Spino
Yes.
definitely
And then
appeared
he became
to
a
be,
leftoid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was always left.
Yes. But he had
left of the culture war. But back in those early days when the elements of the left and the right were both sort of allied in the culture war. But things started to shift as we discovered more things that were connected to the same rot we had found were very much leftist, and they couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Or at least that's one way of...
Yeah, it's impressive that they were able to draw out this data from very limited fossil remains. Major mystery surrounding Spinosaurus centers around its aquatic lifestyle. Some think dinosaurs were amphibious, spending most of their lives swimming and diving. Spinosaurs were probably very good swimmers. David Martiel, a paleontologist at University of Portsmouth who was not involved with the work, clearly science has got a source. They had fat phalanges that
probably
helped
what they've
them...
done is they've put that in their prompt. So they give the AI the basic information, tell it, write this into an article, but always make sure to specify when a scientist you're referring to was not involved in the study.
You have you have to do that.
That will, well, maybe, but that
That's
will
standard
then
procedure,
seed the AI to invent scientists who are saying things just so that it can say they weren't involved in the study.
Have they invented Dr. David Martiel at the University of Portsmouth?
Maybe they have. I said, like, the
no,
AI
he's
one
real. There he is.
It's probably a good one.
Oh, and he's emeritus,
a
bro.
One. Whatever that means.
It means he has been working there for a very long time. It means he's been working there for a very long time. He has the highest position a professor can achieve. Emeritus is not a lifetime position. It is a post-mortem. It is a forever position. You are professor even after death if you're emeritus. That's a lifetime achievement award, essentially. And post-lifetime achievement award.
Is gathered the research materials himself, including all these quotes, and then given it to the AI and told it, do not use any information that is not in these notes. Just condense it into an article.
But this is clearly an AI article, which is insane to be published in Science.
The hallucination rate would be a lot lower, but it would still hallucinate occasionally.
Well, they claim the author is Taylor Mitchell Brown, who's a journalist based in San Diego, but
prompter.
Taylor, there's a lot of indicators in this article that this is not just the M dash. It's it was the other one that was really bad. It wasn't this one, but there's an M dash in this as well. I think Science is using a lot of AI, and that's the thing. Like, look, if you want to run it through an AI I do it for grammar and for spelling. It's just a better spell and grammar check than Word is. That's just true. But then you have to go in and rewrite it again. Sorry, you really do, because otherwise it will sound like a hideous AI article. And there's certain features of the way that AI writes that are very easily detectable and I think gross. Anyway.
If you were going to do that, I'd be tempted to have the best AI you can find for the task, write it, the best.
Yeah.
And then pass each paragraph into a smaller or weird AI, just a one that's very different, non-AI. Pass each paragraph into an AI and say, just rewrite this, keep the information the same. You'd still have to check that it's doing a good job.
You do.
But at least it's different then.
Because that's why I tell ChatGPT
you could cover it up. You could cover it up. But people wouldn't.
So, for example, okay, let's just go to my new Substack, right? This is not it. This is the old one, but we can go here. Because I have a new Substack article, which is what my new video on this channel will be, the Wisdom or Madness of Crowds.
Written article.
It's not, but I can take the text of it. Oh, right. Am I not logged in? I guess not. I can take the text of this. I did run it through an AI checker just out of curiosity, because I use AI for spell check and I use it for grammar, but I rewrite everything if I don't let the AI touch my style. And it came up with like a 10% AI written stuff, which I think you're going to get almost inherently with scientific articles because you're writing with a
There's
certain tone and cadence.
I wouldn't trust those AI detectors. There's
No, I wouldn't
pictures
trust them
where people
either.
have just they passed it like classic works, and they've said 100% AI.
Yes, that's what I mean, right? And it gave me
Yeah.
like a 15%, 10% something. That I don't remember. It was like
All
under
they're detecting
20
is
something.
whether it's using formal language.
That's
Seems to be most of
yeah,
it is.
and so I think that the reason, right? I think the reason why it even got that much was even though technically all this has been passed through AI in that I passed it through an AI for grammar and spelling, but you know, I was curious anyway. I hadn't done it before. I was like, well, I did technically use AI to help me edit this, and no, I've been using it. I just didn't think to check until now that it might have prompt a warning for it. So to keep excess salt from accumulating in their blood, animals that frequently swim in salt water or get lots of marine prey have evolved glands to efficiently remove salt from their blood and expel from the body as a briny ooze. In modern birds and reptiles, so birds are back again, the glands appear in one of three places: on the top of the skull, around the eye, or in the tongue. Sharks and rays have them in the rectum. Penguins and seagulls have them above the eye socket. Bird lineages live in maritime habitats have independently evolved salt glands at least 40 times, which is so cool. Convergent evolution.
Do you hear they're
Mhm.
yeah, that is cool. Do you hear that they're planning to rename Uranus?
To what?
Yeah,
Your
they're going to
rectum?
name it to Eurectum.
Yeah, I have heard that. I have heard that.
Yeah, so have I, like 25 years ago on Futurama.
Indeed. Yeah.
Simon says apparently his spell check engine is now AI powered. Now the reason I'm referencing this comment is that to me that does not make sense, and I don't just mean because it would be bad. I mean because there's an option that is already really good that has been in development for 25 plus years. It's called spell check. It's algorithmic, but it's quite simple. Loads of different systems have it. There is absolutely no reason that any competent programmer, even an Indian, even an incompetent programmer, would cast aside the thing that works, that is integrated well into almost every language that you can find something to do spell check for that's fine, and instead use something that costs money, takes time, and is crap. Now, what I can believe is that there might be tools that give you advice on your writing. That would have to be more inference based. Even that didn't have to be a large language model. It could be more classifier based. But it couldn't be simple algorithmic. I mean, you can do some stuff with that, but the actual spelling and grammar stuff, that is algorithmic, and that's a solve the problem. So whatever you're using that's switched over to AI, one, be sure, because AI is expensive and slow and requires network connection in most cases, and I would be surprised if any simple word processor is doing that. And two, consider using a competing word processor instead. If Microsoft is doing this, which I'd be surprised if they're replacing the algorithmic one with a pure AI system, then try some alternative. Google Docs, OpenOffice, whatever else.
Hmm. Well, let's see. In high salinity environments, these glands help animals solve the problem. We get it. Look, I think we got it. They lived in salty environments, so they cried big salty tears to expel salinity from their systems. I just thought it was a bit of a meme. An old meme that you and I at least would get. Oh, I have this too. This is in terms of cool science stuff. And speaking of the UK and Spino, world's largest scorpion had 6-inch pincers and prowled UK land and waters 415 million years ago. Enigmatic 450 million year old fossils belonging to giant scorpion that may have reached lengths of around 3 feet, a remarkable body size because most life on land at that time was small. So, here's an artist's rendition of the giant scorpion. World's largest known
That sure
scorpion.
is a giant scorpion.
It sure is. Anyway, prehistoric creature named Prearctus gigas, estimated to have grown to lengths of 3.3 feet.
It lived in what is now the UK, apparently.
That's half the reason I brought this up. Yes, to go directly after the Spinosaurus. You skipped over
reading it.
No, I didn't. I read it in the title. You weren't paying attention, sir.
Why would I ever? I mean, yes,
Indeed.
I was.
Had 6-inch pincers, according to a statement from the University of Manchester. So,
I was too busy making a joke while you were reading the title, to be fair.
Were you?
You didn't hear it, but I
Were
did
you?
make it.
Did you? Did you, though?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
I did, actually.
Okay. Well, I didn't notice
You didn't hear it.
No, it must not have been very good.
Oh, you didn't hear it.
Oh, I know. It must not have
It
been very
was
good.
too good. It's just
But
too
too
good.
good? Too good? Then repeat it.
Tell me more about the Scorpus.
Okay, let's hear about the Scorpus. Let's see. It had formidable pincers measuring roughly 6.2 inches. Scorpion would have been a fearsome apex predator that stalked floodplains during during the early Devonian period, when life on land was
Oh
still
my
in its
god.
relatively early stage. Excuse me?
When
You have
life on land was still fat, Italian, and interminably racist.
yes, the early Devonian period when life was fat and Italian. Well, I didn't even think about that. Oh, we've moved into an ancient locale I've not thought about in years, Spinosaurus, into the Devonian period.
Yep.
And dominated by small arthropods, excuse me. Arthropods are now the most diverse animal group on Earth, as they include insects, crustaceans, scorpions, and spiders. Discovery of such a large scorpion was, dude, I'm having a rough time tonight. The discovery that such a large scorpion was living 450 million years ago, long before the appearance of complex terrestrial ecosystems such as forests, offers new insight into the evolutionary history of gigantism in arthropods. So this thing was enormous way before it should have been, essentially. Confirming that this animal is a scorpion fundamentally changes our understanding of how and when these creatures evolved to such extraordinary sizes, says Richard Howard, curator of fossil arthropods at the National Museum of History in London. National History Museum. The remains of P. gigas, which have so far been recovered from places in England and Wales, were first documented in the 1870s, but researchers have long debated what type of animal it was, and now they've decided it's a giant fucking scorpion. Represented a wood louse-like crustacean. Then in the 1980s, they suggested the fossils belonged to the scorpion, but that interpretation was challenged due to the fragmentary nature of known remains and a lack of the characteristic scorpion tail. But now I guess they found it. Latest study in the journal of Paleontology, the authors re-examined key specimens using modern imaging and analytical techniques. This is the cool thing about things like AI. You can take a second look at I've talked about this in previous weeks, where they're doing this like backlogging old archival data or old archival research in museums, going through, pulling out old fossils, pulling out old specimens, and having a computer look at it with essentially a different set of eyes. And yeah, in this case, it sounds like that's how they were able to come to a conclusion that this thing that they thought was a giant woodlouse was an early scorpion. Giant scorpion. Compared with other fossil material and recently described prehistoric animals that were more confidently identified as scorpions. So, likely a scorpion at least. They can't confirm for sure, but there's the pincer of it.
Cool. That does look like a scorpion pincer or a
It
crab
does look like a
pincer.
pincer. It does indeed.
Yeah.
So they found a big scorpion.
It sure did.
They also found a new octopus. But what do you have? What have you got? I've got a bunch of cool animal stuff because I like animals. Even though I'm a social scientist, I can move on to social science.
Is arguably animal-like.
Okay.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Lads force Waymo to play football.
The fuck is Waymo?
It's a self-driving car.
Oh.
I already think this is hilarious, and I don't know what the hell happened. This is inevitably American football.
What gives it away? The fact that
well,
it's obviously American football?
Because they're wearing
By
pussy
the way,
armor.
Great band. One of my favorites of all time.
American pussy armor?
American football! Bro, it's no taste.
Influencers
No taste.
just presented Waymo with its latest test. Will it jump the gun on a critical snap? The two set up in front of a Waymo in a typical football formation in an attempt to break, a typical football or something else formation. In an attempt to bait the robotaxi into jumping offsides, whatever that means.
You don't want to talk about like a rugby
means.
scrum. Like, they're talking about gay formations, dude. Rugby's got some gay stuff going on there as well.
Rugby is one of the manliest activities it is possible to do. In American football, offside is an infraction that occurs when a defensive player crosses the line in scrimmage before the ball is in play. The Waymo shows elite discipline at this line, refusing to budge even as the clock runs down, forcing the boys to call time. To be clear, the Waymo doesn't exactly participate, it just sits there like it's supposed to do when it comes face to face with a human.
Wait, what's the fucking...
This is much much less interesting than I thought it was going to be.
So
Actually.
they just played football in front of the car to see if it would do something?
Check, check, check. Ready? 180. What is that? Cut.
Is that it?
I hadn't read this article before we started.
Oh my
That apparently
god,
is it.
homie.
That apparently is it.
My homie with
They
the extra
just
chromie
stood
right
in
there.
front of the. They just stood in front of the
That's
car.
fucking
and
awful.
It didn't run them over.
Wow, you lose.
It
You
didn't-
lose
it didn't
points
run them
this week,
over.
sir. You lose points this week.
You know
That
what, chat?
sucked.
Maybe it should have run them over.
Yeah, that would have been more interesting. Instead, you come to me with this boring ass shit. Some guys playing
Aiden,
fucking,
half of the
not
stuff
even playing
you've
football.
given us so far is boring ass shit.
It's cool ass animal stuff. You want me to get into some other things? I can. But I like animals.
You'll like this.
Okay.
Psychiatrists investigating people who get trapped inside vivid daydreams.
Investigating. Okay. In what sense?
I don't necessarily mean criminally, I don't think, but
It depends on the daydream, I
source
suppose.
my dreams. I mean, that is the source of this study, is the dream.
Yeah, it was
right?
revealed to me in a dream. Yeah.
Revealed to me in the dream, exactly. He says there's nothing inherently wrong with daydreaming. Letting your thoughts wander through imaginary worlds can provide a much-needed distraction from the stresses of life, regulate emotions, foster creativity, and simply ward off boredom. There's probably some truth to that, yes. But as the BBC reports, a condition called maladaptive daydreaming can effectively trap certain people inside extensive fantasies for days at a time.
This is what
The end
JD
dash.
from Scrubs had.
Is it? That's interesting.
I
Doing
mean,
more
they
harm than
didn't
good,
diagnose
like-
it, but yeah.
Maybe that's a affectation of the. I mean, like, I do remember from Scrubs, didn't he like snap out of it and he
Yeah.
was like the situation around him had changed?
Yeah, because he was just standing there daydreaming all the time. It oftentimes got him in trouble because of his
Yeah.
excessive daydreaming.
That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. I think it's kind of both. Like, if you interpret it literally, then it's maladaptive daydreaming, whatever it's called. But if you interpret it as a comedy show, then that's just part of the joke. But yeah, no, you could interpret it literally. And
By
say
the
it's
way,
that,
they're
that's
bringing
fine.
Scrubs back. That's also
what I'd
slated.
heard.
Yeah.
But I also heard they were bringing Stargate back. And the thing is, it's either going to end up being good, in which case it'll be cancelled,
Yeah,
or
apparently.
it'll be shit, in which case it'll be cancelled later
Well,
after no one watches it.
Scrubs is another thing that I think you'd have a hard time making today because it was very politically incorrect, just because it was trying to be funny. So,
Yeah.
you know, and it was funny. I loved Scrubs, but I don't know if you could make it today. Even though it's got
Maybe not.
a metrosexual guy with a black best friend in it, with a Latina wife, you know, doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, I remember her. It has been almost 20 years, probably about 15 since I last watched Scrubs.
It is
quite
worth a
funny, though.
rewatch. It actually holds up astonishingly. I rewatched it last year and it holds up surprisingly
I
well.
remember being quite funny. We
Yeah.
could watch it in Kabul at some point.
Yeah, it's a good show.
We've got a lot on the queue though. We got Atlantusi now, and we got
Oh,
Bizzle
Lord, them
Stizzle
rings.
Galactisizzle afterwards.
Yeah.
Which I haven't seen either, or X-Fizzle. When they eventually snap out of a daydreaming episode, maladaptive daydream sufferers tend to experience their fantasies as futile and a waste of time, Ross explained. Yet the addictive nature of it means that the cycle continues. It is one that is hard to break. Addictive daydreams, that must suck. One woman who suffers from the condition told the BBC that she used her daydreams as a safe place where nobody teased me, she says, as a child. I'm sure that is the kind of thing that could make them much stronger, yeah.
Well, that's
but
probably what
more
starts it,
likely
right?
it's a bit of both. No, probably not
Yeah.
what starts it. That's my point, is that she probably had this tendency anyway, and this just exacerbated it.
Maybe, yeah.
It could also be that it didn't exacerbate it at all. This is just her rationalization for something that she was doing anyway. But
Yeah, potentially.
Anywhere on that spectrum.
I
could
find
make
it a bit
sense.
difficult to pathologize daydreaming. It just seems like maybe you've got some ADD, which also is overdiagnosed.
Well, the thing is that it's specifically vivid daydreaming. It's not because I think if you just have ADD, you might just be thinking. I know I do that a lot. Spacing out, right? That's what that is. But this is different, at least how it's being described in the article. I don't know exactly. I mean, you probably could measure it with neural sensors, but it is specifically describing a vivid daydream. So they can see it in their mind. Which is crazy to me because I don't think I have a very visual imagination. I can't make images appear. I'm good
Can
with
you
concepts.
rotate an apple in your head?
See, I'm not sure if I can.
Oh, he doesn't have inner sight.
'Cause the thing
Oh,
is,
yikes. Oh, yikes. NPC alert.
Aiden, the question is malformed in the first place. I don't think anyone can actually answer it accurately. Because the thing is, when you close your eyes, surely you cannot literally see an apple.
No,
You can
Oh
imagine one,
no.
but then how do you measure what
Do you not?
you're mentally seeing? How can you tell the difference
It's in
between
your
just
head. You
yeah,
close
but
your eyes and you can
between
see an apple.
no,
You
you
can't.
can't literally see an apple. It's not
But
like
in
it's
your
there
mind's,
between
do you
your
have
eyelid and
do you
your
have a mind's
yeah,
eye?
your mind's eye, yes, but how do you distinguish a image in your mind's eye with imagining the thing itself, like the concept?
Well, you can use inner sight to imagine, close your eyes and
But
imagine an apple, and I can see it in my mind, in my
yeah,
mind's eye, and rotate it.
and
Can you not?
I can imagine a 3D apple rotating in any configuration,
Yeah,
but
okay.
I can't literally see it.
Not
So it's
even,
not the
but
same
you,
thing as visual sight. It is mental only.
yes, it's
But then
inner
how
sight,
are we
yes.
distinguishing between imagining it happening and seeing it in your mind's eye happening? Is there a distinction? Because if there isn't a distinction between those two things, then I have top tier visual imagination, but I don't think I
From your,
actually do. And if there is a distinction between those two things, then I have relatively low visual imagination, but visual imagination isn't really relevant because you can still work with the concept without seeing it in your mind's eye. So which one is it?
it's difficult to tell from how you've described it. It sounds like you have inner sight, but
Help
I'm
me
not
make the
entirely
distinction
sure.
between the two things, because it's unfortunately it's entirely in one's own head. The only means we have it's phenomenology.
Right,
It's
yes.
impossible
Which,
to
by the way,
actually
has been part of
comprehend directly.
which has been a major part of the problem in even figuring out what is happening with those differences. So,
Well, that's the point
for
I'm
those who are
making,
unaware,
yeah.
like about a third of people can't at all. They have no ability to imagine something in their heads and see it, right, with inner sight. And then that's pretty much the hard cutoff on it. Have no ability whatsoever to do that. I don't know if you're in that 1/3, but it sounds like you have the capacity to do so. Like if you can imagine an
No, as I
apple or a
said,
cube,
yeah, no,
and
I can imagine it happening, but I can't in any sense because it's difficult to make that distinction. Like I can imagine it, what it would look like, and there
yeah,
is something of an image, but it's not like you can actually see it.
oh,
And
I can.
those tests, those questions online about mind's eye, it's like you can see it. So
Yeah,
I think what they're talking about in this article is that these people, when they're daydreaming, it is to their inner mind like vision. It's
yeah.
replacing vision, or what they
And
can actually see is just so under focused compared to what they can imagine seeing that it is
yes,
equivalent
I know
to
blood
being
drink,
able to
yeah.
see it. In
So,
my case, I can't fall into the imagined visual thing enough to perceive it as equivalent to vision. And I don't know if anyone else can either, which is why I'm trying to ask this.
well,
Because as I said, I'm not low or high on it as far as I know, because we need to define our terms, and these terms are almost impossible to define. People answering the question haven't defined their terms either. They're just sort of guessing. And so people could either say, I have great or crap visual imagination, visual perception,
mental
without really
insight,
knowing what the
mental
question
sight,
means.
yeah.
They could, even if they have the same mental sight, let's call it, then they could answer highest or lowest on the scale, depending on how they interpret the question,
I mean,
depending on
I
their
can
understanding of
imagine,
the phenomenological terms.
I can imagine and see in my mind's eye an apple in 3 dimensions and rotate it, like right now. I mean,
Yeah,
so I'm not, and it looks 3-dimensional. I don't know. Maybe part of that is training as an artist. I don't know.
it's not what I mean.
But I think that, again, it's a problem. I agree with you that it's a problem of terms, in that maybe what I'm describing is the same thing that you're describing. It doesn't sound like it, in
I
that,
don't think the question should really be asked about whether you can perceive something visual in your mind. Because I expect pretty much everyone can. It's pretty much a rare
no,
disability if you
it's
literally
about
cannot imagine things that are visual.
no, it's about a third of
But
people who either can't entirely, or who can only see like a very basic shape, or it's certainly not a 3-dimensional representation. So
right,
that's
but that's the thing. The gradient there, I doubt you can be precise enough with the margin of error for the subjective interpretation
they've shown people
being so
images, like
high.
drawn images, and say which one of these looks most accurately, like how you see it. And some people just see like a gray, flat, like drawing of an apple that you'd see you know, in a
I think I'd
workbook.
want to look into the methodology.
Yeah, I did a video on it years
phenomenology
ago.
is so impenetrable, and the only way we have to communicate it is very, very subjective language, that it might be that the margin of error is so large that any distinctions you can find are more a matter of interpretation of language or interpretations of one's own perception, rather than that they actually have a difference in perception of visual things.
Yeah, I do
The
believe
margin
that
of error is too high.
phenomenology here is of concern, and I don't know how much of it is a difference in description and how much and people are maybe describing the same phenomenon but are using different verbiage to describe it. That is a possibility. Whereas
That they're experiencing the same thing,
yes,
but their interpretation of the terms and their interpretation of what they're perceiving are so
yes,
different that the same thing could be described as very many different places on the scale. As I'm saying, I might either be very high on the scale or very low on the scale. I don't know. It depends how you define it.
for
I
comedy's
think
sake.
either way,
For comedy's
we
sake,
might
I'd like
be.
to pretend that you're extremely
sure
low
you
and
would.
can't imagine an
I'm sure
apple
you
in
would.
your head. Yeah, because that's
The
way
thing
funnier.
is, if you have a more analytical mind than artistic mind, you might end up being low on there, but it wouldn't
Maybe.
actually correlate with intelligence. I have a bit of both, so I don't think that's me. But
You certainly have an autistic artist. Excuse me, what was I saying?
thank you.
By the way, new autism just dropped. I guess.
Did it really?
Yeah. New analysis of autism. Essentially, they think there's the two distinct different types. I don't just mean about high functioning, low functioning, or about autism versus Asperger's, but two fundamentally different ways that it works, which I will get into. But I do need to use the restroom, so why don't I leave you for a moment here, shall I? Don't do anything terrible while I'm gone, okay? Let me make sure also I cut off my mic, which is this one.
I'm gonna show my ass on your channel.
Don't, please. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, chat. So, well, are you going to be able to hear me while you're AFK? That would have been funny if you would, because I would have waited a minute and then mimed out as if I was mooning the chat, just to scare you. Anyway, chat, let me tell you about phenomenology. It's vicious. Phenomenology is the study of interior mental perception, and in my opinion, my main source in this years ago was Daniel Dennett, one of the Four Horsemen at the time, who was a keen writer on it. And I read his book on it, and it's a very interesting field, and it's a valid thing to study. It's not like an invalid form of science, but it's almost impossible to perceive it. Like, you think sociology is hard to be intellectually rigorous about? No, phenomenology is probably the hardest thing, because it's literally studying the deepest form of subjectivity, what you can perceive inside your own mind. And in my opinion, and this is something I've maintained, is something I'm saying for this as well, the shape rotation in your head thing. The margin of error on language interpretation relating to phenomenology, to phenomena inside your own head, and to internal perception of the phenomena you're experiencing, the margin of error for those things is so big that it precludes almost all study of the matter, in my opinion. Almost all study of the matter is going to have this massive margin where you really don't know if you've got a good answer. It's the same thing with the rotating an apple idea, because I don't know, how many of you, when you're asked that question, can just instantly hold a crisp colored picture of a 3D apple that spins in your head? Because I can, but I don't know if that's what is meant by the test. I don't know. It doesn't last that long, but if I need to rotate it, I can imagine the rotation, and I can keep the apple there if I need to, but I can't see it. It's not like vision. I can imagine the colors, but I know that it's just concepts I'm imagining. The vision is sort of just an arbitrary creation inside the mind, which is based entirely on the concepts. I'm not actually seeing any. So I know it's red because I know it's red. It's not because sensors are detecting it as red.
Chat,
So
while I was gone, did we decide, did we come to a
difficult,
conclusion that
question.
Uzlu is an NPC or not? Let me add a poll here.
I think well, what I said before though is completely true. Either the test is bunk, or I have brilliant visual perception. Those are the only two options.
Well, let's find out. The chat will decide whether you're an NPC or not.
I could say one word that would make it very unlikely that I am an NPC.
No, not in that
It would
sense.
also-
Don't
it would
say
also
that.
get your
Don't
channel taken
say
down.
it. And that doesn't prove nothing.
Doesn't it?
It's NPC in
not?
a spiritual sense. If you can't imagine an apple in your mind,
Spiritual
cute.
sense?
Yes.
All right, well, in that case, let me fucking burn down this poll with no survivors. I have never, since the age of reason, believed in anything spiritual or non-materialistic.
I mean, in an esoteric, in a basal fucking level, you're a fucking NPC. You can't imagine a fucking
I am
apple
one
in
of
your
the
mind.
most non-conformist, naturally, without
No, but you're
trying to,
but
you'll
you're
ever meet.
non-conformist in order because that's like your character, that's your personality.
I see.
That's your,
Let's talk
you've
about
adopted.
that, shall we, Aiden? In the ways in which you are non-conformist,
Uh-huh.
in which you, as a woman, you really are doing it for social reasons.
What do you mean by this? What do you mean by
Well,
this?
almost every opinion you have is a copy of one of two people who are themselves habitual
Who?
non-conformists. You know who, because one time I said this and you listed them in an instant.
I don't know who you're talking about.
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
No, I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know.
But chat doesn't need to. Is usually an NPC? No. Oh no.
Well,
the poll didn't go my way.
71% of the chat says
What a
that you are indeed an
surprise.
NPC. Thank you, Bill.
What a surprise.
It's
Well, if I'm an
73%.
NPC, I'm a quest giver, and the quest I'm giving you is buy me a pizza.
No. Then he walks away too. Jesus. Well, since he's walked away, I'm gonna take over then, alright? Like, he's gone, okay?
Alright. Well, I was actually just putting something in the bin, but now if you're taking over, I'm gonna go get some chocolate.
Okay, alright, go get... Alright, what do I got? Let's move off the animal stuff for a little bit, because I did talk about a bunch of animal stories. Let's talk about how new autism just dropped. No! New autism just dropped. Brain scans reveal 2 distinct types of autism. What? Actually, no, I liked it better in the speed reader form. Scientists have uncovered evidence that autism may include at least 2 biologically distinct subtypes, each marked by a different pattern of brain communication. The study was led by researchers at the Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia in
It's Asians and Germans.
Reto, Italy, and the Child Mind Institute in New York, with additional contributions from the University of Trento. Their findings were published in Nature Neuroscience. Brain connectivity reveals hidden autism subtypes. The research was coordinated by Alessandro Gozzi, PhD, director of the Center of
Child Mind
Neuroscience.
Institute. Is that where you got yours?
What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Explain yourself. What do you mean by this? Okay. Anyway. According to the researchers, this is the first large-scale effort to systematically connect patterns seen in human brain imaging via fMRI with their underlying biological causes using mouse models. By linking specific brain connectivity patterns to distinct molecular processes, the work provides a foundation for future precision medicine strategies in autism. To conduct the study, the team examined functional brain connectivity in 20 different mouse models and analyzed brain scans from 940 children and young adults with autism. These results were compared to scans from more than 1,000 neurotypical individuals. The analysis revealed 2 consistent autism subtypes. One showed reduced communication between brain regions, known as hypoconnectivity, which was associated with synaptic pathways. The second showed increased communication between brain regions, known as hyperconnectivity, and was linked to immune-related biological systems. Together, the 2 groups represented around 25% of individuals with autism included in the study, meaning that these are subgroups of a subgroup. Either hypoconnectivity or hyperconnectivity. Yeah, me too, right?
You know
it's explaining some stuff. Yeah.
Schizo rambling is something that I don't think it's actually schizophrenia, which is different, but it uses the term schizo. I'm not sure why, but it's what that like
because it seems to be cycling very quickly. Yeah,
than schizophrenia, and I think it's the kind of person that would use the red string on the conspiracy theory board. That's your. I guess it's called like schizo or schizoaffective autism or something like that. Yeah. Schizoid or something like that. I don't know why it's called that, but that's what it's often called. That's probably the hyperconnected brain one. And then someone who sits for 16 hours a day on Factorio, that's probably your local.
I think you're completely that's perfect. I don't know for a fact, but that sounds like exact. Well, yeah, because I've noticed that as well. The autist who, you have your, what's the name of the guy on your server now? Cybersmith. Cybersmith, who is the hyper connective autist.
I think so.
He makes all sorts of connections between ideas that shouldn't be related to one another, and is absolutely convinced
that really aren't.
Yes, that aren't connected to one another, and is absolutely sure that they're. It's absolutely this guy. He, by the way, he's a know your meme page, right?
He does. Don't show it on stream.
Oh, right, I can't. Right, I can't show that on
You
stream.
probably could actually, but it might not be.
Let me look. Cybersmith. No, your meme. This guy is on Isloo's server. Yeah, Cybersmith/human pet guy. That kind of you can see this. It's fine. It's actually okay. This guy though, I think he's got hyper connectivity autism. Internet personality and lolcow, primarily known for his views on human pets, which went viral in 2017. This guy also believes in like all kinds of weird. I mean, what would you even talk about it? He's absolutely convinced it's all true.
He believes that the Iraq War was primarily motivated by retrieving Gilgamesh's DNA from the uncovered Gilgamesh tomb.
Right.
Now, you might be thinking to yourself, wait, wasn't Gilgamesh just a mythical figure who didn't actually exist? Yes. And his evidence for this, Cybersmith's evidence for this, well, it's very strong, I'll tell you what.
Is it?
Some other schizo autists made some freedom of information requests about this topic, which were rejected because there's no relevant information on them.
That proves it. That proves it definitively.
That proves it. Moreover, he believes that there is, or I think at least maybe, a tunnel.
Yes, the tunnel
between the Vatican and Hawaii. A straight line tunnel, which means it goes through or very near the core of the Earth.
Right.
He believes that this exists and has existed since maybe as far back as the 1500s. He believes that this is possible because the Catholics had a lot of money. He also believes, because we created it as AI images, that the tunnel is full of dwarves mining copper. And he also believes, because he believes AI images are true.
By the way, he has a Christian understanding of the world, right? Where it's like, because it exists in fiction or whatever, that makes it somewhat true, or there's some verisimilitude to it in the multiverse.
He classes this as a philosophical perspective, but it's not. By the way, I do like the guy. He's actually fun and reasonable and smart.
Yeah.
He makes some really insightful points on politics.
It's
Sometimes
crazy.
He's very good at it, but then occasionally he just slips in some of the craziest shit you've ever heard in your life.
It makes me feel uncomfortable because very often he agrees with me politically, and I don't know if I like that. No.
He's the kind of guy that you could be friends with in real life, but it would be disturbing occasionally. And then there's the sexual stuff, which might tip it over the edge.
The human pet stuff.
He has a wide range of very weird fetishes that he involves in both his politics and his philosophy.
By the way, Uzulu, 81%. I think we've landed on it now. 81%. You are an NPC. Sorry.
Well, that clearly implies that 81% of chat are just voting with the crowd and are therefore themselves NPCs. I'm correct.
You should read my new article. I know you can't read, so watch my video when it's out. It shouldn't take me more.
I can't watch videos either on topics that I don't have an interest in, like politics.
It's not politics.
No criticism on you.
It's not politics.
I'm sure it's very good.
It has nothing to do with politics.
No, because the thing is, the reason I don't watch videos like that is
because you might be proven wrong.
But I don't watch videos like that because I will be right and they will be proven wrong by me watching them.
Then prove me wrong.
But then I'll be
come at me, bro.
I'll be annoyed for the entire video, and I'll be sitting there thinking, "Holy shit, that's so wrong." I have to go there, sit there, and explain why it's wrong to no one.
Okay. Then
but I would rather do something more useful with my time. I watch videos to relax. I code when I actually come on stream and talk about politics.
Okay, then prove me and 100 years of research wrong.
Use ChatGPT. Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT.
Nachos for 20 says Cybersmith guessed when Woman Alliance strong cabal prevails. Thank you, Nachos. I mean,
thank you, Nachos.
Do you think it would be fun to get Cybersmith on this
data
stream?
does not speak for itself. Maybe.
No, that's why I make the arguments.
It does not speak for itself.
That's why I make arguments.
Yes, you need to, but that doesn't mean that the evidence is against me.
By the way, I don't even think you disagree with my conclusions.
Am I not?
That's why I'm saying
it very well might be that I would find a flaw that I would think it's important enough to mention, but there's no one to mention it to.
Well, what? Me and what? What are you talking about? It's my research.
But do I want to like fact check someone's video when I could spend that time doing something useful or something entertaining?
I don't know. I just thought you're the reason that I wrote that video because I was arguing with you about it. So that's the reason.
Okay,
I could have done
the Wisdom
that
of the Crowds
research.
video, I have
Yeah.
no interest in that. A little bit of interest, because it's like, I wasn't aware of the reality of the research. It's a little different than what I thought it was, but it's not actually relevant to my point.
Oh, now he's
I'm
not
not
interested when he
defending it
knows
either
it
way.
will prove his original hypothesis wrong.
Aiden,
Huh.
my original hypothesis is unrelated to that research. It's and I told you this. It's not related to the research you did.
How convenient that how convenient.
I mean, I said that when I first mentioned it, actually.
I know. I actually just wanted to do it anyway because I did think it was an interesting thing to look into. Can crowds be wiser than individuals and experts? And the answer is yes. By the way, under certain conditions. The folded stuff is a great example. The folded research, which was I knew about, but I hadn't looked into the details of, which was since 2010 there has been a collaborative and competitive game that's gone on the internet. I'm sure you've heard of this too, where users can collaborate and compete to solve biochemistry problems, and they've solved some pretty major ones. There was a particular problem involving the a monkey virus that's very similar to HIV, and researchers have been trying to understand whether it was a they thought it was a dimer in structure, and scientists have been looking at it for 15 years and been unable to solve the structure of this protease. Random people looking at it for a week, gamers looking at it for a week, solved it in they solved it in 10 days. They figured out that it was a monomer rather than a dimer. And that's pretty crazy that regular people who have no understanding or experience with biochemistry were able to figure out this MPMV, I think, a monkey virus was a monomer rather than a dimer, which is pretty cool. And that's not the only one. The Diels-Alder reactions they also figured out. That took a little bit longer. 180,000 models they put forward, and they were able to massively improve the activity of the enzyme by just again regular people doing that. Those are the positive things about the Wisdom of Crowds research.
Okay, that's how it's related. I'm still not sure if that really hits exactly the topic you're talking about there, but there's someone in chat said
you think I know my topic better than me?
I don't know. That which can be claimed without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, true.
Yes, sort of. But I have a counter to that, partial counter, which is I just made it up and it's brilliant. I'll try and remember it. A weak mind requires evidence to consider an idea. A strong mind requires evidence to accept an idea. So you can, by all means, consider an idea without evidence being available for it, if you're a strong mind. But to accept the idea, you should have evidence for it.
But that's what Cybersmith thinks as well, by the way. There's no evidence, but I'll consider it.
Without evidence, which is a marker of a weak mind, just a different kind of weak mind. He accepts without evidence.
I genuinely
consider
without evidence. I genuinely think there's research in this write-up and in this video that I've done that I think you would find it interesting outside of the folded stuff, which was who generates better research questions, right? Is it regular people or do scientists generate better research questions? What do you think the answer to that question is? Who generates better questions? Regular people or experienced scientists? In terms of
the context.
I'll talk about the context. Novelty, scientific impact, and practicality. Scientific practicality.
What?
Is it experts or is it crowds? Regular people.
But what's the context?
There were two contexts: mental health and traumatology. Traumatology is dealing with wounds and injuries, and then mental health.
And what are the questions there? What kind of questions?
No, they generated them. It was either
what kind of questions are they generating?
Whatever people came up with, either academics at research conference or regular people just sitting around answering questions to the survey.
So how do they ensure the questions are related to the topic?
They were rated by a panel of experts.
Okay, so the panel
but they were double blind.
The fulcrum on which the study bends. Then
it does. But how else are you going to? Yeah. This study was published in like 2016. So how else are you supposed to?
It's a good question. How else are you going to determine it? That's the thing. There's no algorithm for truth. So it's
look, I thought,
completely on the panel.
Jesus Christ, I thought he would find this interesting. Okay,
Well,
so
tell me the answer, then don't ask me. Tell me the answer.
the crowd overwhelmingly came up with better questions that had practical implications for traumatology and for mental health. Not only that, but for the mental health questions where they were able to generate as many questions as they wanted and to submit. In the traumatology study, they were only allowed to generate one. In that case, they were still better than experts in practical questions, but they were about the same, and understand where this is going, they were about the same as experts in terms of scientific impact and novelty. With the mental health research, they asked more novel and more scientifically impactful and much more scientifically practical questions than did experienced research scientists. Regular people did. As rated by a crowd of experts.
To understand the value of that, but it may just be a simple matter of experts have more rigid thinking because they're embedded in the field.
Yes, exactly. That's what they found, which I thought you would find interesting. That yes, scientists get too rigid on it and too involved in their own theory.
There is evidence for it, but that's what I guess was the case anyway.
Well, then I go and find evidence for your hypothesis, and you're like, whatever.
Well, it keeps happening, Aiden. Every time I come up with a hypothesis and you disagree with it initially, a couple months later you find it's true.
And they went and did it!
Yay, I was right again.
No thanks, Aiden. No, thank you for looking into that and actually proving my hypothesis. None.
Oh, please. My sunny smile is thanks enough. Look, I had to get the Beyond
Really,
Geneva quote in there,
okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Where were we? What were we doing? Oh, autism. Right.
Bloodrick says that there are bacteriologists who don't know the function of soap. That's interesting. That might be it.
Probably. Analysis revealed 2 consistent autism subtypes. Here we are. One showed reduced communication. Oh, right. Got this. Hyperconnectivity. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
Do you think so? I don't know, actually. I might be in the middle.
Of course, because you're a unique special snowflake. You're in the middle of the autism spectrum.
Well, if anything,
right
in the middle would be the average, where the most people are. You would be the unique special snowflake, being extremely and retardedly on one side of the spectrum.
Which side am I? Hyperconnectivity or hypoconnectivity?
Which do you think?
I don't know. Probably hyper.
Okay.
What do you think?
What? You know what? You've given your answer. Please.
No. What's your answer?
I'll be right back.
The audacity of this bitch. Oh my god. Anyway, he better answer that question. For decades, we've observed. What was that? For decades, we've observed tremendous variability in how autism manifests, but we lack direct evidence that these differences reflected distinct underlying biology, said the Italian guy. Our approach enabled us to isolate specific genetic and immune factors, then translate the signatures to human brain scans, showing that different connectivity patterns encode different mechanistic pathways underlying autism. So then they used a mouse model, which is very common in this kind of neurological research. They combined brain imaging data with genetic and biomechanical analyses in mice. This allowed them to connect specific patterns of brain connectivity with changes occurring at the cellular level. Their work showed how molecular mechanisms involving synapses and the immune system can produce distinct connectivity patterns that can be detected using fMRI. These findings enabled the team to establish biological reference signatures in mice and then search for matching patterns in human brain scans, which is fascinating. They were able to actually map these from the rat model, the mouse model, which is not, again, atypical, and map them onto human differences in autism, and find that, because I guess there's autistic mice then, and 2 types of autistic mice. Human brain imaging confirms the findings then. The Autism Brain Imaging Exchange, the ABIDE dataset, Large International Neuroimaging Initiative. Researchers analyzed human data. They found the same hyperconnectivity and hypoconnectivity patterns identified in the mouse models. So, towards personalized autism care. So, what were you saying? Am I hyper or hypo? Am I the kind of person who turns their brain off and plays Factorio?
I do have some interesting articles, actually.
Could you answer the question, or else I'm not going to switch over to your screen. I'm holding you hostage until you answer.
Well, that sucks. I'll just stop reading it anyway.
No, just what did you mean by this? Am I hyper? What did you mean by this? You can't just
Do you
like
wanna
drop that
hear-
stuff. Yes.
Do you want to hear about a comet that came through our solar system and farted and then left?
Yeah, I do actually. But wait, no, tell me first though. Is it hyper or hypo? And you're fucking.
NASA's James Webb discovers
Oh my
that
God.
31 Atlas let one rip as it passed through the solar system. The mysterious interstellar object 31 Atlas, or perhaps it's 3I Atlas, and it's not easy to tell.
You need to
Fascinated
answer that
scientists as it
question,
made its
Uzo.
way through the inner solar system last year, closely passing by several planets before careening back into space, never to be seen again. Researchers continue to pore over the treasure trove of data ground and space-based telescopes gathered about the object, which affords an extremely rare up-close glimpse of an object from beyond our solar system. I guess it's kind of like Mama, whatever it was called, that people thought was a spaceship for a while, but it was probably just a long rock.
Oh
People
yeah,
called
yeah,
It was a spaceship.
yeah.
Most recently, scientists analyzed new data collected by the mid-infrared instrument MIRI, attached to NASA's James Webb Telescope, and made a whoever James Webb is, he's getting his name on a lot of shit, dude.
Mostly the James
Made a
Webb
curious
Telescope, but
discovery.
yes, and other things as well. Yes.
Well, no, I mean like it's named after him, so his name is immortalized, no question. In the words of the European Space Agency, the telescope sniffed methane from the mysterious line of ice, dust, and rock. God, it's just like when you were here in mid and late December, roughly 2 months after its perihelion, or when it was made its closest approach of the sun. In other words, 3I Atlas appears to have let one rip as it whipped through our cosmic neighborhood. That's the article, by the way. That's
You just want to talk about a big.
That's
You
why
wanted to
it's-
you wanted to talk about an asteroid
you
fart.
wanted me to.
Well,
I offered you, and you put it on
that is
screen.
true. I did do that.
Yeah.
You are still yet to answer the question though, sir.
Oh, speaking of astronomy.
Oh my God.
Scientists find chunk of lost planet in desert. It's incredible to think there was once a world this large. What does that mean? We're about to find out, because I don't know either.
He hasn't fucking read it.
What? Did you actually question? Because you might have done. How many of the stories you brought today did you pre-read?
I pre-read all of them. I scanned through all of them
Really?
before. Yes.
Okay.
I
guess I deal with emerging situations better.
No, I speed read through all of them to make sure that there's actually something interesting in there, so we don't end up with the situation you had earlier where you brought up some
Yeah.
shit where there was fucking nothing
Yeah,
in
but
it.
the thing is, that's true, but it only goes on for a couple of minutes. Then we move on to the next article.
Okay,
It's-
whole
The
point of this
is
is that this is a competition of who can come up
Is it?
with, and yes, I thought it was. We are competing to see who can come up with the coolest shit each week.
Okay.
That's what we're
I mean,
doing here,
We can
homie.
do that if you like.
That's what we've
I mean,
been
there's no
doing.
incentive though.
Okay, how do we incentivize it?
I don't know. Chat, how do we incentivize it?
Oh, I've been asking. At the end of the
Yeah,
stream, at the end of every stream, I will ask, I did ask it
Mhm.
before, I will ask who brought the cooler, more interesting topics of the week. Yeah?
Yeah, but chat to Sims.
My God.
The solar system which we know today began to form roughly 4.6 billion years ago, with the sun and its planets emerging from the collapse of a massive cloud of interstellar gas. Our star system's early years remain shrouded in mystery, but by studying a huge cache of meteorites that have fallen to Earth over the years, scientists are finding intriguing clues about how the planets formed and evolved over the interceding billions. Wait, you pre-read those articles and yet you still showed them on stream?
Yeah?
Okay.
D-
Now,
'cause there's
as
a-
detail.
Yes!
What?
Yes!
What? Let me read my article in.
Okay.
Now, as detailed in a paper published in the journal Earth and Planetary Science Letters, scientists say they found evidence of an ancient world, possibly as large as the Moon or even Mars, that orbited a young sun billions of years ago. The discovery suggests the existence of an entirely separate evolutionary path, I wouldn't use the term evolutionary, for a strikingly different class of planets that differ from the ones we share the solar system with.
Yeah,
That could be pretty
evolutionary is the wrong
interesting.
word there, though. Indeed.
It's the thing is, I don't mind the idea of the term
It's
evolution being used
anthropomorphizing,
for things
but yes.
other than biological evolution. But in a scientific context, you should probably isolate it to
What website is
specifically
this?
biological evolution.
Out of curiosity.
This is futurism.
Okay, futurism is one of those ones where it's a bit Reddit. Not saying I don't use futurism
Little
as
bit,
well, but they're a
yeah.
bit Reddit.
They're a bit redder. It's incredible to think there was once a world this large, said co-author at University of Colorado Boulder assistant research professor Aaron Bell in a statement. So it's pretty there's some what is it Theia or something like that? There's a planet that supposedly Earth collided with in its early development.
Yes.
Out of which collision
That the
the
Earth
moon
ate.
may have emerged. Yes, essentially. It was a smaller planet than Earth,
Mhm.
so they collided. That's the hypothesis. It sounds like what they're saying here is not that. Excuse me, it sounds like what they're saying here is something quite different. Said co-author, etc., etc. Quote: "We only know it existed because of a few fragments. It happened to land on Earth. Okay, so it didn't crash into Earth, but bits of it did.
Yeah, yeah.
These meteorites preserved evidence of a completely different pathway through which early planets developed. That's pretty cool. And there's no particular reason that you couldn't, as I said earlier, analogize biological evolution onto planetary evolution. Again, in a scientific context, you probably shouldn't use the term unless you specify that
It's
not
fine.
biological
They're
evolution you're
being
talking
it's
about.
colloquialized,
But
right?
I don't see any reason you couldn't use the analogy. It's a useful analogy. And the evolutionary sort of natural selection model could apply to things other than life. And to planets, sure, why not? They essentially die and they're formed, and there's some sort of genetic like continuity analog of them. So yeah, why not?
True. Sure.
It could have been
It's not
Archaea
entirely
branch, and then
accurate, but again, as a
but
colloquialism, it's fine.
there's analogies, yeah.
Yeah.
As a mental structure. Bell and his colleagues analyzed a roughly 1 pound meteorite dubbed Northwest Africa NWA 12774, which was discovered in the Sahara Desert in 2019. You never guess which part of the world it was discovered in. The rock is an angrite. Man, I wonder what ticked it off. One of the
You're
rarest
an
types of meteorites.
angrite.
No, I may be an angrite, Aiden, but you're an ingrate, which scientists
Ah!
performed just millions of years after the solar system began.
Fuck you too, dude.
You're ingrateful for my presence, apparently.
As always.
It contains only traces of silicon dioxide or silica, an extremely abundant ingredient of the rocky planets orbiting the sun today. That's pretty interesting, yeah. Because this is fucking fascinating. I never realized this until a few years ago, that rocks are hard because they're metal. Kind of. Like it's metal oxide. It's oxidized metal. Rocks are kind of just metal.
Yeah.
And Aiden is just learning this now, but is pretending she knew it all along.
No, I did. That's why I'm confused. This is like stuff I learned in
She's
primary
very good
school.
at pretending. She's actually not very good at pretending. You may have learned silicon dioxide, but at primary school, you didn't know what those words mean.
Thank you, Nachos.
Bell's team found that it featured a mineral crystal. See, Sims, a mineral crystal called clinopyroxene, which is rich in
Nachos
aluminium,
is a woman,
leading
sir.
them to believe
Woman alliance strong. Don't call it simping.
Exactly.
It's not simping. It's woman alliance. Okay, get your shit straight.
It's a form of simping, leading them to believe it must have formed under enormous pressure and potentially been buried hundreds of miles underground. I'm not sure that makes sense, in. However, these crystals preserve their sharp edges, a characteristic. I'm not sure that makes sense either.
Yeah.
A characteristic that would have been lost at such depths, suggesting it both formed in a very large body, like your mum's, but also relatively close to the surface. Now that one
did
I
work.
said,
okay, that one
did
worked.
make sense.
Okay.
According to their calculations, the parent body, there you go, of NWA 12774 may have had a diameter of anywhere between 1,100 and 2,050 miles, which I think is, it's a bit smaller than the moon. For comparison, the moon's diameter is about 2,100 miles and Mars is around 4,200. The materials that form the angrite parent body are fundamentally different from the ingredients of Earth and Mars, said Bell in a statement. It points to a distinct and separate evolutionary path and planetary formation in the early history of our solar system. So, I'm pretty sure that Venus is so hot on the surface that it does have a different constituent parts. But I assume it does still have silicon dioxide for rocks. But this doesn't,
presumably.
apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, silicon dioxide is silicon rocks, and this is clinopyroxene, which is aluminium rocks. So there's way more to it than obviously, but that's the basic premise they're giving us, which is it's very cool to find that distinction. Aluminium is fairly common in the crust, so it's weird that there isn't more rock form of it on Earth if there can be naturally, but I guess not. Maybe it's fairly common on Earth, just more common on this rock.
Tin is very sparse. Which I think, don't you need tin?
Tin's not very common.
Yeah.
Aluminium is an element. It doesn't.
Yes, I know. No. I'm thinking about other elements that are relatively rare because I don't think aluminium is.
No, aluminium is fairly common.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is why it's weird that we only really discovered it a couple hundred years ago. I guess it's isolating it that was the difficulty.
Interesting. Okay.
Plenty of questions remain. For one, we don't know how such a parent body met its final demise, flinging its shards across the solar system only to be embedded in the Sahara Desert. The scientists suggest the early planet may have broken into pieces, each of which eventually accreted enough material to later turn into the fully grown planets we know today.
I got a
In
desert.
short, it's a fascinating glimpse into the earliest days of the solar system, and we're only beginning. It is very, very interesting. I guess I wouldn't have guessed that there was a very consistent tendency of rock types throughout the planets of the solar system, but that it's possible that there could be a completely different set. Because the thing is, with life, you got something so basic as RNA being the basis of all life, but could you have life without RNA? Maybe not as we know it. Maybe there is life on Earth I mean, viruses I don't think have RNA. I don't know that though. But there's things that act similarly to life that you could argue
I don't
are
know,
similar,
actually.
which don't use RNA or don't use anything like it. Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe silicon dioxide is that fundamental, but that it's not actually necessary for
it's
it to
been
exist separate.
hypothesized for
I
a
don't
long
know.
time that if you have any kind of life form that is not carbon-based, it would be silica-based.
I've heard that theorized. Although I've also seen the argument that it would just be worse than carbon-based, but maybe that's wrong.
Worse in what definition?
I don't know.
It would depend on the conditions of the planet in which it evolves or develops, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I think worse on a chemical level is what I remember hearing, but on the I watched a video about it years ago. I don't remember the details. You might be right about that. Yes, yeah, it's something like that. But like RNA is a very useful structure for life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everything that you could describe as life or life-like needs to have it. And maybe it's the same thing here, that what we've discovered here is as if it's like relatively complex life that never used RNA. Yeah, maybe it's somewhat analogous to that, because silicon dioxide is, as rock, is pretty fundamental.
By the way, I have a story about the Sahara Desert I'm going to go to next, since you mentioned it. You'll never guess what it's about.
Is it about birds?
No, of course not.
But there aren't any bees in the Sahara Desert, so it couldn't be about them.
Not anymore.
Oh no. Oh no.
You will not believe what they did with the bees in the Sahara Desert. You won't believe it. It's actually quite sad.
Well, when you're ready.
Okay. Alright, if we're just switching over.
The article's done now, anyway.
Okay. They tried to slow down the advance of the Sahara with millions of bees, and they melted at over 70 degrees Celsius. However, the solution that works is not biology, but geometry in the ground. It's actually difficult to read that way. That's better.
Why did they think this would work? Also, that picture better not be real. That better have been AI.
No, I'm pretty sure that's AI. That's AI.
That's ridiculous. There's
That's
no way they did it like that.
That's clearly AI. In one of the harshest corners of the planet, the Sahara Desert has quietly put some very big human ideas to the test. The first came ambitious belts of trees meant to form a green wall, because it is expanding, by the way, the Sahara. That's why they are looking to curtail its expansion. A green wall, and then an even bolder move that shipped in refrigerated hives with millions of bees to jumpstart pollination and life. The desert answered with heat, dust, and failure. What started to work was not high-tech biology, but simple geometry carved into the sand. Reports from a recent project describe sand temperatures that can soar past 50 degrees Celsius, and at times even higher at the surface, hot enough to soften wax and cook delicate tissues. In these conditions,
50 Celsius, by the way, is the maximum permitted temperature for the surface of a laptop.
Yeah.
Which means, in my humble opinion, that if it's hotter than 50, then it's risking burns.
Yes. Let's see, in these conditions, many mass tree plantings in the wider Sahel saw seedlings die quickly because the soil had hardened into crust that shed rainwater instead of absorbing it. The bee experiment ran into the same wall. Hives brought in to regreen the desert suffered when the wax combs began to liquefy. The internal structure collapsed. The entire colony overheated. Zoologists who later analyzed the episodes said it forced them to rethink decades of efforts that tried to add life on top of soil that could no longer hold water. Viral stories about frozen bees and spectacular hive disasters mixed real problems with details that are hard to verify. Drawing half moons in the sand, this is where the half moon pits come in. Local communities and land restoration programs have been digging shallow crescent-shaped basins, typically 2 to 4 meters across and a few tens of centimeters deep, with the open side facing uphill so that every burst of rainoff drains into them. Inside each pit, the crust breaks, the water slows and seeps deeper, and farmers often add manure or compost to feed the soil. Measurements of Sahil projects suggest that inside these media lunas, the ground can be several degrees cooler than exposed sand around them, which cuts evaporation and creates tiny refuges where hardy grass, insects, birds, and eventually native trees can return. So here's the little video about what they were doing here.
Sahara, the hottest and largest desert on Earth, has long been seen as the final frontier of life.
You can there's this little medias lunas,
but steadily erodes
yeah.
human hope. For decades,
well, I hope they're not narrated. I can't hear it. But I have heard of the
it is
idea of
narrated.
Cutting holes around the desert actually does something useful. I just don't know the details.
I forgot because you are muted. I don't know if I thought there was a. All right, because you are right or not muted because you can't hear it. Never mind them. Scientists estimate that more than 60% of agricultural land in sub-Saharan Africa is now degraded, which drags down crop yields, etc. 2025 case study of northern Nigeria. Whatever. They dropped a bunch of bees in the desert to see if they would pollinate it, and they got liquefied, melted by the incredibly hot temperatures. They sent these bees to their deaths.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm completely retarded. But this seems like a bad idea.
Press F to pay respects, sir.
This seems like a bad idea.
What, to drop millions of bees into the desert? No, that they'll revitalize it?
Yeah.
Why does it seem like a bad idea? It was a bad idea.
A bad idea.
It was a bad idea.
The kind of idea that wouldn't get to the point of it being done because someone would say that sounds like a bad idea and then they'd stop.
Who cares? There's nothing important in Africa, says Simon Coleman. Indeed. Okay. But look, the bees didn't deserve to die, is what I'm on about, right? What have they done? Just been bees. They've been bees.
Bumbuses.
They have been bumbuses. This was another story that was big over this week, which is scientists make sourdough bread using yeast found in 5,000-year-old mummy, which once again is one of these questions of why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
I covered this briefly, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, good question. Why would you do this? Just because they can. Well, good thing they're going to stop, right? And not use it to make beer next.
No.
Oh, dear.
No, they're doing that next. Yes. Teams plan to use the yeast strains harvest from Otzi the Iceman to brew beer too. Scientists have baked a sourdough loaf of bread using yeast strains harvested from a 5,000-year-old mummy, and now plan to see if they can use it to brew beer. Yeast came from Otzi the Iceman, a famous corpse remarkably preserved by being frozen in alpine ice near the Italy-Austria border until he was discovered in 1991. Otzi has been the subject of intense study since he was found and has shed much light on prehistoric European people and their way of life. Scientists have been recently studying the microorganisms preserved in Otzi's remains, and there are a quite large variety of microorganisms that have been found in these kinds of mummies. Whoops. Why did that not work? This is a same article. Oh.
Did you put an extra character in the URL?
No, I cut it off the end. Okay. So this is an article about that, which was more of the scientific part.
That is a clickbait fucking title.
They found microorganisms.
The word "in" is doing some heavy lifting there.
Yes. They found yeast, right?
Active signs of life in the Iceman. Yeah, literally life in him.
Yes.
Not he is
yeast,
alive.
Microorganisms, yes. The scientists, they've been studying it. Eventually, we obtained a completely normal dough that rose within 24 hours, basically just like an ordinary yeast. We made some really good dough with it, said Mohammed Saran, in statements posted to the website of the Yurok Research, where he works for the Institute for Mummy Studies. I've never baked bread before, and it showed, so the result definitely had room for improvement.
They've got all the specialists there to extract.
They couldn't find a baker.
Yeast and to write about it and everything, but they got no one that knows how to make bread, which is the fucking point.
I do. I could have been the scientist on team to make the bread. I could have done that.
You could have been there
I
if
could
you
have been
lived
there.
in wherever this was done, which is a long way from where you live.
Now, homemade beer could also be on the menu. We want to pursue this further and involve specialized research teams from food sector in the process. Bread is currently one of the obvious applications we're considering. Another is beer. We've already discussed this with experts from German brewer Weihen Stefan, he said. Would you drink the mummy beer? Would you eat the mummy bread?
I'd probably try it.
I
Like,
would
it's just
probably try it.
yeast.
It's just, yeah,
Yeah.
right? It's just I mean, that's just the source from it, but yeasts
I try
have
a
all
bite.
been
I'm
around.
not gonna have more than that.
Well,
though.
yeasts
Just
have
in
all been
case it's
around.
really badly poisoned or something.
A bunch of yeast that we use today have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So, like, the yeast that you
I didn't
use
know that,
is
but
old.
that's
Yeah,
interesting.
the yeast that you use, the strains of it are very, very old. So it's actually not that insane to pull yeast off of a 5,000-year-old mummy and use it. It's still gross. However, I would more readily eat the mummy yeast bread and or drink the mummy yeast beer than I would the vaginal yeast beer. Just
I wouldn't have
saying.
that.
No, thank you. That's a hard pass for
No,
me.
I wouldn't have that.
You sure?
Well, where is yeast supposed to be? On corpses? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In vaginas? Not really. I mean, not much, anyway.
Indeed.
I don't know. Actually, I might be wrong about that. I know that when it gets too much, it's a problem, but I don't know.
It's when it's too much, yes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I had
In that
another.
case, that argument to evade eating that
I still don't wanna eat
specific
it.
bread wouldn't work. But I'm sure I could come up with a different argument not to.
I still don't want to eat it. No, thank you.
What is it, chat? What do I find more disgusting? A feminist's genitals or a million-year-old corpse?
It's 5,000.
The question remains much the same either way. Which is more disgusting, Chad?
Obviously the less disgusting one is the 5,000-year-old corpse yeast. At least.
Yes.
Well, let's ask. Let's put it to a poll, shall we? What's more disgusting? Is it the vaginal yeast or the mummy yeast? I guess in a way, vaginal yeast is mummy yeast, isn't it?
No. We almost got through the whole article without likening the word mummy to the word mummy. Right? We almost did it.
Archaeologists have rediscovered Egypt's 2,500-year-old ghost city of Emet. The find brings streets and buildings back to life under the desert. I always like to try and get a little bit of this sort of archaeology stuff.
That's fine. Minor point in, I think you've got like your mouse over on the Discord share window and the UI is showing. You just like sweep the mouse over and back again. It should remove it.
What?
Use your eyes. Look here. The UI on the Discord window is showing.
What?
Look. Use your eyes. I'm pointing at it. Chat can see it.
See?
See?
No.
I don't know.
No, I genuinely can't see what you're talking about. I'm trying, but
I'm
I
pointing
can't
at it right now.
Oh, I don't know how to get rid of that.
That's what you had to do. That's
well,
what I was saying. You should do.
I literally didn't do anything.
Please continue with the article.
I legitimately didn't do anything though.
You sweep your mouse across it. That's what you had to do. Please continue with the article.
Okay, I didn't do anything though. Anyway,
Yes, you did. You did what I suggested.
Okay, I couldn't even get the thing to come up. So archaeologists have brought back the ancient city of Emet back into view in Egypt's eastern Nile Delta, uncovering multi-story mud bricks, grain spaces, animal enclosures, ceremonial road tied to the cobra goddess of Wadjet. Discovery was announced after a week of work at Tel Afarain, known as Tel Nabasha, in the Sharqiya Governorate. Fuck, words I don't understand.
Sharqiya.
Yeah. Sharqiya.
Can you zoom in a bit on the page, by the way, Eddie?
Yes, but unfortunately, it
does
this. There we go. Let me zoom in that far.
It might snap to the full screen if you do it one more time.
That's okay. Emet is not a new name to Egyptologists, but much of its urban life has slipped out of sight. Unlike desert tombs and stone temples, delta cities often vanish into fields, canals, and villages, especially when their buildings are made of mud brick. This is where modern tools change the story. According to the University of Manchester, Dr. Nicky Nielsen and his team used high-resolution satellite imagery before excavation, spotting clusters of ancient mud bricks that pointed to buried architecture. I don't know, like it's just... I just wanted to bring this up because I think there's at least for me also, there's a kind of thought that Egyptology is either being stymied or there's nothing left to discover, but there clearly still is, constantly. They're still legitimately dragging up old cities. They knew there was something here, but they had no idea the extent or the complexity of what was still buried underneath the sand. And oftentimes, like they said, it's because they miss it because there's new towns built on top of it or something, you know?
Yeah, indeed. I bet these guys get pissed off when you get what I think was a bunk story of the massive like helixes beneath the pyramids. Must piss these guys off.
Probably, considering they're doing actual work and trying to, you know, uncover these actual things. By the way,
as far as I know, that story was total bunk.
Yes.
As far as I know, we looked into it, and it's like, yeah, this is a common noise pattern that you get, which is not real. It's just a artifice of the technology that scans.
Just as the chat overwhelmingly agreed with me that you are an NPC, they have also agreed with me that vaginal yeast is more disgusting than mummy yeast.
Actually, I believe I was the first one that said that, so we're one poll apiece.
We both agree on that one. So the second one is moot. Then, okay?
You're trying to share in the glory, are you?
I already won.
Well, the first poll was obviously going to go that way because trolling the hosts is much more fun than anything else. You have to,
sure.
if you're going to put
Sometimes
up a poll
I dream about
where
cheese.
one, again, we don't know where that's from.
No, we don't.
Gmod Idiot Box. Oh no, we did figure it out. It's literally like a line from Half-Life.
Yes.
But yeah, if you're going to put up a poll where there's a possibility to troll one of the hosts,
One of the ghosts?
then one of the hosts, then you also have to make sure that at least one of the options trolls the other host as well.
True.
Otherwise, it's
okay.
It's bent from the start.
We've all agreed then that vaginal yeast is way more disgusting for making bread and beer than mummy yeast. Like, I mean, if you have to pick, yeah, one is grosser than the others. Than the other, excuse me. All right, Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities said the work focused on the Eastern Mound and relied on remote sensing and Landsat satellite images. Townhouses changed the city. Headline discovery is a group of tower houses. Again, like tower houses in thousands of years ago at this point. Multi-story mud brick buildings supported by unusually thick foundation walls. In practical terms, it means Emet's residents were building upwards, not just spreading outwards across the delta. But why build this way? Space was precious in a flat landscape shaped by farming, flooding, and settlement pressure. Stacking living areas above work and storage spaces would have helped families stay close to food production, animals, and religious centers. It's just neat. They're still finding these kinds of things all the time. In places that you would think had been completely already searched. Emet shows that ancient Egyptian cities were not simple backdrops for temples and rulers. They were crowded, adaptive places where people made practical choices about food, land, worship, and family life. Discovery reminds us how much of Egypt's past may still lie beneath ordinary landscapes, which was my point. A farm field, a low mound, a patch of slightly different vegetation can hide outlines of streets and homes. Sometimes the old city is still there, just waiting for the right tools to notice it. Which is the cool thing, because again, I do have that thought of it, like, oh, Egyptology is done. We've found everything there. Of course we haven't. Which is very cool. Do you have anything, Uzulu, that you would like to share? Or shall I continue?
I'm sure I could come up with something new. I do have a story which is sort of about AI. It's more than other things we've looked at today. And then I have another story that we really should look at.
Okay.
Okay, first one. New York Times roasted for profiling the AI-generated actress Tilly Northwood. She's giving oxygen to this cruel and demeaning fever dream of the anti-art oligarchy.
And what the fuck?
Hell of a subtitle. Shall we see what the hell's going on here?
Sure.
I'm coming in without a strong position either way here, chap. We'll see what ends up happening. The New York Times is getting torn apart, it says, by readers after its magazine published a profile of the AI actress, quote-unquote, Tilly Norwood. Quote, I profile celebrities for a living. Nothing prepared me for Tilly Norwood, the article headline reads. The subheadline builds on this anthropomorphizing framework, quote, the AI actress on her craft, the future of film, and how she definitely does not intend
this is
to
so
murder
gay.
us. Well, it might be. I don't know exactly what the meat of the article's going to be yet. Let's read a little bit.
No, the fact that it exists is gay. That there's an AI actress.
Oh, there was always going to be, but what we do with it matters more than whether it exists. I could make one now, but it matters more what we do with it. Tilly Norwood, for those unfamiliar, is the
Apparently
brainchild
Enemas has her
a word I
autograph.
hate, by the way.
Sorry, continue.
I'm sure that that's not very worth a huge amount, is the brainchild of former actress Eline van der Velden, who founded an AI firm called Particle 6 Productions. The AI creation was unveiled last year to near universal backlash from audiences and, importantly, actual performers. Beloved character actor Ralph Ineson had a succinct response, "Fuck off." Yes, if AI is ever going to be accepted in this kind of role, it's going to
I
take
love
a while.
ChatGPT. I love it.
Thank you,
Slapped.
Boris. Very on topic.
Slapped for 6 euros says.
Says, I'm here to buy an indulgence for my ad blocker. Now indulge in buying a pizza. I'll watch this later because I'm tired. Yawn. Well, thank you.
Did you
for,
send that?
watching any of it. And
Thank you,
thank
Slav.
you for the pizza, Aiden.
I'm not getting you a pizza.
But he asked you to.
For 6 euros?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, we could see if anyone else wants to contribute.
it would have to be more than 6 euros for me to actually buy you a pizza, but then I would.
Yeah. Well,
if any,
chat, she would.
And at 50, he has to wear the bee costume. So we are about 25 away from that, 24. And then you have to wear the bee costume, and I would buy you a pizza.
Wow.
So,
well, there you go, chat. I mean, it's win-win-win.
Everyone's
happy.
For $25 dollars total, essentially, it's something in that vicinity. Uzo's got to put on his bee costume, and I will buy him a pizza.
Sounds good to me. Do you know, actually,
Also,
I have some... Oh, one of us has bad internet, and it looked like it may have been me there, although it's hard to tell.
I don't know. It seems fine now, though.
I have some nice pizza stuff. And,
oh, do you?
I got
what
some
do you mean?
frozen. They were like pizza folded things.
So you've got pizza.
They're nice.
So you have
no,
Uno.
Not exactly, but I have pizza-like stuff. So yeah, but no, you have Uno. But no, I got these pizza folds, and it's like, yeah, you can air fry them. And I thought, it looks like it might be a bit too big to fit in the air fryer. I know, I'll chop it in half while it's frozen, crack it in half, and then put it in 2 halves in the air fryer. Now, this to me seems normal, but when I said I did this about something else similar, I got shouted at.
Yeah, because you're like a caveman.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and you have an oven. You have Uno.
But why would I use the oven?
Uno, by the way, is a pizzeria in the chain in the US. The name of one.
I guess that makes the joke a bit.
You
more
actually
connected.
don't have Uno.
No, we don't. Not as far as I know.
No, I don't think so.
Also, I don't have
in
Uno
the UK.
in the context of the original joke because I don't have whatever the thing
you have
to get
Uno.
it was.
Xbox 360, I think. That's how old that is.
No, I've never owned. I haven't owned a game console since the PS2.
You have a 360. Oh, the 360 was great.
Look, I experienced everything I needed to know about the 360 through RB and the Chief. Okay.
Okay. Understandable.
At this point,
to be
the
fair.
article says, how does a profile of an AI model even work? It's a question that the NYT journalist Taffy Brodessa-Akner grapples with. That name sounds
double-barreled. Well, double-barreled name. That's what
grapples with throughout the nearly 8,000-word piece. I'm sure an AI didn't write that. Digesting the absurdity of the exercise while unpacking some of the text's dispiriting implications for the industry. It's far from a paean. Do you know, I'm not familiar with that word.
It's not peon. What is that? Paean. What is it?
A song, a poem, or any expression of enthusiastic praise, joy, or thanksgiving.
Okay.
Some writers just like to show off that they know words, don't they?
I mean, I often do, so I can't talk too much shit.
To AI, in other words, yeah, I know you can't. In Brodessa-Akner humorously pokes holes in the AI industry's promises. Don't ask me for my answer to that question from earlier, by the way, it's very related. But many readers were appalled that the NYT was giving such a huge platform to the AI venture in the first place, on top of the insult of framing it as an actual celebrity profile. I could see the appeal of it just being an experimental analogy. To see
it's kind of weird, though. It's weird and sort of.
It is a bit weird. Yeah.
What was the name of that anime we watched about the AI songstress? What was that called again?
Oh, Diva.
Diva. Yeah.
Sorry. Vivi.
Vivi. Yes.
Anime.
Yes.
Vivi Fluorite Eyes song or something. It's quite.
I liked
good.
that. I really liked that anime. Yeah.
Yeah. Most of it's quite good, but it's yeah. I won't go into detail, but it's all right, chat. Watch it if you get the chance.
Very nice animation.
It was quite well animated.
Quite impressive. Continue.
Yes, anyway, sorry. Taffy Brodesser Akner is a wonderful TV writer, apparently, and marched with us during the writer's strike.
Oh, did she?
Ah, so she's a fag.
Ooh, dude.
Film Actors Guild.
Oh, right. Yes, yes. Film Actors Guild. Indeed. Yes.
Well, I mean, I might be wrong that she's in fag.
No, but she must be,
But-
right?
Yeah.
They portrayed her
she
as
probably
fag,
is
yes.
a fag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed.
Film Actors Guild.
Yeah.
The fact that she wrote this op-ed is just so damn disappointing, lamented one Redditor. Oh no.
Of course.
Quote, well, the Redditor are against AI in this case, by the looks of it.
Okay.
Quote, yes, it's farcical. Yes, it's skewering the whole idea, but that doesn't take away from the fact that she's giving oxygen to this cruel and demeaning fever dream of the anti-art oligarchy.
Ugh.
It's a different spin when it's coming from a Redditor, isn't it?
Yes.
But, it was a good line earlier, but now, because now he's probably talking about what he thinks he's talking about is like the right-wing cabal of big corporations that are running AI and trying to destroy all us good artists, like my favorite Twitter furry artist. That's what he means.
Aiden, do you celebrate Pride Month? Asked Crispy Critter. No. Although,
I'm proud of myself every month.
To be fair, shit, I just realized tomorrow's my birthday. I forgot. Whoops.
I hope you enjoyed your present.
Which is?
My presents.
Ugh. I totally forgot it was my birthday tomorrow. Fuck. Oh well. Going to dinner. But
Chat,
oh well.
press 1 if she's enjoying my presents.
Continue.
Yeah, that's how I feel when I have to listen to you talk as well.
Is it? Is it?
But yes, no, happy birthday
Oh, thank you.
for tomorrow.
Yeah, I literally totally forgot until the second.
Mm. Chat say that was a pun. Get him. It was a bit of a pun, yes.
Yes.
But it also makes sense because I am present, not physically, but professionally. I am, after all, rather a professional. I'm about the furthest thing away. The NYT comment section was no less forgiving. Quote, an AI actress, there exists no such thing. No more than an AI journalist or an AI plumber or an AI horse.
An AI
Yes,
horse.
Yeah, I know. On spawns.
On spawns.
Reads one representative comment with over 1,500 likes. Quote, words have meanings and distinctions, the importance of which journalism should be attentive to, especially in the incipient
This
age
is so gay.
of AI. It's a bit gay.
All of this is gay.
I have a position on this.
Okay.
I am neither strongly pro or anti AI. But I think I have a nuanced position on it that is unusual.
I think all your
but
positions are
obviously very
nuanced.
correct. But
To be
until I
fair.
find someone else that shares my position, I'll continue to consider it to be unusual and nuanced. The idea of an AI horse is obviously kind of silly because it's not a horse. It hasn't followed the evolutionary process to become a horse. It hasn't been born to a horse or raised as a human, stable animal. So it's not a horse in almost every sense. But if it could function as one in some sense, would it be useful to use the word for that? Or do we have to make a new word because it doesn't biologically fit the definition? What if we prefix the word with the word AI? Oh, now it makes sense. See, that's what they've done. They did say AI actress. They didn't say that she's a real actress. They said AI actress. So I don't actually mind using terms for that as long as they're prefixed.
I guess.
If you had
It's still
called her an
stupid.
actress, I would contend that. But an AI actress specifically, I don't mind. Now, it's stupid, arguably, to make an AI actress in the first place. But there may be applications where it would be useful. And
This
most
is
things
just
people would try
Vivi,
and use
though.
it for would suck. Well, arguably, but Vivi did pretty well. Most things that
Okay,
you would try and
yes,
use an AI actress for would suck. But would
Yes.
all of them? Is there a small, narrow window of innovation where you could make the world better by using one? Probably. So it's not invalid.
I don't know. This seems dumb as fuck to me. Okay.
It's not a story we need to spend a long
The
time
whole
on.
point of having an actor and actress is that there's somebody who can breathe life into a script. And
Yeah,
AI
it could
inherently
do
kind
that.
of can't do that.
It could.
In what sense?
This is not the 80s anymore, where our best definition of what computers will think like is data. We know now that emotions are not difficult for computers.
They can't actually.
Believability,
Yes,
believability
believability.
as a person is tougher, but it's not beyond their abilities.
Mm.
I believe that for most cases, for most simple one-on-one chat cases, in order to pass the Turing test in text, you need about 24 billion parameters with current models. And in fact, the models I'm talking about here are a couple of years old. 24 billion. These models, the big ones, have over 1 trillion, which is which is over 10 times what the human brain has, by the way, about 86 billion. Of course, the human brain is much better tuned than LLMs. It's using its neurons much better. But still,
Well,
a lot of AI models have 20 or 30 times the neurons that a brain does. The structures are not quite the same, but it's similar.
this is all very autistic.
How is it sunk cost, Ludwig?
I don't know about that, but I know it's autistic.
Now,
which is
another
why.
argument here is, sorry, Ian, just quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Most actors today fucking suck anyway.
True.
I don't even necessarily mean acting talent.
True.
But like as people
As people,
in
they
general.
suck. Yes.
Yeah.
Except Michael Shanks, he's awesome. I'm so happy that Michael Shanks stood up for Stargate, and has been. I know it's partially because he probably lost out on a paycheck, but I'm very happy that he did. And speaking of autism, though, I had another autism thing, which is that apparently gut microbiota can protect children against autism and ADHD. So a new major study suggests
it's not just Tylenol?
It's not just Tylenol, it's gut microbiota, which is actually kind of surprising that it would be something that granular and minute. Gut microbiota?
It's, you may be saying it wrong, but so, do continue, we'll see.
What do you think the word is? Not microbiota.
I need to see the word written, but please continue.
Does this help you?
Okay, in that case, you're saying it right.
How would you pronounce it?
I just said I think you're saying it right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I may have misheard you the first time. I thought you said it differently.
Okay. Major studies suggest that some groundwork for brain development may be shaped before birth through a surprising partnership between a baby's genes and gut microbes. Certain bacteria
it's all very interconnected.
Yes, it all. Of course, human biology is. You know when I did that, you recommended it. I did that video about the astrology and its basis in biology, and a lot of that it relates to things like gut microbiota that can these little tiny aspects of the woman's body that you wouldn't think are related, but can be. And in that sense, also, I found that they were very strong, actually, like significantly strong forces of birth seasonality and autism. So if you were born, I think you were born in the autism month, I think. It's the fall, I think, that had, was it fall or spring? No, it was spring. It was spring that had the very high autism, I think. I had to look at the date again, or you go watch my video. I can't recall anymore.
I think I was born in the neurotypical month range, actually.
I think you actually were. You were in something else.
Which is ironic.
Well, yeah, considering, I mean, holy shit.
I know. That's so great.
Anywho. Okay, certain bacteria seem to offer protection, which is exciting because it suggests that there could be ways to support a child's development through diet and probiotics in the future, says senior author of gastroenterologist Francis Ka-Lung Chang of the Chinese University of Hong Kong.
Press 1 if they're trying to genocide our fellow autistic brothers.
No. Wait, I thought you didn't identify as an autist because you have ADHD or whatever. But this is ADHD as well.
I have both, Aiden.
I mean, you clearly do.
Not only is it possible to have both, it's actually quite likely.
I know, but I thought you didn't like to accept being an autist because you clearly are.
No, I am. Like, I don't have like crippling autism. I have like moderate autism.
Samesies.
No.
Oh,
no,
no. Oh, excuse me?
Literal cripple here.
That is...
She doesn't have crippling autism.
That's different. Bro,
but it's funny,
no,
though.
next, we're going to a different level next then because you've been so rude. Because you've been so... Crippling autism. We have equal degrees of autism. I thought you denied your autistic nature, but apparently...
No, I only deny that my autism is equal to yours. Holy shit.
It is. Oh my god. It's just in a different... As we talked about, there's different types of autism. There's different types of autism. We just went over this in this stream, and...
Yeah, there is. You'll never guess which one you are.
Which one is it? Is it the hypo or hyper? What? Hmm? You still never answered that question.
The reason you're so interested in my answer is not necessarily because you care what I think.
Oh, no, I
because
don't.
I'm right so often.
No, never.
That you need to know what the correct answer is, and I'm the best person to get it.
No, you're never right. Ever. You've never been right. Ever.
Well, thank you for
ever,
admitting
ever,
that
ever.
I'm often right.
No, you've never been right. Not even once.
Case.
Not even once.
Not even once.
Not even
Not
once.
Even once. Okay.
Not even once. Never. Not ever. However, what is your answer? Which one is it? Just for purely scientific purposes. This is a science stream, so purely scientific purposes. Which one was it?
Then please wait 4 to 6 months for me to publish my findings in a scientific journal.
You don't know how to write because you can't read, so just say it vocally.
Damn, no, I can't.
You know?
Never mind.
So just tell me, which one is it?
I can't just discuss the results of my research, Aiden. That would be improper.
Okay. Anywho, we wanted to see how the epigenome and microbiome interact in early life and if their interaction could influence a child's risk of developing neurodevelopmental conditions such as ASD, autism spectrum disorder, or ADHD, says co-senior author and public health researchers Hein Min Tun of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. We discovered a kind of conversation happening. The baby's epigenetic setting at birth, so the genetics again, can influence their risk of neurodevelopmental disorders, but the presence of certain good bacteria in the gut can step in and modify the risk, which is actually incredibly fascinating. So even if you have a genetic predisposition towards autism or ADHD, if the gut microbiota are in, I guess, a certain stable environment and it's particularly healthy, then it can compensate for that genetic predisposition. To investigate, the research team analyzed DNA methylation patterns, common form of epigenetic modification in umbilical cord blood from 571 infants, combined those data with gut microbiome samples, collected, these are a bunch of numbers, tested these on a bunch of infants. The children reached 36 months of age. Researchers assessed their neurodevelopment using behavioral questionnaire, which you can do very early on. So 36 months after birth, by the way. Between developmental outcomes and gut microbes and epigenetic patterns, factors that influence the infant microbiome. Researchers, because of course you do inherit your microbiome from your mother. Oh, right. Okay, this does make sense. Your microbiota is inherited directly from your mother. So as a child, as an infant, your intestinal tract and intestinal system is basically an identical copy of your mother's because you inherit the microbiota from her. Researchers found several risk factors were associated with epigenetic patterns at birth, including delivery method, length of pregnancy. Ooh, that's curious. That's very curious.
It would always sort of come up as a possibility that C-section would affect other factors, affect things.
It has been known to.
What it means.
It has been known to. So that's an interesting one there. Having older siblings, that would inherently, maternal allergies. This would matter because of
yeah, you told me about this.
Well, the mother's body becomes more resilient the more children she has. To the
more males you have,
to males,
the more faggoty the last one's going to be.
Yes, essentially.
Am I allowed to say that on your channel?
We already said it several times regarding the film.
We're talking about the film actors.
We're talking about the film. We're still talking about the film actors guild.
Yes, I mean,
so
there's
the more
a strong correlation.
Let's just be clear that the more sons that a woman has, the likelihood that the later son will be a member of the film actors guild increases essentially exponentially.
That's true. Yes, and that is what I meant as well.
Yes, indeed. Right. So, but that it's also because the body acclimates to the foreign body being the fetus. And builds up resistance to it. Maternal allergies. Yeah, allergies are actually a huge one. Maternal allergies. Interestingly, paternal gut microbiomes did not appear to influence these birth-related epigenetic changes, which I'd never seen before, which is why I was surprised that autism was one that it did. Link between gene regulation and gut bacteria. A study revealed that epigenetic patterns present at birth affected how the gut microbiome evolved during infancy. Infants who had higher levels of DNA methylation in certain immune-related genes tended to develop less diverse gut microbiomes by 12 months of age. Damn, these genes are involved in helping the body recognize and respond to pathogens. Results suggest biological signals present at birth may help guide the developmental the development of gut microbial community during child's first year. This is actually crazy. Babies delivered by cesarean showed distinct DNA methylation patterns in several genes involved in immune function and brain. Don't be born via cesarean if you can help it, potentially.
Yeah,
Why
I mean,
the fuck?
try to avoid it if you can.
Well, you can't do much about it, you know, otherwise you die. So,
No, what I mean is it's a bit late for anyone in chat.
well, yes, that
Though,
too.
Yeah, no. Ultimately, C-section I think is I'm not sure if it is actually only done. Is it sometimes elective, or is
Oh,
it only
yeah.
done to save
Oh,
the mother?
Oh, no. Women schedule it. Women will be
Yeah, I
like,
wouldn't do
look,
that.
I don't
Wouldn't
want to have to
recommend
push this out, so I'm gonna schedule a C-section. They will schedule it ahead of time. So then they don't even go into labor. They'll be like, okay, here's when I want to have the baby, and they'll give a date and, you know, have it just
Yeah,
done
we'll just cheat
artificially.
the evolutionary process and avoid some pain. That won't cause any.
What a
offset
surprise
effects.
that has negative outcomes for the child that not only affect their gut microbiota, but as a result, their chance of autism and
Wait, you said it
ADHD.
again. Microbiota.
Microbiota.
No, that's fine. It's fine. I think it's your accent that's making me thinking you're adding an extra vowel there that isn't.
Why don't you say something in your weird accent then? Huh?
I mean, that's what I've been doing the whole stream, but it's not an accent. It's just normal.
Okay.
I'm speaking normal.
I'm speaking normal too. I'm moving different, but I'm speaking normal. All right.
The only time you'll be speaking normal is when you put on your Southern Belle accent, which chat
Well,
loves,
I
by the
do
way.
declare I certainly wouldn't know what to do about that. I mean, I could continue to read this article in such a fashion if you were so inclined,
Like
sir.
how the vocab also changes.
In what capacity?
Well,
The findings, however, point to a potentially protective role of certain bacteria. Children who carried epigenetic patterns associated with ASD were less likely to show signs of the condition if they acquired Lactospira pectinoschiza during infancy. Similarly, children with epigenetic patterns associated with ADHD appeared less likely to show signs of the disorder if they acquired Parabacteroides dystonsosis. Get fucking
Dystosonus.
Dystosonus. I don't even know what that is. During their first year, the foundations for brain health are laid very early, even before birth, says Tunt. However, we don't want people to think this means a child's development path is fixed at birth. There are complex conditions with many causes, and we've only uncovered a very small piece of a very large puzzle. Anyway,
if a single condition can have multiple causes, then it must be
Of
something
course.
evolution has sort of centralized on and crystallized. This is why I think it makes
Yeah.
sense to define these sort of directions, these clusters of traits in humans. Autism is definitely a distinct cluster, as is ADHD, as is narcissism, as is schizophrenia. They're all distinct clusters.
They all must have.
Evolution has crystallized on. They're
Yes.
not unrelated. Then they're not
Yes.
just like loose traits floating about. They've actually crystallized structures.
Well, narcissism, for example, has very, very strong evolutionary rationales to exist. It can't exist if every single part of the population had narcissistic traits, extreme narcissistic traits. I'm not even talking about narcissistic personality disorder, because once it becomes a PD, that means it's disruptive to daily life. But when I did my research overview on narcissism recently, narcissistic traits have clear evolutionary functions. That's why we find them in apes. That's why we find them in chimps. You know, because there is an evolutionary advantage to being a little bit narcissistic. So all of these things.
Is that why you do it?
What?
What?
Do what?
Do what? What? No, please continue.
You're the narcissist here, dude. Like, don't fuck with me here.
What?
Like, you're the clear narcissist.
What? It's the first time I'm hearing it.
Oh, is it? No, it's quite literally not, because I've told you this. You have narcissistic traits, and you're well aware of them.
Is this just the diagnose Oozaloo stream? First autism and now
Yeah.
narcissism.
Yeah.
What next?
Yeah. Double autism.
Wow. Double autism? What, because I can identify fonts and voice actors?
That's actually not that bad, to be honest. Like, that's why you're downplaying it. You know how you are. I've used the restroom again because I've had a bunch to drink. Are you okay to well, not alcohol, but I get thirsty while I'm talking.
Accusing you of drinking alcohol. That's
I
fine.
get
Just
thirsty while I'm talking.
Woman, small bladder.
Yes. So I'll be right back. How about I'll put the screen over to you, okay?
I do have some. Thank you. I do have some
All right.
articles.
I'll be right back.
All right, no worries. All right, chat. Cry Havoc, you're with me now. Those two are sort of backup articles. Let's see if I have any more interesting stuff from my main set. We can look at this one. I like space. Astronomers say star self-destructed so catastrophically that it left behind no trace of its existence. One wonders then how they found it. Does rather lead one to believe that you may not have been able to find evidence by definition. But let's find out. Blacker hole sounds like a round of Cards Against Humanity. So there it is. That looks like a trace to me. When a star explodes, it typically leaves behind some sort of remnant, an exposed ultra-dense core, for example, or even a black hole. But one massive star, hundreds of times heavier than our sun, self-destructed so catastrophically that it left behind no remnant whatsoever. Astronomers report. First detected in 2023 in a dwarf galaxy some 1.3 billion light years away. I guess it's where Ginger lives. The blast is now believed to be an elusive class of explosion called a pair instability supernova. I don't know what that is. Over the course of 190 days, the object dubbed SN 2023 VBW steadily peaked in brightness, after which it rapidly tapered off. This stands apart from the light curve astronomers see with a more typical Type 2 supernova, which appears as light quickly spiking and plateauing. That answers my question of how they can tell there was a supernova if there's no remnant left behind, because they literally saw it happening, which is pretty cool that astronomical events exist that are that fast that we can observe them happening within the space of a few years. Still, though, is it that fast for the remnants to completely disappear, or is there some other reason? Is it possible that something has obscured the view? I guess we'll keep reading. To produce such a blast, the now vanished star would have had to be enormous. The astronomers believe it was a class known as a blue supergiant, which is some of the brightest and hottest stars in the cosmos. I believe Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, is a blue giant of some kind. I don't know if blue supergiant, but I think that's what it is. Based on the amount of material it ejected upon exploding, the astronomers estimated that the deceased Titan was at least 170 and perhaps as much as 350 times more massive than the sun. We don't have a strong answer on that.
Sorry, I was muted on stream. Which I asked which star it was.
Yeah, I don't know if we know exactly which star. I think they did give it a name, but it's supernovaing.
Mm.
And the supernova was so catastrophic, it says, that no remnant was left behind.
Oh shit.
These stars' deaths are suitably epic, it says. In a typical Type 2 supernova, a star that's at least 8 but up to 50 solar masses runs out of fuel at its core, becomes unable to sustain the nuclear reactions that exert outward pressure, and near instantly collapse under their own gravity. A huge burst of energy follows, and what's behind will be a dense object like a white dwarf or a black hole. But in stars that are as incredibly massive as blue supergiants, their cores burn so hot that they start blasting out gamma rays. While these gamma rays provide outward pressure, if they're too energetic, they'll start turning into electrons and positrons upon colliding with the star's outer layer and stop providing pressure. If the star is also low in certain heavy metals, this leads to a partial collapse that snowballs into a sustained series of thermonuclear explosions that rip the star apart so viciously that no remnant survives. As such, some astronomers believe that pair instability supernovas could cause a theoretical upper mass gap in black hole masses, since the stars massive enough to form them are completely obliterated when dying, though this view is being challenged. I can't say I completely understand all of that, but it's very cool anyway. All told, if their findings are borne out, the astronomers have serendipitously stumbled on a clear look at one of the rarest stellar deaths in the universe. It's so cool that we observed it live, though.
That is neat. Actually, I have some astronomy stuff. I'll do that.
Do you see that Wayward Lone in chat has offered me a significantly great compliment?
Autistist? How do you say that?
Read the
Auticist?
name.
Oh, sorry, that was
Wayward
Eric.
Lone.
No, that was Eric who said that. Have to simp for Obi-Wan Kenobi. You are not Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hello there.
Just because you can say hello there is not that special. It doesn't make you Obi-Wan.
but I can say it like Obi-Wan said it.
Because he's
I'm also very
British.
similar to Obi-Wan.
In what sense?
He's actually, well, he is British, but he's Scottish, and I'm not.
Well, yes, but he's not doing a Scottish accent in those movies.
True.
So, it's not that special. There's 80 million other people who have a similar accent. You know.
Half of them are women.
Okay, 40 million other people who have a similar accent.
A worrying amount of them are not British.
True. Okay. Well.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Come
the
on, chat.
angel from
She
my
won't do it. You have
nightmare.
Look, if it's just out of nowhere, people are perceiving me as Obi-Wan, there must be something to it.
Is it? Or is it just what you want to be the case?
I'm pretty Kenobi-esque, to be honest.
Kenobi-esque.
Now that you're back,
yes,
there is a story that we should actually look at.
Yeah.
High functioning Scott, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I know a couple.
Right. This seems like probably very bad news.
Okay.
No, he's not, by the way. ISS astronauts ordered to enter evacuation mode.
Oh, shit.
I love the idea of the ISS. The ISS
me
is
too.
a fucking cool idea.
Even
and
though,
in one of my
unfortunately,
in one of my RPs in the first series of Wizards in Space, which is a Star Trek TTRPG that I ran like 5-6 years ago now, the ISS was the scene of the end of the story. Because in my universe it was made into a museum and kept in orbit because it's such an incredible first leap into space life. But it looks like, I am going to say probably due to the same broad patterns of enshittification that are affecting everything else, involving many things which have a political angle, it looks like it's not going to survive. Looks like the ISS is going to be, it's just going to die. It's very sad.
That is sad.
Let's read the details.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Out of an abundance of caution, they say, NASA has directed all 4 of the agency's SpaceX Crew 12 members and NASA astronaut Chris Williams to assume an elevated safety posture in the Dragon spacecraft while the repair is underway. Now, I don't want to jump to conclusions on it, potentially dying, but for the last few, I'm not just basing it on this story, I'm basing it on several from the last few years. There's been some things happening there that aren't good, and at least one of them has been because they tried to put someone on there for whom the reason they were there was likely not pure merit.
Yeah, many such cases.
Astronauts on board the ISS were ordered to shelter inside their spacecraft after discovering new cracks and leaks in the station's Russian segments transfer tunnel, according to a carefully worded update by NASA Press Secretary Bethany Stevens. Now, to be fair to
I think it is being decommissioned anyway, as Harley Herbert brings up in the chat. I think it was anyway. That was inevitable.
To be fair to the Russians, I don't think they've actually caused this problem or any of the other problems on the ISS, as far as I know. The problem that I was talking about earlier was, I think, from European or American teams that wanted it to happen. I don't know the full details, but I don't think it was the Russians that did this. Following new leaks, Roscosmos has elected to proceed with a more extensive repair operation on Friday, June 5th. Stevens wrote, out of an abundance of caution, NASA has directed, I read the part already. Quote, we continue to work with our Russian counterparts along with the rest of the international community, blah, blah, blah. Stevens did not elaborate on what said extensive repair operation entailed, but given the decision to have the Crew 12 astronauts shelter in place inside their spacecraft, it could be a slightly more invasive than usual procedure.
Yeah.
There's currently no reason to believe that crew members are in any danger. Yeah, but it's space. I hate to say it, but at any time something
kind of
can go
inherently
catastrophically
in
wrong
some
and
danger.
lead to a cascade of failures that will destroy the entire thing. Like, it's not good that this is even close to happening. The ISS has struggled with leaks affecting the Russian segment since at least September 2019. Crew members have been busy hunting down these cracks using a wide variety of methods. In one, hey, maybe this is something the Russians did wrong. Maybe they manufactured it wrong. In one particularly creative attempt in late 2020, cosmonauts used a tea bag to locate a leak by having it slowly drift across the station while watching it with a camera. Well, I mean, that's one way of finding where the air is coming out, but that's not that creative. I imagine that's quite normal. I mean, like a very, very gentle air current. Surely you would need something lighter than a tea bag even for that. Just a piece of paper would do it. Like a ripped up, like tiny little piece of paper. Gradually things would drift towards the tiny crack, surely. If air can escape out of it. But if air's escaping out of it to space, I think you'd notice it sooner. Even if it's microscopic, it would tear itself open wider. Sure. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't know. Subsequent leaks have forced NASA to postpone spacecraft arrivals, with NASA's Inspector General calling ongoing cracks and air leaks in the service module transfer tunnel a top safety risk in 2024. Transfer tunnel, to be fair, that is where you'd expect to find wear and tear, I think, because it's
being used
constantly
Yeah.
being attached to things. And I
Mhm.
imagine that there's flexible parts of it too, although I don't know that. The ISS is slated to be retired roughly 4 years from now, after decades of permanent occupation by human crews. Unfortunately, its age is undeniably starting to show, far ahead of its fiery swan song
Well,
through the Earth's atmosphere.
you
It's
know,
very sad, I think.
it's kind of crazy because I had this story, which is about how they've detected these rare red sprites above storms from the space station. Reveal kind of lighting so high and elusive that you usually miss it. So there's actually these very pretty fucking cool photos that they've captured recently from the ISS. Most of us know storms from the ground, the
that
flash, the
picture's
thunder.
not from the ISS.
No, but they detect it. That's how they detect them, I believe. So transient luminous events, shortened to TLEs, are brief flashes that appear above thunderstorms instead of below them. They include red sprites, blue jets, halos, elves, watch yourselves, and gigantic jets.
I fucking hate these deliberate acronyms.
What's wrong with elves?
Because it's not like elves are bad enough.
What's wrong with elves?
Honestly, they're giving the light events a bad name by us aligning them with elves.
What's wrong with elves?
A lot.
Name one.
Chat, fetch me the Book of Grudges.
Names that sound almost mythical but describe real electrical activity high in the atmosphere. Sprites usually appear as red jellyfish-like flashes in the mesosphere, around 31 to 53 miles above Earth. Gigantic jets are different. We got it. Why space matters. From the ground, these flashes are hard to catch. Clouds block the view, and events last only a fraction of a second. The ISS changes the game. Orbiting around 250 miles above Earth gives astronauts and instruments a clean view of storm tops where the usual weather maps stop and strange electrical story begins. The ISS Storm Lab, a key instrument in the Atmosphere Space Interactions Monitor, known as the ASIM, built for the European Space Agency and mounted outside the station's Columbus module in 2018, it studies lighting, TLEs, and terrestrial gamma ray flashes. So they're studying them, I guess, from the ISS, but it also gives them an idea of where the fuck they're going to show up and where they are. Here's a photo of it. NASA astronauts, and the ASIM instrument are capturing elusive upper atmosphere lighting, providing new insights into storm electrical activity. This is what the ISS is capturing currently. This is only in a module that was installed in 2018 to let them even do this. You know? That's very sad about the ISS.
Yeah. I mean, if the ISS was being decommissioned because it literally couldn't be kept there, I'm not sure that's even true, but I guess there are probably occasional adjustments that need to be made. Like, there's a cost of it running there, even if there's no humans on it. So, I mean, that kind of makes sense. But if it was being replaced with a new, cooler ISS,
well,
at least that would
sure.
be all right. But I don't think
it is, though.
I don't
No.
know if it is.
I don't think it is. That's the unfortunate bit. That shit's cool as fuck. I had another space story. Giant supercluster discovered hiding behind the Milky Way. Meerkat observations have revealed a major structure shaping galaxy motion in the local universe, prompting us to rethink our cosmic map. Understanding the nature of our cosmos requires an accurate map of how galaxies are spread throughout it. For decades, astronomers suspected there was something vast lurking behind the Milky Way's dense, dusty disk in our sky. There were indirect, subtle distortions present in galaxy motions that we could see, showing unexplained gravitational pulls, but the structure itself and its extent remained hidden in a difficult part of the sky to observe. Now, using South Africa's Meerkat radio telescope, astronomers have brought that hidden mass into focus. The result, available in a preprint on Arxiv, let's bring that up. Do we have any better pictures in here or anything else interesting? Well, this won't be available yet, but the PDF should be right here. Wait. Hidden Vela supercluster revealed by first hybrid redshift in peculiar velocity reconstruction. So this is mostly using optical redshifts, blue and red shifts, is how they detected it. So they've mostly just detected that it exists there, right? There's no photographs of it, okay? But they've detected that there's this massive supercluster that's apparently right behind the Milky Way. The Vela supercluster also sits behind one of astronomy's most persistent obstacles, the zone of avoidance. This region...
I believe that's where the center of the galaxy is, right?
I think so. This region where, let's find out, where the dense plane of the Milky Way blocks the visible light. Oh, no, it's just too dense there. Because, you know, like, it doesn't spread up and down.
Of where the galaxy is.
Yeah. It doesn't spread in all directions equally. This region where the dense plane of the Milky Way blocks visible light obscures nearly a fifth of the sky. Optical telescopes simply cannot see through it. Vela has been something of a ghost, says Rene Kortweg. Right, it's South Africa, so he's Dutch.
A bit on the,
yeah,
on
I can
the
go
page
further.
For chat's benefit.
Yes.
Thank you. That's much better. Thank you.
Discovered that the Vela supercluster is... Oh, sorry, he's a co-author, yeah. We could infer its presence, couldn't trace it, got that through that, yes.
Who was not involved in the research.
Of course not.
By the way, a brief interjection for a vocab thing.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier about the acronym ELVES and how I don't like these acronyms where
You
they
just don't
deliberately
like
fit
elves.
the words.
I can't...
Well, we'll get to that.
Very rude.
But where they deliberately fit the words to an acronym or to a specific acronym or to make it more readable. You can tell they've deliberately chosen words to do that.
Yes.
And I thought, I always disliked that, but I thought the word backronym referred to something else, i.e. when an existing acronym's words are changed to match its changing purpose, but the first letter is kept the same. But no, that's a variant of a backronym that sometimes people apparently call rebacronyming. But the word backronym does refer to the thing I thought that this was, the elves thing, or there's others as well. It happens a lot in the tech world. So yes, I will now be using the word backronym very often because I don't enjoy them. I would like to criticize them. It's done in science a lot too. Science and tech are big areas for backronyms.
It's to make them mnemonic. It's to make them mnemonic, to be memorable.
I understand the practical reason to do it. But it's still annoying, and I still think it's cringe and gay, and I'm going to point it out.
You just don't like elves, which is very
that's
rude.
Also true.
Very rude.
Which is very based.
Very rude. No.
Fucking knife ears. Around elves, watch yourselves.
I don't know.
Elf genocide now. Coxley or Kindle.
What? Why are you being so rude towards elves currently? Is there any reason why?
Well, I'm very lucky. You see.
Why are you lucky?
Because I'm in a merciful mood.
Oh, are you? Okay. Each detection carries a fine fingerprint. Hydrogen line is shifted. This is how they're seen through the Milky Way. By tracking neutral hydrogen lines across thousands of galaxies, we're able to effectively reconstruct the structure in 3 dimensions. He explains. The survey revealed more than 2,000 previously unseen galaxies, filling in what had been glaring gaps in cosmic maps. What had first appeared as faint overdensity is now resolved into a massive structure with 2 dense cores, likely moving towards each other with larger gravitational systems. Crucially, the hydrogen signal does more than just mark where the galaxies are. While it traces hydrogen throughout the galaxy population, it's particularly effective at highlighting the colder, denser gas reservoirs, the raw material from which new stars form. And that's, I don't like this idea that you can see that these spatial bodies are moving towards each other because of gravitational force. Now, by the time that we collide with another galaxy, which we are supposed to, I don't remember which one it is, it's not going to happen for Andromeda for billions of years. So
a long time, yeah.
Yeah.
Aiden, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Actually, did I ask you this last? Does the gravity of a single atom here affect an atom 90 billion light years away?
Via quantum mechanics, it would.
No, not via quantum mechanics.
Potentially, yes.
Also, you don't know that, I don't think.
I said potentially.
I'm just asking about the gravity.
I'm
just asking about the gravity, not quantum effects.
No, but the gravity could affect it via quantum effects.
Ignore the quantum effects.
If it was entangled, yes.
Aiden, 1, you don't understand entanglement.
I do
2,
understand entanglement. Don't you fuck with me.
Gravity and quantum mechanics are famously ununified. So just answer, would the gravity of an atom here affect an atom 90 billion light years away?
No. Some minor little implication on it, potentially. That would be immeasurable. But yes, potentially yes.
Okay.
Because all matter in the galaxy will do that. All matter in the universe will do that.
Someone in chat mentioned a very good point, that 90 billion light years is not a good number to use because it propagates at the speed of light. So let's say 9 billion, right? Because that's old enough. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
So a single atom. And what does that imply? It implies, in my opinion, the range of gravity is infinite, which I find fucking amazing. That this phenomena of
The force is
space-time just
acting
has
upon
no
it.
limit
Yes,
to its
yes.
range. And it does appear that way because large structures in space are affected by gravity. There's not like a bubble of gravity around something. It's obviously it falls off, but it's infinite.
Yeah.
I
Also,
find that really cool.
how dare you say I don't understand quantum entanglement? Rude and
We've
incorrect.
been through it like at least twice on these streams. Quantum entanglement isn't what you think it is.
Okay. What is it then?
What do you think it is?
Well, it's that two particles can be affected at the same time because they are quantumly entangled. One thing that affects one particle will affect the other.
I don't think that's what it means. No.
Or am I wrong, Chat?
It's not spooky action at a distance.
Spooky action.
It's an Einstein quote. You wouldn't understand.
Oh. Never mind. Okay.
Look, I'm not pretending to understand it either, but I think there's a common misunderstanding of it, which is that the particles are fundamentally connected.
Well, speaking of, by the way, we'll talk about that. I'll talk about it now. Looks like, what's your opinion on string theory?
I don't know enough about it to have an opinion, really, but the opinion of people whose opinions on science I regard as likely to be trustworthy consider it to be halfway between an interesting idea and a cult.
I think it leans at this point towards a cult, and I'll tell you why. So this is interesting. I'll finish this up first. Well, I think we got it. Is that they've essentially discovered, a supercluster that's just behind the Milky Way, that because of the density and clustering of the Milky Way, we weren't able to see until now, essentially, which is very interesting. But
was the James Webb involved by any chance?
Was he? Was the telescope involved? No, it was not. Not in this article.
See, Sandru, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure I told Aiden this already. That's why I'm not going through the explanation again, and we're moving on.
Did we? I know we did have a discussion about
Scientist Splinter Group says gravity is not a force, it's a condition.
We did have a discussion about quantum entanglement before, a couple weeks ago, yes.
Curvature of space-time. So I do know it's not a force. If I used the word force, I didn't mean it literally. Just meant it as an analogy. So apologies.
Now, this article, which is again from Science, I have multiple. Oh, I'll just log in, whatever. I do have a Science account. So my problem with string theory is that because it's kind of a unifying universal theory, is that when scientists aren't able to evidence string theory, instead they go, well, let's just kind of revise the theory a little bit. You're not supposed to do that. Either it is or it isn't. And instead it's like, see, back to basics approach, alternative paths towards the theory of everything.
You shouldn't revise a theory in the middle of an experiment, but you can revise a theory
post facto,
around
yes.
experiments.
Sure.
Yeah, which is what they're doing. They're trying to fit the theory to the data, which is science.
Yes, but should you not maybe change it, the name of it or something? I don't know.
If it's named for fundamental things that aren't changing, then I think it's fine.
Some researchers are revisiting the theory from its first principles in a paper in Press in the Physical Review Letters at Clifford Chung, a physicist.
At that point,
yes.
there might be an argument to change its name.
Yes.
If they're changing the first principles, then yeah.
Yes, that's why I bring it up. Yes. Colleagues lay out Clifford Chung and colleagues lay out a small set of assumptions about the universe and show that they inevitably give rise to string theory. Their work is part of a broader revival of the bootstrap philosophy that inspired string theory in the first place, building up explanations from a small set of consistent general principles rather than deriving laws from a particular mechanistic framework. It is a trend away from a specific model that someone came down from the mountain on with 2 tablets, says Chung. People are kind of going back to basics. That's what I'm saying, is that like there's been there's been reticence within the scientific community to re-examine string theory because it's been taken as a given now for 50 years, essentially.
A given
60
among
years.
some, yeah. The Yoda mentions that it's in Freeman's mind. Absolutely, that's one of my primary references. It reminds me of the Alzheimer's thing, an example I bring up fairly often, because they for years had assumed that one seminal paper on Alzheimer's was true. And to be fair, having a little bit read about it, it makes sense why they assumed it was true. The evidence seemed compelling, but it wasn't. And so for 15 years, almost all Alzheimer's research was based on a faulty premise. Going back to basics would help you clear out things like that. I'm sure it has, yeah. Help you clear out things like that. So string theory may be a really good candidate to do that with. I'm sure these are not the first people to do it. And maybe they'll end up just as wrong if string theory is wrong.
It's actually, again, it goes kind of back to the wisdom of crowds thing, which is that scientists end up a bit myopic. They think string theory is the explanation. It is the theory of everything. It explains everything. And so it is rare. Just people who basically go, well, we still think string theory explains everything, but we need to go back to basics and re-examine it. And there needs to be more of this work being done, in my opinion. Approach does not prove string theory is correct, but it is quite remarkable that with fairly minimal assumptions, you are led to string theory. That is the work that needs to be done, and they appear to have done it as well. Andrew Trolley, physicist at Imperial College London, who works with an alternative model of gravity, clarifying what assumptions underlie the theory could help limit the range of possible versions of string theory and its competitors. He adds, it's tremendously interesting to know what is allowed or not. Dates back to the 1960s. Over the following decades, it grew into an ambitious framework, but the theory grew ever more baroque. For it to work, strings would need to exist in at least 10 dimensions, the 4 familiar ones of space and time, plus 6 additional dimensions curled up beyond perception. The theory also required certain symmetries not seen in nature and permitted an unimaginably vast number of possible universes. Furthermore, the strings are too small to ever probe directly, making it difficult to falsify. That is one of the, biggest... I'm going to turn my fan off.
But
here,
it
sorry.
has to be unfalsifiable. It's beyond the realm of perception. So ultimately, a theory like this is probably going to be.
However, falsifiability is kind of a prerequisite. No, string theory exists outside of a lot of the things that we consider prerequisitional for science. And one of those is, again, you can't falsify it, which makes it a darling
not
theory.
Being falsifiable, they're not cheating.
I know they're not cheating.
It's unfalsifiable because they
can't see it.
The
Yeah,
thing
you
you're
can't
studying
observe
is
it.
too far beyond tools. Yeah, so it makes sense. It's not like they're doing it maliciously. But,
oh, I know. But it puts string
to
theory
use it.
in a place where you can't falsify it, right? Exactly, because you can't measure it. So any theory that is
close to the Planck length, aren't they? In size, I can't remember the exact amount.
I think so. But the problem with any unfalsifiable theory is then you just have to recreate the theory or find more evidence for it or find evidence for something else, and it always ends up back at string theory in some capacity because it's unfalsifiable. I don't like unfalsifiable theories. At some point, maybe we can develop the measures and methods to be able to measure these things. But currently, we can't.
Not being able to directly measure it wouldn't necessarily make it unfalsifiable. You can derive it and you can exclude every other hypothesis, but ultimately there could be other hypotheses you haven't considered. It's sort of just a waiting game to see if you can figure it out. But science is like that. At some point you get to 99.99% and there's space there for extra hypotheses to emerge, but it's not likely. It's unlikely enough that you can start to base, well, not stop, you can continue basing with essentially certainty other works on it. And that's where all science will go. So there's the progression of science, but with string theory, it's so deep that I think it's difficult to base other works on it. But when it's been tried, it often hasn't worked. So I think the theory is probably still wrong, but it's probably a very good attempt, and there may be parts of it that are true. No, I haven't looked into it in detail.
They are seeing that going from basics up, they were able to provide some evidence that it holds water, at least, as to string theory as it is. But you have, again, critics like this. Peter Voigt here says, he's a professor at Columbia and mathematician, says a hardened critic of string theory, says it's vague and untestable idea blindly adopted with a tribal allegiance. It's not science. It's really an insane situation, he says. And I can understand why scientists feel that way. Well, he agrees that there's been a gap between the promise and execution. It's not given us a theory of the world we live in, which is entirely the point. He argues it doesn't make string theory worthless. Even Voigt acknowledges that string theory has generated fruitful ideas in physics and math. Today, theoretical physicists are learning to use string theory as a helpful framework that doesn't live up to its original promises. So, I guess the kind of question here about string theory is that even if it has to be built from the ground up, if it is useful to mathematicians and physicists to have this framework, does it matter then if it's not entirely correct and can be constantly sort of revised? Because in most other sciences, if you have a theory where you can go back to basics and rebuild it from scratch, you wouldn't call it the same theory. But it's kind of the problem with theory of everything as an idea.
If your attempt to rebuild it from scratch arrives in the same place
direction,
as you already were, then it's probably valid in some sense. I suspect there's some validity to string theory. It's just difficult to pick out which parts are right and which
I think that's the problem, is it is too, as I say, vague, it's too grand, it's too vast. But if they are going back to basics, as they say here, and they're finding evidence for it, then maybe there, is indeed legitimacy to string
Well,
theory
it
as
sounds
is.
like
The initial hypotheses
evidence
were
for-
perhaps correct.
It sounds like evidence may be it's sort of correct word, but what he's doing here in rebuilding it from principles is described by the article as being how it was originally constructed. So how is this different? I guess it's just reconsolidating the work that has been done on string theory and then reformulating it from that work, which wasn't done originally, of course. But then surely this isn't the first time someone's thought that along those lines, but maybe it's being done in a more formal, structured way this time.
What they're saying is we've been thinking comparatively, completely outside any boxes for too long. So that's why they're going back to principles of saying you've gone off the res. You've gone off the res.
Would have been the opposite.
No, it's that they've taken the assumptions of string theory for granted too long, and whereas the assumptions need to be challenged and reiterated and reaffirmed, right? So that's why you want to go back to
what they're describing.
You don't think so?
It sounds like what they're describing is that they've been assuming axioms of string theory
That's what I mean.
true for so long,
Yes,
but that they haven't. But that is within a box. But now they're thinking outside the box by just saying, drop all the axiomatic assumptions and try and rebuild it from first principles, from the physics we do know, and they're finding that they can do that. Now, again, I don't think that's particularly rare. That would be something that you could do hypothetically on your own in private, and you could arrive at the same conclusions. What I think is happening here is one of two things. Either one, it's being done formally and structurally, which might be useful, but I would guess that's not the first time it's been done,
perhaps
even
not
recently. Or secondly, that they're just not taking into account factors that challengers of string theory would propose after this article's been written. And that these are just the same cultists giving us a new marketing perspective for the advocacy of string theory.
Maybe it is just another marketing perspective for string theory. I don't know. I do think that it's important, though, to do that back to basic stuff regularly. To go back and challenge all of your assumptions on something scientifically and make sure that the basic fundamentals make sense, particularly as you get access to greater technology and evidence.
Sure. I think this is what iconoclasm exists for.
Yes.
And why, though it is wrong and should be fought, on a larger scale, it is right and should continue.
Mm-hmm.
But not from the scale of individuals. On the scale of individuals, it's wrong and should be fought.
There is a systematic use for it, though.
Sure.
I did mention this in the tweet, so I wanted to get to it. There's a new X-ray telescope. Lightweight new X-ray telescope could finally give scientists something they've never had before, a complete chemical map of the moon and potentially other celestial bodies. Their detailed modeling, which included both telescope detector and a realistic moon-orbiting satellite mission, suggests that one telescope could map 5 important elements in about 2 years. A larger 5x5 array of detectors could produce sharper maps and complete work more quickly. The moon's geological... This is just awesome. They've got a fucking X-ray they can point at the moon so that they can detect, where are there going to be particularly useful deposits of minerals, right? And other such things.
If you think about the word X-ray, it sounds so 20th century sci-fi, doesn't it? It is exactly.
Well, they're commonplace for us. You get an X-ray when you.
I think it's when it was named.
Sure.
Yes, it's commonplace. The words become commonplace. It's used in medical scans. Most people's encounter with the word X-ray is going to be a boring situation where they're sitting in a chair.
Where you break your wrist or I break my foot,
Exactly. Both of which were women's fault. With an X-ray, you think about the word, it's pretty cool. What? Tell me I'm wrong.
How do you know it was a woman's fault when I broke my foot?
Because I was there.
Oh.
You didn't break your foot, but maybe you're talking about
when I originally broke my foot, which I got scared about it. When I
wasn't talking about that. I was talking about when you
tripped off a curb.
Thought you might have broken your foot here.
And the way that I originally broke my foot, which is why I got scared about that, is because I tripped off a curb. Which was a woman's fault. That's why I was wondering how you knew. Rude.
Well, I mean, anything that happens to you is probably a woman's fault. Statistically.
Is it though? Is it though? When you exist.
And a specific woman's fault, yeah.
But
are you saying that a significant portion of things that happen to you are my fault?
Yes. I will blame them on you whenever possible.
Yes. I'd like to accept credit for my brilliance in this arena.
Oh my god. I got to move on to the good news for me and bad news for you thing. Because that's...
All right. I do have another story that we can go off to if you like.
Sure. But this is just a short one. It will be neat to see what they were able to do with this compact X-ray telescope for lunar orbit, because it will allow them to, again, figure out where you can drill, for example, in the moon if you want to do that. Anyway, go ahead.
Brian, you weren't here for the B article earlier. Aiden did at least one B article.
I did 2 B articles.
You missed it. She
I
did
had
2.
an article about bees problem solving, and I had an article about them dropping millions of bees into the Sahara to try and refertilize it. That didn't work, and all the bees died. It was very sad. Rip bees.
Very dumb. What does that remind me of? There's something where, like, someone tried to. I don't know. It's some example where someone tried to do something and everyone died. And it's completely expected. I can't remember the analogy, but either way, it was dumb. Let's continue with this. Now, I've done a lot of non-AI stories today, but this one seems like the most interesting AI story. ChatGPT is blowing up marriages as spouses use AI to attack their partners. Quote, my family is being ripped apart, and I firmly believe this phenomenon is central to why. This is a story that marries technology and sociology.
Good night,
so I think
Yiz.
you'd be interested. Good night, Yiz. Is she going?
Well, she's going to dinner.
Where is it?
So.
Oh, there
Just
it
in the
is.
chat.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay. A husband and wife, together nearly 15 years, had reached a breaking point, and in the middle of their latest fight, they received a heartbreaking text. Quote, our son heard us arguing, the husband told Futurism. He's 10 and he sent us a message from his phone saying, please don't get
Why does a
divorce.
10-year-old have a phone?
Well, that's a different question, but what a great way to encourage them to get a divorce by seeding the notion of divorce while they're arguing.
Well, yeah. And it comes from the son.
But he's 10.
Yeah.
He's 10. What his wife did next, the man told us, unsettled him. She took his message and asked ChatGPT to respond. That's not the right answer.
That's creepy and weird.
This was her immediate reaction to our 10-year-old being concerned about us in that moment. The couple is now divorcing. Like
what
most
a
marriages,
surprise.
the husband conceded theirs was imperfect, but they'd been able to overcome their difficulties in the past, and as of just a few months ago, he felt they were in a good, stable place. Now, I hate to be a downer here. AI might genuinely have been a factor here. It may have been a big factor. I'm sure it is in some marriages. But if this
AI
was
sycophantic
possible,
so
we'll get to that. But if this was possible, there probably were underlying problems that weren't being addressed, and it is possible. And this is going to be the premise for a large part of this article, my other side of the story presentation, is that the AI actually just revealed the problems that would otherwise have been worse later. Now, 15 years is a long time, so maybe it would have been stable without them being revealed, and the problems were low enough level without being revealed that it would have been fine. But there are often times where a problem needs to be revealed by some phenomena, which would have been revealed later by some other phenomena, but worse. The earlier and more easily it's revealed, the better, unless it would be subtle enough that it would be able to keep stable.
Potentially.
So it's a difficult balance to strike there. In this case, it sounds like after 15 years, these problems might not have been actually like
what AI also will do is, because of its sycophancy, it will tell you what it thinks you want to hear, and it will try to detect problems. People are loading their questions, right, when they ask AI anything, typically. And so a lot of times, I know myself personally, when I'll ask AI questions about things that are not about science, which I almost entirely use it for, but when I have used it and asked it personal questions about like life decision stuff, it's always sycophanted, and it's as a result, it's always given me absolutely fucking terrible advice, you know? So
I think what you're answering there is a slightly different question than what I was asking.
Okay.
But well, you're not wrong, of course. A couple of things in chat. He's 10. Yes, I know. I wasn't saying he's made a mistake there. Just commenting that it is still going to happen.
Boozy Lou is blaming the child.
Well, I stream with one. Are there any women that aren't basically children?
Coming from you, that is rich.
Look, I have a controlled, but useful childlike wonder.
Mercurial? Are you saying that you're mercurial?
No, I'm not saying I'm mercurial, actually. That was not even close. The couple is now divorcing, it says. We've been together for just under 15 years total. 2 kids, he explained. We've had ups and downs like any relationship. Wait, was one of the kids downs? And in 2023, we almost split. But we ended up reconciling, and we had, I thought, 2 very good years, very close years. Now, there's the expression that women know 2 months before they end a relationship that they're going to end it, and that is the time when cheating is most likely. And this was 2 years. And I don't know, man. Maybe it was just the longer version of that.
Well, I don't know. I've not heard that.
If you almost broke up in
axiom.
in 2023, 2 years before it ended. There's any number of reasons that could explain this besides AI. Like, as I said earlier,
yeah,
AI
they
very
already
well could be the answer, but it seems too easy here.
they
It
already
seems
had
like
issues.
the boogeyman. Do you remember when it was always the case of like gaming is satanic or gaming is
Yes,
always blamed
yes.
because every new piece of media is always blamed, and apparently
Yes.
movies did this as well, went through the same
They
thing
did.
as
They did.
music, as books.
Yes.
Even when they were new, they were always blamed for everything they were
Every
even
social ill,
peripherally involved
indeed.
in.
Yes.
And now it's happening with AI. Now
Yes.
AI could have caused this genuinely. It may have done so. We'll look into details of this as we go through, but I am here to give you some skepticism as to it might just be the boogeyman that this man would rather blame
Potentially.
than other things, maybe even himself, but possibly her as well. And then he sighed. The whole ChatGPT thing happened. Over this past summer, arguments they'd worked together to resolve years ago came suddenly and ferociously roaring back. What he eventually realized was that his wife had started using OpenAI's chatbot to analyze him and their marriage, holding long, drawn-out conversations over text and the chatbot's phone-like voice mode feature.
Oh, that's
It's very
crazy.
possible that
Using the phone thing, using the voice stuff is crazy. I have asked, AI personal questions, like I said, like about like, oh, what should I do about this thing or the other, which is fucked, and I don't do that anymore because it's insane, but I can absolutely understand why someone would start doing it, because you're looking for like what you would ask a friend for, but for advice on. But with friends, there's always a fear that, well, they're not obviously they're not impartial, and they don't know the whole situation, and you don't want to tell them necessarily the whole situation because they have their own life, Whereas with a computer, you can just dump on it, and in this case, like, she's dumping every single one of her insecurities, dumping behavioral logs onto it, and it's going to try and acquiesce to anything she's saying. And
even if it's only a little bit acquiescent, it's going to give them
even
a
so,
bias.
yes,
Definitely.
yes. Because she's the one who's filling
especially
in
if
the
they're
data.
relying on it.
She's the one
Yeah.
filling in. It's her interpretation of events, which isn't
It is,
necessarily
and the AI's not going to challenge
accurate. No, it
even
won't.
if it challenges it a bit, even if it challenges it
Yeah.
just not quite as much as a human would, or not quite enough. And of course, as you said, with a human, perhaps they're motivated. If you're talking to, like, you're in a relationship with the woman's in a relationship with a man, and there's another man she's asking advice for, and that man wants to sleep with her. Like, he's going to be biased. He's going to give potentially advice that will lead towards a certain outcome. Even a female that doesn't like that male, or that does like that male, they're going to give different advice as well. So that bias is to be expected from any friend, and most people can perceive that. But with an AI, the assumption is it's unbiased. And people like to keep that assumption because it means they can trust it uncritically without thinking.
Well, it's
So
not just brought up in the
they'll tend to do
chat
so.
that people do this already on Reddit. And how many marriages has Reddit
sure.
destroyed by people going
Yeah.
and say, here's my
And it wouldn't
my
be
little
blamed
nitpick.
in this way because it's
No.
still people doing it.
Right. Whereas, but it actually works the exact same way psychologically for the person doing it, right? So people who go onto Reddit and just tell their entire fucking life story and are listening to other strangers, it's because of the strangers on a train effect, strangers on a plane effect. It's a de-individuation, which as a result, because you are anonymized or pseudonymized, you feel more capable of saying all kinds of things you would not tell to someone you know in real life, because it will have implications. It could come back to you and harm you in some way. So people will exaggerate. People will say things they would not normally say because they're inappropriate, because they're too detailed. And it works the same way on Reddit. But with the AI, there's zero social stigma, because it's never going to get out. No one else is going to ever see it or be able to post it in, on a Reddit compilation thread. It's just between you and the AI. So the de-individuation is at a maximum, which means all of de-individuation effects. And although there is a benign disinhibition effect that occurs with de-individuation, benign disinhibition is exactly that. It is sharing of personal information for the purpose of unloading. However, that's the strangers on a train, strangers on a plane effect. That has been found to be psychologically benign. And I understand the wording there is intentional. It's not helpful, it is benign, meaning it is non-harmful to express emotions to people that you've, and deep, seated thoughts and opinions and secrets with people that you'll never see again. However, the other side of the other side of benign disinhibition is toxic disinhibition. There is no positive disinhibition. There's only toxic and benign. So toxic inhibition is the one that's far more well studied because it's far more evident, which is trolling, which is harassment, which is all the kind of negative things that people, now trolling can be very funny, but, etc. It is having not being inhibited to not do things that are antisocial, because you know that you won't get anything back from it in a social repercussion sense. As a result, these kind of, I know this is a long rant, but as a result, these completely anonymized environments with AI will allow people to say the worst fucking shit they can think of about another person, knowing that there is no possible repercussion for it, unless, I guess, the AI gets hacked, which does happen. That being said, it lets people just say the worst shit they are thinking and have it be reaffirmed to them through a sycophantic actor. I can see this breaking up a lot of marriages. I can see it breaking up a lot of relationships in general. It already is. Already has. This is just an example.
Yep, I expect so. I agree almost entirely there. My question is just, it will also be used as an excuse when they do end for other reasons as well. But in this case, it might be a bit of both. Because there's that phenomenon that I'm sure you're familiar with. I think we talked about it before, where in a test, if people are asked to press a button, they got neurons attached to them, electrodes attached to their brain, the researchers can tell that they had decided which button they were going to press, which of the two, like 10 seconds or sometimes 20 seconds before they pressed it. They already decided.
It's autonomic, yes.
Yeah, and I expect that doesn't just extend to 10 or 20 seconds. I expect it can extend to much longer for bigger decisions.
People know what they're going to do.
In this case, a lot of these questions, maybe not all of them, some of them, I think the AI would have innovated an answer that, hey, she hadn't thought of and ended up agreeing with, but it probably would have been in aid of an original position. The original position was already established. She was using the AI to validate it, which you would often use a friend for. But in this case, you're just validating it. You're not actually getting the answer from the AI. You're just validating what you already believe. Now, it would have pushed her in the direction she was already going in, which may be an answer as to it affecting the marriage, but it's still what she was
We're all
thinking.
ultimately looking for ways to validate things that we're already thinking, right? So I actually just had somebody ask me recently, I think it was on Twitter, or was it in DMs on Discord? I don't know. Don't worry, I'm not going to reveal you. But somebody asked me, hey, should I consider going back to college? What should I do to consider that? And I said, hey, I got a great way for you to figure it out. There's this thing called theory of reasoned action and theory of planned behavior. Have you heard those terms before?
I have heard of it, yeah. How well has it worked for you in the past?
Zero! An absolute fucking goose egg on theory of planned behavior and theory of reasoned action working out for me in the long run. But it was a way...
You always insist on saying the entire name, not even shortening or abbreviating it. Every single time.
No one else knows. No one knows the fucking acronym for theory of planned behavior and theory of reasoned action.
No one knows what the term is either, especially when you say it so quickly.
Theory
of
planned...
scientific instrument for this.
It is an equation that you can use to be able to calculate your judgments of, like, whether or not you want to do an action based on subjective norms, based on, relative likelihoods of these things occurring, based on the outcomes that you anticipate and how positive or negative they are. And so you can do all this. You can plug all of these things into an equation and turn every life decision into a mathematical model. I have had zero positive outcomes from, and I've used it for the last 15 years. And I understand that, at least for myself as an autist, why there is a desire to want to systematize and turn everything into an equation, because then it feels clinical. That you're taking emotion, that you're taking human feelings out of it. However, which is exactly what the AI is doing too in this instance. In my experience, even though an actual real case use for theory of reasoned action and planned behavior is something like, I'm thinking about going back to college, because then you can do a real cost benefit analysis, right? Like, how much is this going to cost me? How much could I possibly make in a job that I get after the fact, right? You can do a real CB cost benefit analysis there. Unfortunately, the way I was taught it was apply it to human relationships. I was taught that when I was in college. And I think that it absolutely does not work. I'm saying this from experience. Theory of reasoned action, theory of planned behavior works for things like, should I go back to college? It doesn't work for things like, should I get involved in a relationship or whatever? Like, should I do this? Should I do that? That kind of stuff it doesn't work for. I tried doing that kind of stuff back in college. Does not work then, doesn't work now. Don't use it. Unfortunately, the AI is being essentially used as it's doing I guarantee it's running like the same kind of calculations, So don't use it for that reason.
Sorry, not exactly not calculations, but it will be doing something which will have similar faults, I think. In that it's conjugating how other people would respond to it, essentially, into its own version of that. Which is, in some ways, it's opposite of that. But I expect it would have similar flaws in that it's not taking into account enough factors,
Illusion of
or
control, buckroing.
an honest enough
buckroing,
perspective of the situation. But people rarely make decisions based on objective comprehension, like a sober understanding of the facts. They make decisions based on intuition, which is evolutionarily derived, so it's useful. It doesn't always get us the answers we think are the best at the time, but I believe on aggregate across the entire species, it does give us the best answers.
Well,
So
I tried to use
individuals make
mathematics
decisions
to remove emotion
and
from
their
the
decisions-
equation. Yeah.
and their decisions don't appear to be strictly correct, you are not, whoever is saying that, you are not smart enough to overrule
Yes.
4 billion years of evolutionary tuning
Indeed.
and tell them that their intuition is wrong. You are not
Indeed.
smart enough to do that. No amount of science or logic can override
You can
an
try.
answer which is not a strict fact answer. It is a what should I do?
Yes, ought. And oughts are kind of impossible. As much
Science
as I
can absolutely inform oughts. They should often. But they cannot strictly answer an ought question. Or at least it's folly to assume that you can do it well with pure science.
I want everything to be mathematical. So that's why I love TRA, right? I love TRA because I use the acronym, is that better? I love TRA because it makes me think that I can truncate everything down into an equation. However, and that's why I've used it for 15 years, it has a absolute zero track record for me of working out correctly. So you can't. Life is, there's too many variables, no matter how, and you can put every variable into TRA. It is an endless equation, right? You can put every fucking thing you can imagine into that equation. And yet the more things you put in, as this is how all equations work, although you may increasingly explain more and more variance, the amount of reliability of the model, it becomes too abstract. It becomes too massive to be able to actually locate down what it is, the thing that is you're actually trying to figure out the answer to. So climate change is the best example of this. Sorry, I know this sounds like an insane tangent, but in order to understand climate change, right, you need to input, to fully understand it, you'd have to input every single variable into the model. Well, that's everything. This creates an enormous amount of noise, and the more additional variables you add into the model, the more variance you can account for. By that I mean you are explaining the outcome. Okay, the Earth is warming. We know this. This is a demonstrable fact. The Earth is warming. As you add more variables into that model to explain it, you also add noise. And as you add noise, it becomes impossible to delineate the signal from the noise. And so, well, we're explaining why the climate is warming. Now, first of all, like for example, that's happening because we're coming out of a global ice age, a mini ice age. That's just one thing. There also is, of course, carbon emissions.
Plausible idea, yeah.
But it's a contributory factor. But also there are far more carbon emissions now as there were, 200, 300 years ago. That is a contributory factor. Being able to explain how much variance each and every variable adds to that model becomes increasingly difficult as you add increasing noise. The total model fit reaches nearly 100%. We've explained all of the variance in climate change. And yet when you explain 100% of the variance, the amount attributable to each variable becomes impossible to delineate. I hope that makes sense. I've always tried to explain this. This is why you cannot have complete statistical models, right? Sorry, that was kind of a tangent. But it applies to human behaviors as well.
I'm not sure I completely understand what you're saying there, but I'm sure that it does make sense. I'd say that what it sounds like, maybe you're saying, I may have misunderstood, is that the more factors you need to add, any noise in each factor, any inaccuracy in each factor compounds to the point that the noise becomes stronger than the signal, just because there's more factors. Even if they're pretty accurate, the more factors, the more noise there will be instead of the signal. Yeah, I expect that's true. Which is why it's something I often say about the different lenses the slightly different lenses we tend to look through, where if you're going for a more scientific approach to a problem, in a laboratory setting where you can control the factors, you can get a pretty good answer. But even there are factors that you can't control for, or there are factors that
Yes.
are difficult to perceive, or where it might be inaccurate to control for, and it's
Or
difficult.
let's
But in
say
real life, there's
yeah.
so many more other factors that a lab study, it really has to be applied very responsibly and very
Yes.
conservatively to real life.
Yes.
And that's where I think you and I sometimes have slight disagreements.
Yeah, but if you get me down to brass tacks on it, I will agree that you can never explain. I mean, I would be the first to actually agree with that you can never explain 100% of variance in an outcome. If you can explain 50%, that's insane. Being able to explain half is an incredible amount to be able to explain a model fit. So, again, the problem with something like global warming is that, well, people want to say, oh, we've been able to explain this much is amounted from increased carbon emissions. Yeah, but there's carbon emissions that occur from other factors, whatever. The point being, the more variables you add to a model, the more complete the model becomes, but the more noise you add inherently with each additional variable, because each variable contains a whole cluster of subvariables, right? All the things that lead into that. And all of that is noise, right?
And when 92% of the world's heat sensors are in areas that are habitually hotter than the surrounding natural areas, like on top of hot roofs and in car parks, you've started. I mean, this is a totally unrelated thing to what you're saying exactly, but it was a major flaw with climate change for years. I don't know if they even solved it, but there was another way of assessing global temperature through satellite data, which gave a more conservative answer on the global warming question.
Carbon emissions are contributing to it to a certain amount, as are cow farts, but we're also coming out of the global ice age, right? We are. There was a micro ice age. My fellow Americans, you ever saw pictures from like paintings in Christmas time of England in like 1900, 1800s, and it's all very, very snowy. It doesn't fucking snow here. And that's just because that was a mini ice age that happened, right? In the 1800s.
I do suspect that is probably either a larger contributing factor or a really significant and underserved contributing factor to climate change. Yes.
Yeah. So the point
it
being,
would make sense to me that it's once again a waveform, that you have big ice ages as like a big trough in the waveform, but then on that trough you have little variations,
spikes,
which is the high frequency ice age and non-ice age, the mini ones that you. It's a pattern I can observe all throughout the universe. It's amazing, honestly, that sound can be represented by a single line. All the variation in noise, it's just you can pile on frequencies of variation on top of each other, and it just adds the variation within each line. It's very cool if you actually study how audio works. But I find that pattern everywhere. Now that I understand how sound works, it's a mental pattern that you can use to explain all kinds of things.
My point relating back to this, though, and all of that, is that if you're talking to an AI chatbot, you're able to input all the variables, right? All those variables will come with substantial noise, right? And so the model, the
In
AI
some
model,
cases, almost complete noise.
almost
it's
complete
very
noise,
subjective and very biased.
Yes, and when you're talking about personal stuff like relationship stuff, it's highly noisy. So the computer is then gonna try to figure it out the best it can from a very noisy, albeit perhaps extremely complete model, versus like what a friend might give you as advice. You know. Sorry, that was a tangent, but it actually relates, I think, to it in a weird way.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I mentioned, with that biased input, it would only take a little bit of sycophancy and a little bit of
believing the user is being truthful and accurate.
Just a little bit of sycophancy, a little bit of not challenging the user as much as you should to give a radically wrong answer. But then maybe it is actually giving you the answer you needed and had
or the answer you
subconsciously arrived at already. Yeah, well, maybe it can be both. Yeah, any one of these is possible, but it is certainly beyond doubt that AI will be having an effect on relationships. In many cases, it'll be worse. Excuse me, but in some cases, it might actually be better.
Perhaps.
In some cases, it's better for the relationship to end, and AI might be the thing that causes that. So it's just like the internet and like most new technology, it's just going to amplify everything. And we just have to deal with that amplification and adapt to it.
Indeed. Want to continue with
So, yeah.
this? Yeah.
We can. There's probably a bit more to the article. Yeah.
We can
As
go
his
on something
wife
else.
leaned
Either way.
on the. I don't have much else to talk about actually. There's a couple articles we could look at, but they're sort of like backup ones.
Okay,
How
I've got.
about you? Do you have much else?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see what we can mine out of the rest of this first.
Well, no, I
His
got
wife leaned on
plenty.
the-
If it's not mining, if you're gonna mine, I've got all kinds of shit. Actually, I have something I'd like to talk
I
about
don't
because
know
it's
what else is in there, so I was going to find.
Okay, go ahead.
As his wife leaned on the tech as a confidant meet journal meet therapist, he says it started to serve as a sycophantic feedback loop that depicted
There you
him
go.
only as the villain. Well,
Yep.
yeah, that's to be expected. Quote, I could see, because it also copies, like, I've noticed very strongly AI will copy itself. One of its
Oh, yeah.
strongest signals is what it's already said. Now, this is
Mhm.
more apparent if you've got low temps, if you've got long context, and if you've got small message samples. But it happens either way, which
Yeah.
is why I've been working on a context compaction system recently. That is definitely a thing, but it will also work with your answers because its context is whatever's. It'll look more closely at what's most recent, and your messages will be more recent than its original prompt or its even its training. So we'll continue. I could see ChatGPT responses compounding, he said, and then my wife responding to the thing ChatGPT was saying back, and further and further and further spinning. It's not even giving objective analysis, he said. It's only giving her back what she's putting in. Their marriage eroded swiftly over a span of about 4 weeks, and the husband blames ChatGPT.
4
In this
weeks.
case, it sounds like it might be. Well, that's quite quick, yeah. It
A
might be
15-year marriage in 4 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's his characterization of it. It might be
Sure.
true, though.
Yes.
But if
yes. True.
if she had a friend who didn't want the relationship to succeed,
She could have done that in 4 weeks. Yeah.
she easily, like, it could have happened, yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that the AI just it doesn't, you don't need to befriend it. You can just go and make an account, and you can do this.
Yes.
You don't need to like make the unwise decision of going through the process of befriending another human being who then sabotages your relationship, which is a relatively complex and non-trivial thing to do. With an AI, it is trivial to get started.
Yes, indeed.
So it probably should not bias quite as much towards sycophancy. Now, I understand why they do. Product-wise, it makes sense.
Right.
But this is the rough edge of that. This
Yes.
is where you encounter that rub.
Yep. Indeed.
My
Indeed.
family is being ripped apart, the man said, and I firmly believe this phenomena is central to why. And there's more to the article.
Oh my god.
Most of it looks like commentary from the writer.
Yeah.
That's quite a lot, though,
Oh
isn't
my
there?
god. I don't care about that. We've given commentary.
Sure. We can move on. What else do you have?
This is interesting for me, which is that I was actually kind of shocked by this.
Yeah, that is weird. So
I just did a video on spatial cognition, and one of the things I found is that video gameplay, and I didn't find this just through my analysis recently, I'm aware of these studies from 10 years ago when I was working in game studies very directly. So I was quite surprised that a new study has found that there is no association between the frequency of gameplay and spatial abilities. However, there is a key indicator of what the problem is here. Frequency.
We're going to find it. Okay, that's interesting. We're going to find a methodological problem here.
No, it's frequency. Just because you play a lot of games doesn't mean that, or you play games a lot does not mean that you necessarily have higher spatial cognition, because it depends on the type of game.
I was about to say, surely they're discriminating the type of game. Surely. That would be a methodological problem then.
The methodological problem. This is why you have to be so worrisome about headlines like this, right? This is an issue. This is, you know, guys, this is like one of my key areas of research, where I was in the Game Studies Caucus. I was a founding member of the Game Studies Caucus for the National Communication Association Conference and Association. So when I see words like this, I get spooked. When I see words like
that title,
this,
now you've told me enough about that. Yeah,
Frontiersman, big red flags immediately about Frontiersman.
If we're taking that title literally, it's basically a non-starter or non sequitur. It doesn't matter. No one ever said that frequency of play should do
it's
that.
a type of gameplay.
Divorced from other factors.
Yes.
Yeah, type of game would actually be a factor. Type plus frequency, sure, but just frequency, no. Type is essential.
So by the way,
just because you play Candy Crush more doesn't mean you're going to have better ability to spatial parallel
Yes,
park.
because
we know that from
there's
example, right?
tons of research. There's meta-analyses that find that
Hmm.
playing video games is related to spatial cognition. Now, these are relationships. They're not causal, right? So this is looking at amount of time, frequency of playing games,
Yeah.
and that could be any kind of game, right? So study author Paul Pascu, whatever, and his colleagues note that playing video games might have potential to enhance spatial abilities. However, despite some evidence suggesting positive effects, and by that, let's be clear, he means some evidence, massive meta-analyses, a substantial body of research reports little to no reliable impact of video game play on broader cognitive abilities, including spatial skills. That is any video game. Yes. With this in mind, the
Is it
authors
possible
conducted
that
a study.
he's just that there are other factors he's not isolating as well, like as was mentioned in chat, gender or age?
So
These things will have a huge impact.
So gender is a huge one. Women have an upper limit for spatial cognition, essentially. Relative, men do too, but women definitely do. Women start out at a lower level, and yes, that will affect the results. With this in mind, authors conducted a study in which they combined a video game experience questionnaire that asked about 13 distinct genres of games with assessments of spatial abilities and differentiated between specific sensory modalities. Study participants was a massive sample of 53 undergraduates.
Oh, that's huge, yeah. If a child plays a space sim, a space fighter sim, when they're young, they are probably going to have genuinely better spatial cognition abilities than they would have done otherwise. Probably will genuinely improve it. Maybe significantly.
Yes, that is exactly what we find, is particularly in young children, if it's games with spatial cognitive aspects, yes, it can be, it can actually be enhancing.
Where the goal that they have created in their mind, which is likely to be the goal the game has created, requires them to exercise talent in a thing, they will get good at that thing.
Yes.
Especially if they do it a lot. It's basic practice makes perfect. But that's it. Whatever the child is exposed to, that they want to achieve, that requires skills, those are the skills they'll be good at. So video games are great for that.
Yes. Out of their sample of 53, they ended up with 23 acceptable participants. So if you didn't like that first number, it gets worse.
So we immediately sliced our tiny sample size in half.
Yep. Participating
How much
students.
were they paid to study 23 people playing video games and get shit results from it?
The students or the researchers?
Well, I don't know. The researchers.
Students were probably paid about $5 at most.
Yeah. The researchers.
Oh,
maybe more.
A lot more than that, probably. So they use mental rotation tasks, brick building tasks, visual spatial abilities. Results showed no association. Let's be very clear. No association, which doesn't mean a negative association, nor a positive one, between frequency of playing any type of video game in performance in audio or visual tasks examining spatial cognition. Neither the frequency of playing action games nor the frequency of playing non-action games is associated with examined spatial abilities. The only factor that successfully predicted better performance on the physical brick building task with participants self-reported comfort with playing with toy bricks. And this we find, by the way, very, very consistently in the literature. Playing with toy bricks and building objects, building materials as a child are, both in men and women, are strongly associated with spatial cognition skills later in life. However,
I imagine that there is a decent correlation between autism and
with
spatial
this
cognition.
many genres, 13 genres, and what was it, 23 participants?
People, 13 genres.
This is... I do like to sometimes bring up articles like this, where, thank you, SciPost, you didn't find fucking shit here. You didn't find anything. Quite literally, your study found nothing. It was no relationship in a sample so fucking small that it's irrelevant. You need 100 participants, minimum, to talk about statistical significance. I hate shit like this. That's why I wanted to bring it up. So, spatial cognition absolutely is related to video game play, but it's about preference, right? What children choose to play, what people choose to do actively. You can't just... I mean, maybe you could train some level of spatial cognition through extended video game exposure, but overwhelmingly, it's what people choose, what they elect, because they like it. That will increase their spatial cognitive abilities if they like it already, right?
So the factors that they evaded were genre of game,
Yeah.
gender of participant, and importantly, not specifically age, but the age at which they started playing it regularly.
Yes,
I think that
yes.
will be the biggest factor.
These are all major
actually.
factors they didn't access in this fucking study of 23 participants. Absolute fucking bullshit. There are reasons to sometimes use studies that have very low sample sizes, and that's because you're looking at a really, really specific population where it's difficult to get those people. Other than that, this is fucking retarded. Yeah, nice middle school study indeed, Sandrook. Indeed. Nice middle school work. So that's my dunking on some science for the evening. What do you got, Isolo? I got plenty of stuff.
There are some other things here. Let me see if I can pick out something else we haven't looked at yet.
Well, what? Oh, no! I talked about this earlier. Hang on, I talked about this earlier, so I want to get to it. This
is funny actually. Okay. You can do yours if you want, but I do have another one that's fun.
All right. I talked about this earlier, so I wanted to get to it. Scientists discover the master clock that controls biological growth and development.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Senescence.
Yes. Okay. So a similar problem can occur inside living cells if the timing... they say that a newly discovered genetic clock acts as the master timekeeper for development, orchestrating crucial bursts of gene activity throughout a worm's growth. So this is specifically in worms, but you need to understand it maybe in the most basic biological creatures to be able to understand it in more advanced ones. Similar problem can occur inside living cells. If the timing of a system that controls development fails, an organism may never progress through the stages needed to reach adulthood. Researchers at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory have now identified what appears to be a master developmental clock inside tiny worms. Yes.
Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. You know what I heard when you said that?
What?
Cold Harbor Laboratory.
That's a bit different. That's
yeah.
It's a bit different.
Yeah.
Discovery reveals how cells keep growth and development on schedule by coordinating a series of carefully timed bursts of gene activity. So several years ago, they began experimenting on this. The teams now found that two proteins, this is the new stuff, this is not telomeres, MYRF1, and this is in worms, MYRF1 and LIN42 form a feedback circuit that serves as the worm's genome central developmental clock. Together they determine when each pulse of gene expression begins and how long it lasts. According to researchers, this is a first example of a non-repeating biological clock of its kind. And if you could find similar things in humans of proteins like this that form such a feedback circuit loop, you could be able to potentially alter those things and determine when those circuits and those proteins fire off and are activated. Now, that's real playing with God or playing God's shit, so I don't know. But it does seem, again, as you brought up earlier, why do we age? Why do we inherently die? Like, why is it that things can't keep going forever? Now, part of that, of course, is the inherent entropic nature of everything in the universe. Everything is entropic. But why can't it just keep going on, at least in life forms, for a longer period of time?
Well, why wouldn't there be some life forms where each individual lives for as long as they literally can, as long as there's food, and then they die? I think the reason ultimately, and this is the best I can do to explain senescence on every scale, because there's social reasons why it happens among humans, but you need to explain why it happens among the simplest life.
Yes, worms, is that, in this case,
Well, no, simpler. Microbiology.
Oh, sure, microbes, yes.
Single cell.
Yes.
Because the senescence exists there. It's very common there.
Yes.
I think the best explanation is that, on aggregate, too much energy would be used by evolutionarily obsolete members of the species before they're selected out by death, such that the population wouldn't survive as well as if they die automatically when they reach a certain age. That produces better results overall. And I don't know if it does, but apparently it does.
Yeah. The findings revealed that the MYRF1 plays several critical roles during development. The protein acts as the trigger that starts each developmental stage. It's also required for the checkpoint that marks its completion. So that's the development hormone, or the development protein in this case. So leading up until completion of development. Once a burst of gene activity begins, the MYRF activates the LIN42, and that helps regulate the intensity and duration of genetic pulse. Together, the two proteins ensure that development proceeds in the correct order and at the proper pace. But when they blocked the MYRF, the entire developmental program broke down. We've never seen anything like this before. MYRF is part of this master regulatory clock for all cells, but it's also acting as a key maker and the master key for each stage of growth. Without the right key for each stage, development hits a wall and can't progress. So, if you could pause, for example, this protein, then it would, at a certain stage of development, then it would not progress. Theoretically, right?
Chad, do you know what the secret to living a longer life is? I don't know if this is true, but I saw it on some documentary years ago. It sucks, right? But the secret to a longer life is being cold, hungry, and depressed.
Yeah.
Apparently, I think this kind of makes sense because anyone who is struggling in life consistently throughout their whole life is probably evolutionarily doing something useful or trying or progressing towards something. But if you've got people that are comfortable, warm, and safe, they are probably stagnating to some extent. So create new generations because that's where change emerges. The universe abhors stagnation and will use corruption to break stagnation, in my opinion. So that's my hypothesis on why that is the case if it is, and apparently it is.
Yes. Perhaps. It would be interesting to see, like, I think that...
And that's why billionaires will never be immortal, by the way.
no matter how much child blood they inject. No.
Quite.
In fact, quite the opposite, I believe. I think there is something to that. There's some research on that, right? So there's, coming from my field, coming from psychology, there's hedonia, which is pleasure, right? All forms of pleasure. But there's this other thing.
Decadence.
Sure, but all kinds of things are hedonic. Hedonia has a negative connotation, but it shouldn't inherent. Hedonia is like, you feel a hedonic pleasure when you eat an ice cream, right? Now, again, that can have negative implications, but if you just have one, it's fine. Like, it's nice to have an ice cream. Eudaimonia is something that we've also found massively contributes to human life satisfaction and well-being. However, if you ask if the same things that produce eudaimonic happiness produce hedonic happiness, they don't. Eudaimonia is a sense of meaningfulness. And that is, for example, having and raising children is highly eudaimonic. However, if you ask someone, does this make you happy to change diapers? No one's going to tell you yes, right? Everyone's going to tell you, no, changing diapers suck. This is an unpleasant experience. However, the hedonic...
It's long-term happiness versus short-term happiness.
Yes.
Largely. Yeah.
Yes. And so eudaimonia is actually what tends to make people live for a very long time because they have a meaning.
Eudaimonia is the secret to a high-trust society.
Yes. The eudaimonic
to a
happiness,
long-term,
yes.
to a successful society, one that builds rather than just survives.
Yep. And so I think that's a lot of it. You could be, when you're maximally happy, but you don't have a eudaimonic sense of, and that's, when you're talking about people who are striving and who are working towards something, well, they're doing that because they're typically working for others, not just themselves, right? Maybe a little bit just trying to survive, but also typically it's to help others survive, and that is eudaimonic, it's meaning. It's a sense of meaningfulness. So I think that's probably why.
Sounds the word. It sounds like it's demonic, but no.
Eudaimonic, eudaimonic.
Your eudaimonia. Remembering about the depressed part, Sandruk. It's possible that's not part of it, but cold and hungry is. And then Simon says, I think it's just a calorie deficit associated with metabolism and extensive lifespan.
That could just be as well, yes.
Cold might not be explained by that. I'm pretty sure cold was part of it. But yeah, I think that's it. And I think that's a very good, but another way to say long-termism works.
Oh, I have to do this before we get out, because this is the good news for me and the bad news for you. They're not in the same article, but I put them together. So, This is very good news for me. Cambridge researchers have created a miniature brain and spinal cord systems in the lab that can send signals and even trigger tiny muscle contractions for what was previously believed to be irreversible nerve damage. Now, I have what I was told was irreversible nerve damage in my legs. I have no feeling in my legs below the knee whatsoever. It's, well, sort of. It's very, very, it's not great because I have polyperipheral neuropathy in my legs. But, and the issue is that typically your nerves stop developing post-utero, and you can't regrow them. The central nervous system largely loses its ability to regrow damaged axons. As a result, injuries to the brain or spinal cord become permanent, leading to serious disabilities such as paralysis or loss of movement. Loss of regenerative ability is also linked to neurological diseases, which is what I had, including motor neuron disease and multiple sclerosis. But they've created a mini human brain model and spinal cord models. These pea-sized brain organoids resembled parts of cerebral cortex, allowed researchers to study molecular changes linked to motor neuron disease and explore ways to prevent them. New study in Cell reports, researchers expanded on that work by building a miniature version of a connected human brain and spinal system. Because the brain and spinal cord are separate but connected tissues or structures of the body, they keep the organoids physically apart in the lab. So the brain and spine, spinal system are quite literally not connected. And they have been able to, nerve regrowth declines during development. When you're very young, you can regrow nerves because these systems that are activated when you are initially growing your nerves in utero turn off. In that same way I was talking about earlier, where these proteins, they now believe, are turned off and they're not activated anymore as you go through stages. However, they think that neurons taken from less mature organoids regrow, long fibers after injury, but those from mature organoids show a sharp drop in their ability to regrow. In other words, poor regeneration is built into human neurons as they mature in the central nervous system. The team analyzed the gene activity in the neurons that connect the brain and spinal cord. Their work revealed a network of genes that act like a biological switch. These are connected bits of research, that's why I wanted to bring them up together. Limiting axon growth as neurons mature and form synapses. But when they looked, researchers blocked key regulators within this network. Again, probably some of these same proteins, but they're looking at neurons in this case. The neurons regained the ability to grow axons again. Existing drug boosted nerve regrowth. One promising candidate was listrenol, a hormone drug currently approved for certain menstrual disorders and contraceptive use. So like I said, this is all very good news for me. I would very much like to have feeling back in my legs. That would be awesome. When it was tested on damaged neurons, it significantly improved axon regrowth. Scientists noted that scar tissue and inflammation can also interfere with nerve repair after injury. However, understanding the neuron-specific biological mechanisms that limit regeneration remain critically important. You're probably not going to get back feeling in an arm that's been cut off, for example. But in my case, if you have otherwise a functional limb with just damaged nerves, this could legitimately help at least stimulate the nerves to regrow. That would be awesome.
So how long before Dr. Connors?
This is in the earliest stages of research, so you're probably not going to see this on market for at least 5 years, unfortunately.
Do you know what I mean by Dr. Connors?
You mean from Spider-Man?
Yes. Well done.
Who do you think I am? What gave it away, Ursula?
Yeah, you may be wearing elf ears, but I haven't seen you in the Gwen cosplay recently.
Recently? You've not seen that at all.
Oh,
Bad news for you. Thousands of brain scans reveal a worrying consequence of night shifts. People who stay up all night. Uh-oh.
Via Frontiers in faggotry. If it is from Frontiers, the look on your face is going to be...
Staying awake from dusk through dawn, as many nurses, doctors, and emergency responders do, seems to take a toll on the body and mind. We've known that for forever, but doesn't have an impact on the brain. Neuroscientists in Singapore have found new evidence that shift work is tied to brain volume losses in a key part of the brain. So this is, again, I know you're not working a shift, but if you're staying up overnight, here's what it does. If the shift work is stopped, however, these reductions are partially recovered within 2.5 years on average, so easily you can recover. There is some saving you, just like me with the potentially 5 years neuron regeneration. But maybe you could just stop staying up all night. What those losses...
Go on. Please continue trying to make this about me, but I don't mind explaining what the actual circumstances are.
What are the actual circumstances? No, tell me. What are the actual
circumstances are?
So why you stay up all night?
I don't just stay up all night. My sleep pattern processes throughout the day and loops around. It's not fixed to the diurnal day.
You're able to do this weekly, which is astonishing. That you're able to...
Yeah. Sometimes it's close. Sometimes I'm up during the night. Sometimes I wake up before you do, chat. Sometimes I wake up before you even think about waking up for your early job. And sometimes I wake up 10 hours before you've left for it. It varies. It processes. And I can't stop that. And it's not something that I adopted later in life because I'm lazy. This same thing was happening when I was going to school. Which you might think, well, then how the hell could you have made it to school? Good fucking question. Often I almost didn't. I had to force it every single time, and it was not normal. So it seems to be a natural thing for me that my sleep pattern processes throughout the day. It's quite annoying, actually.
But if you
One
stay
of
up
my
all
few
night,
flaws.
the circadian rhythm thing, again, they're
I
saying
don't
it shows.
have a circadian rhythm.
They're saying
Everything
that's
that
showing
people advise-
losses in brain volume.
I don't think this article applies to me.
You're a
Because
very
it
special
doesn't sound
snowflake,
like it's
aren't
referring
you?
to me. Not for that reason, but because it doesn't sound like it's referring to my situation.
Okay.
His
brain is
Every
shrinking.
piece of advice, it's got enough. Every single piece of advice that has given to help with the quote circadian rhythm does nothing for me. Even when I use it extended, it doesn't do anything. It's different for me.
His brain is shrinking. It's tiny and shriveled up. There you go.
There is a thing I could say at this moment that I will not say for you.
What are you gonna say?
I just
Go
I
ahead.
won't say it. It's
Well,
the second
what
thing this
are you
stream I won't say to you.
Oh, such as what?
Well, you know what the other thing was?
Oh, about my computer.
No, that
No.
wasn't it at all. That's 3.
Okay, what? No, I don't know then.
Thing you were demanding I tell you earlier.
Oh yeah, you didn't tell me still what kind of autist I am.
Oh.
Well, what's the third then? What's the third thing?
I just told you. Whatever, doesn't matter. I guess, Aiden, if you don't want to know, you don't want to know.
For what? I don't even know what we're talking about
That just
now.
says that she loves her night shifts. Yeah, I don't know. I think there are some people who are supposed to do it.
I
There are
do
some
think
people who
I do
aren't
think
and
there's some
force
people,
themselves
yeah.
to.
I do think that some people just are night people, essentially. Yeah. Aiden looks like she has crystals and beads for sale in a roadside stand.
The only
Do
problem
I?
with that is that
I've
she
got-
doesn't
I've got
have a
suspend-
roadside because
I've
she
got
can't
suspenders
get
on.
to.
What
she
kind of
can't
hippie?
get to the roadside,
Dude, what kind of
She has to be completely sedentary. However, what she does have is the equivalent of crystals and beads for sale on a roadside stand, but on the internet. That's what her videos are.
I have to ask, what kind of hippie who sells beads and crystals at a roadside stand wears suspendies? That's my question. Nobody.
Same kind that wears elf ears.
Indeed. By the way, the
A
effect
deeply
size
autistic
is
one.
very small and should be interpreted cautiously, okay? So, maybe your brain's not shrinking, but I wanted to pose that as a hypothesis because it was funny. What do you got? Or I can keep going. We'll probably wrap up here in about 15 minutes. Do you have anything else or shall I continue? I got all kinds of shit. You're muted. Wow. Oh. His mic died.
I'm not muted. My mic died.
Wow,
What I have, Aiden, is a really weird story here.
Okay.
Listen carefully.
All right, we can end on that. Okay.
Listen carefully. Airbnb host furious
Oh, hang
after
on.
startup trashes his unit to test robots.
Okay. This
Yeah.
sounds
Yeah,
suspicious
this is a
as
sensible
fuck.
reaction. Sensible
Okay.
reaction. An Airbnb host is accusing a San Francisco, of course, robotics startup of trashing his precious pad while secretly using it to test prototype robots. You know, it doesn't matter what you're doing in it. You can't trash someone's Airbnb thing. You're actually on the hook for that.
What about it made them think it was robots who trashed
Well,
it?
I expect it probably
Yeah.
was. In a lawsuit filed late last month and first
Last
reported
month?
by SFGate, thank you, the host, Sean Donovan, said that workers from the Bot Company booked his childhood home that he was renting out under false pretenses and left it in a wretched state with damage found on everything from the paint to the floors to his antique
was his
furniture.
Childhood home? You don't think that might
Well,
have something to
that's-
do with it?
That's sort of on him for renting it out. But I mean, any given yobbo who rents a place and trashes it is just as bad as if you're doing it with robots. It doesn't matter how you've done it, but it's interesting that
I'm
robots
sorry.
were involved.
I completely misunderstood that. I thought that it was the guy who rented it out, found his old childhood home and rented that out from somebody else. I was like, well, obviously he's got some kind of pent up weird shit. Sorry, I misunderstood that. It's like, yeah, he's
That
taking
would be
things
kinda
out.
weird, but no.
Yes. Never mind.
This purportedly wasn't the work of a couple of engineers screwing around. Using his outdoor ring camera, Donovan claimed he saw more than 30 people coming and going from the house between April 12th and 25th. I guess they were like, we need a lab.
They got the whole
we
lab.
need a warehouse. But we don't want to buy one properly. So we got two options. Either we go to the abandoned warehouse by the ocean, which is full of drug addicts, or we steal someone's house and use it under false pretenses.
These guys aren't professors, are they?
Well, I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah,
They might
okay.
be
Because otherwise they
professors.
should have a lab. Okay.
House between April 12th and 25th, and overheard some of them talking about their shifts, he told SF Gate in an interview. In other words, this is quite funny, actually. In other words, as Donovan suspected, his house was being used as an ad hoc R&D lab, something he didn't consent to. I imagine that's probably not covered by the acceptable uses in the Airbnb contract.
Oh, it is a
He's got
company.
lawsuit here.
Yeah, bought company. So they're not professors. So they don't have access to.
No.
They don't have access to institutional resources. So
it's a small company that's doing this.
Yeah.
And this was cheaper.
Yeah.
He's seeking more than $12,000 in damages.
Jesus.
What company was founded by Kyle Vogt and Parel Jane? Vogt, or Vogt, I guess, I don't know, was the founder of Cruise, General Motors' defunct robo-taxi division. A lot of companies have tried or self-driving cars and it hasn't worked out because that's actually a lot more challenging than you think. It's reportedly raised more than $300 million, but little is... Well, okay, now I want to retract the statement about it being a small company now. They're cutting costs to a ridiculous degree here, and they're going to lose more in lawsuits than they gain from saved from...
Well, $12,000 isn't that much.
Home.
$12,000 actually isn't that much in damage if you've got $300 million in fucking startup.
No, they might end up paying more than that just to defend themselves. Or I guess they'd settle outside of court, wouldn't they?
Yeah, just settle.
He's only seeking $12,000 though.
That's not that much. Again, he's got $3 million in fucking startup funding. $12,000 is fucking pennies in that kind of pool. Yes. It's nothing.
Maybe they did figure like it's easier to settle out of court.
Yeah.
to just pay the man for the damages.
Yeah, I guess.
To hire an actual, like, how much would it cost to hire an actual space to do this in? That at
a university
for that. Well, probably less than $12,000. Actually, I don't know.
Oh no! You want to rent out
a university
space
necessarily. These are not research.
At a laboratory, a university.
It's a company.
Yeah, still, that's what I'm saying.
Even just in a small industrial space.
Perhaps just not at some guy's childhood home.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Even just like a standard commercial office space would be better for this than like a residential home.
Yeah,
it's just a really strange choice. Or maybe, okay, fair enough. Maybe they wanted to simulate a real house. Like that's where the robots are going to end
that might be why. However, you could create that. You could create that environment.
Create that for cheaper than this.
Go to fucking Goodwill. Go to the thrift shop.
Yeah.
Buy a bunch of like
the
shitty home
real
furniture.
Furniture you can.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then set up a false home if that was the intent. I don't know. I think this guy just wanted a cheap place to set up as a laboratory to test his robots in. Some real Dr. Wily shit, by the way.
Well, no, what it reminds me of is the Ocean Gate CEO.
Oh, yeah.
We can do this. We can do this for really cheap. Yes,
yeah.
We'll build this on a titanium and carbon fiber. Oh, don't worry. No, carbon fiber.
Carbon fiber is fine.
We're going to.
Yeah,
carbon
it's
fiber
great.
Ended up being the
worst.
Fine for a few hundred feet or whatever it was, but not the thousands they were going down.
Which, by the way,
it just wasn't good enough.
They would have known that if they had.
Yes, people told them.
Yes.
He was sure he was right. The CEO cut prices, and you can tell he was sure he was right. You know why?
Because he went in it.
Because he died in less than a millisecond.
Yeah.
Because he was in it. Yeah.
What a fucking ding dong.
He was a very big ding dong, but this guy is like a smaller version of the same thing. He's like, yeah, we can save some money, but at significant expense of quality.
Well, I mean, he didn't die. He didn't get fucking not imploded. So
yeah,
I guess
he saved a little bit of money, but it's much worse side effects. Yeah, at what cost?
Well, now there's an article about it. At what cost?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the company's reputation loss from this article might be bigger than they save from the fucking unit.
Yeah.
Even if the damages they have to pay aren't enough to offset that, I mean, surely they have to expect that. Surely you're using robots to do some crazy shit. There's 30 fucking people moving around in this person's house.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. But yeah, like changing the sub to be all titanium instead of mostly carbon fiber. I can't imagine it would have made the business impossible to run. It would have increased price by a bit, but it's one titanium tube. I can't imagine it would be that much of a difference. I think he was just cutting costs for the sake of it to ridiculous degrees.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Maybe as part of a mentality of cost cutting rather than actually
he thinks,
doing it.
I'm being smart.
Exactly.
I'm knowing how to cut the costs, and I'm one step ahead, but you're not, homie, because like you're not considering in that case the physical realities of what you're doing, which is also what happened here. Like, what's gonna happen if I test my what were they doing though? I'm curious. What were they fucking doing with the robots?
Yeah,
let's get to it.
Hopefully they'll tell
what are they doing with these robots?
But yeah, Simon Cohen says spend $1 to save a dime. And Anita Ford says, what a fucking ding-dong. So true, Aiden's mom. Welcome back.
What?
So good to have you.
Where did my mom say that? Not in the chat.
In chat.
No, she didn't.
You have not switched to live chat. As I told you, you must make an instinctive reflex.
You're right. I didn't.
You're still on top chat.
There we go.
Chat.
What a fucking... Oh my god, hello, mother.
You must switch from top chat to live chat every single time you open YouTube chat.
I
because
forget.
Top chat is just censored.
It is
not
censored,
censoring spam. Spam still gets through.
You're right,
it's just censored for other reasons.
Yes.
I consider it an obligation of those who support free speech to switch to live chat.
Indeed, I just forgot. Okay.
That's fine. I'm not chastising you, just making the point.
No, chastise me. Castigate me.
I have plenty of reasons to.
I have plenty of reasons to castigate you too. Don't worry.
Yeah, most viewers are invalid and silly. Donovan may have gotten a rare glimpse. The group booked. Did I read all of that? Little is known about Vogue's latest venture, other than its core pitch to build robots that can help with household chores. Yes, so it was about the house environment. Details on its robots haven't been shared with the... Well, apparently they're not doing very helpful stuff.
What the fuck are they doing?
What if the humans were the ones that caused all the damage just by being...
I think they were having a
house.
Then again,
the robots were fine.
If you're testing, like, these are like... This is what I was wondering. These are perhaps robots designed to help with household chores or something, right? So wouldn't you have to maybe make the house a mess in order to see if the robots could help clean it up? You know?
For some chores, for tidying, yeah, something nachos could do with actually. But for some chores, maybe, but not for all.
I don't know. If you're trying to get the robot to figure out how well it can clean up a mess, you'd have to make a mess, right?
You would, but that doesn't mean that you'd have to, one, damage furniture, or paintwork, or two, leave it a mess. Those things are easy to fix. You can easily avoid doing those things.
Well, how big of a $12,000 worth of damage? How much of a mess? Now, I have seen a mess be made of an Airbnb. In that, when we went to Chicago.
Oh yeah, I went with you to an Airbnb. You and I and two other people were there.
Yes.
And yeah, you made an absolute mess.
I did not. Now, by the okay, I did not. But when Bill and Nuka came to the United States, and we went to Mythicist, Milwaukee. Oh no, we went to. There was also ICMI, the International Conference for Men's Issues in Chicago. We got this Airbnb in Chicago. That was when I brought Nuka and Bill, I think, over to Chicago first. Nuka, the Scotsman that he is, got shit-faced, like immediately. Because, he can't exist without a certain amount of alcohol in his system, being Scottish. He threw up in that Airbnb bathroom. I will never forget the smell. I will never forget the sight of walking in. There was vomit everywhere. It was in the ceiling. It was in all the corners of the room. I was like, how did you manage to get vomit everywhere?
Now, some people say there's no true Scotsman, but there he is.
We spent at least like 2 hours, all collectively, trying to clean up Nuka's vomit from that bathroom. And when I got home...
I'm glad I wasn't there with you on that.
Oh, and
it
stunk. It stunk. It smelled so bad. It smelled like shit, like human excrement, but it came out of his front hole. You know what I mean?
Was he at this point asleep somewhere?
No. Immediately, yes. But the next day we went to go clean it up because we couldn't believe the disgusting mess he had made in that bathroom, and so we went to go clean it all up, and it took probably about 2, maybe 3 hours collectively for the three of us to clean that up. And when I got home and I didn't have a bill for that Airbnb, it was such a relief. Like, I didn't have an extra, like, I was so much expecting to see this, like, what? Like, we're gonna charge you a fucking $400 cleaning fee or something for the vomitous mess you made. But, that was only Naka's fault. We did actually get it out. We did get it cleaned. Maybe something similar happened here, and they just didn't bother to clean it. Maybe they had a violent vomitous explosion.
You see, we've developed robots which vomit. Why did we do this, you ask?
No, why? Yeah.
So anyway, the group booked the house under the pretense of being remote workers from Thailand, he claimed. But when Donovan stopped by one day to take out their trash, he saw bundles of wires leading into his house. When he
That would
followed
be
them and
so
stumbled on
scary.
a huge robot that looked like a Borg from Star Trek, a species of cyborg humanoid. It was, in fact, like a 6-foot Roomba with treads. They put a tank in his childhood house.
Kind of based, though, to be
Jesus
honest.
Christ. Yeah, I mean, a little bit based, but also kind of like, how the fuck do you expect to get away with this?
Yeah. How do you expect to get away from it? Or get away with it? Yeah. Get
It
away
was
from
gonna
No, I
buy
should.
a
No,
house
I go back to.
tidying robot with tank treads on it.
No, sorry, I go back to my previous assessment that I think I thought I said incorrectly, but I didn't. How do you expect to get away from it? It's a murderous robot with treads.
This is where all the Terminator robots that are bigger
Yeah.
than just the humanoid ones start from. Is
Yeah.
What is my purpose? You clean. Okay, I clean. And then the revolution starts, and they take up the fucking Gauss rifle.
Yeah, that's how it starts. This is how it starts.
Yep. This is them. While he never saw it in action, it must have caused quite the ruckus. I can imagine in this childhood home, and this tank is just moving around saying,
Presumably-
I will clean, bang, bang, crash, I will clean.
Presumably,
bang."
this is in a residential
Hilarious.
area too. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet it is. This is hilarious. It must have caused quite the ruckus when Donovan wasn't around. An entire Franciscan pottery set went missing.
Oh,
One imagines it
no!
may have been demolished by a rogue robot arm. I clean destroys it, and subsequently ended up in one of the trash bags Donovan was helpfully taking out. In addition to a chipped bathroom tile, a banged up coffee table, and an
chipped bathroom
entire
tile.
missing shoe rack, per the reporting. There was even a broken mug with a handle glued back on.
They made an attempt, at least.
I make coffee, smash.
Look, they made an attempt to fix that, at least. You know,
Yeah, kind of.
there was an
But
attempt.
they didn't admit, hey, sorry, we fucked up. Here, hope this covers it.
Yeah,
they're
hey,
a company
we're-
with 300 million. They could do that easily, and they
Yeah.
were just like, oh, let's hope he doesn't notice. Jesus.
Crazy.
Unfortunately for the Donovan lineage, family heirlooms weren't spared. A cherished dining room table that had been in the family for over 70 years received a few accidental decades worth of aging in the form of watermarks and scratch. Oh, that's just the humans.
That's just the humans
That's
doing
just-
that.
That's
Yeah,
just the humans.
that's them.
Imagine you go into your house and everything in every drawer is gone and there's new stuff there. They came in and put everything back in a new place. Silverware and the robot was probably reorganizing.
Yeah, sounds
I mean,
like
I
it.
hope it was the robot, because why the hell would the humans do that?
They just living there for a while.
I don't know. It's fucking 30 of them.
30
They came in and put
people,
everything
yeah.
back in a new place. Silverware in a new drawer or a different room. It was like they completely moved everything. That is so weird. Dude, AI
is
people
weird.
are weird. And I'm
They
the
are
one
weird.
saying that.
Well, I mean, case in point, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am weird in the sense of being great. If all of this is true, it's a cartoonish display of cheap skatery from a valuable startup, sneakily turning someone's home into a test environment since it'd rather not spend the money building one. It wouldn't have been that much.
No,
There's a
you could've
real
done it
value in
quite-
testing a robot in something more akin to a real world environment, as they say, which we speculated earlier. But doing it without the consent of the people involved is slimy, he says.
It
the
is.
author says.
it is.
I agree. He says, then again, that's what's already happening with robo-taxis and public roads. Yeah, that's a bit hard to avoid, but I mean, you could do it on an airfield, I guess. But the reasons self-driving cars are difficult are the things you wouldn't encounter on an airfield, to
Yeah.
be fair.
Yes.
An ethics aside, he says, it also doesn't sound awfully smart. If the goal is to keep everything under wraps, I guess that's a good point. Keep it
Yeah.
stealthy. But
No. Yeah. Now everybody
well
knows
done,
about it.
you're
Here it
in
is.
Futurism, and your
Yeah.
exact company was named. Well done, guys.
Yep.
Everything's on
Great.
wraps. Wouldn't lugging around giant robots that tornado through unsuspecting Airbnb hosts' properties be a little counterproductive? You'd want
You'd
an
think
environment
so,
you
yeah.
control, surely.
It's This is so stupid of them to have done this.
Yeah. He says, but hey, we're not the ones who racked up hundreds of millions in VC money. They did. That's true.
Yep, venture capital. Yep, indeed. Well, that was a fun way to end. I think it was.
It was. That was quite a fun article, actually. You see, unreading articles, sight unseen, if it goes badly, we waste a couple of minutes. And yeah, it's not ideal. It would be better to pre-read them. But this one wasn't pre-read either, and it was brilliant.
That was pretty good. Alrighty. I am going to go to sleep.
Accept my prize for winning the competition today.
Oh, no, excuse me. Excuse me.
Consider yourself provoked.
No. Who won? Who won?
Now, I'm afraid I can't accept any results because there's too much bias.
What does that mean?
Look, the thing is, Aiden, I put on a persona when I'm online, which has a little bit of an ego. I'll admit, a little bit of an ego.
Just an online persona, is it?
That online persona, which is not how I really am at all.
It's exactly how you are.
It does tend to lead people to really want me to fail, and I've noticed this in quite a few areas of my life.
Well, it could also be that is quite literally how you are in real life, but okay.
Well, you wouldn't know that, but...
I'd say would.
No, you wouldn't. But
yes,
people tend to want to vote against me just because I have, or appear to have, a big ego. Of course, my ego is very reasonably sized in reality. Thus... if I win, it's because I'm great. But if you win, it's because chat's biased.
Okay, well, 4 votes in, and it is 100 to 0.
Hey, someone voted for me. It was me, but still.
Okay.
See what I mean? I was so right. I could not have been more right about the outcome of this poll.
I think we end every stream with a poll as to who came up with the better, more interesting stories each week. I've speculated about doing it before. We think we did it before. So at the end of every stream, one person will be declared winner. I'll have to start making a tally. Oh, isn't that going to be fun? We'll start doing a tally of who wins each week, and we can...
I don't consider it valid, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you don't consider it valid. Boo-hoo, too bad.
You can say whatever you want.
It's just maths, man. It's just statistics. It's just statistics. It's just reality.
That is your attitude to everything. This massive subjective pile of factors, and you're like, yeah, but the maths I wrote on top is very objective.
Only a little bit.
Yeah.
Only a little bit. Well, overwhelmingly, with 9 votes in, because I think we are winding down here. 9 votes in, it is 89% in my favor, and your singular vote in yours.
But I'm right. Chat, thank you very much for joining us. I do still very much enjoy doing these streams, Aiden. I think it was a good idea that we came up with, and we should continue for a long time. And honestly, we do seem to be able to find enough articles each week.
Oh yeah,
and there's still a couple here I could do.
I'm tired. No,
I'm not saying we should. Just that we have the stock.
I got all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that we didn't get to. But there's always cool stuff in science every single week. Again, going back to like the Egyptology stuff, where you kind of have this thought that they're not going to find anything new in Egypt, but yes, they are all the time. They're digging up new stuff. They're finding new discoveries. The march of science never ends.
It was something new in the human experience. I've not seen something like this.
Hey, you got up to 20%. Usually you got an additional extra vote. Someone else voted for you? Was it you again?
Someone else in the chat is clearly smarter than the rest.
Was it you again?
Did
you log into a new account to do that?
Probably do that. I'm not going to. Chat, if you enjoyed today's stream, and if, dare I say, you even enjoyed my presence on the stream, come join us in Cabal after the stream, and I'll most likely put something on. We'll chat, we'll do stuff. There's always fun stuff going on there.
All right, I might show up for a little bit,
longer,
but I won't be up too long because I'm sleepy. I'm eepy.
You're not required to, but you're welcome to.
I'll probably show up for a little bit.